Chapter 4862. His power and Genesis Chi underwent a tremendous change once again. It was as if the gods were helping him. He was no longer as dispirited as before and began to crazily charge forward. He finally felt a trace of excitement in this battle. He didn't want to be beaten passively. He couldn't continue like this. Half-step star level made Jiang Chen even more confident. Let's fight again. Jiang Chen's sword became faster and the limitless sword became more powerful. 1 against 10, one slash and all 10 were forced back. Even if there were hundreds of people behind him, Jiang Chen still rushed forward without fear of death. As long as he still had a breath left, he would never retreat. However, at this time, Jiang Chen's sword also underwent a huge change. The limitless sword became sharper, and its murderous aura swept everything in its path. 28 swords was no longer the limit. Jiang Chen constantly transformed from the limitless sword and constantly sought breakthroughs. Relying on the power of the sword, he finally reached the next level. His swordsmanship became slower and the sword shadows became more hazy. The sword aura had also reached the stage of hiding its edge in the sword. His sword had long been integrated with his body. The limitless sword had long been integrated with Jiang Chen. 29 swords in the name of the sword. As the wings of the rainbow phoenix, only one sword determined the universe. The sword aura passed through and one sword fought against 10. 29 swords became more restrained, hiding its edge in the heavenly dragon sword. The limitless sword with 9 as the extreme peak was hidden in the sword. Jiang Chen fought 300 rounds to his heart's content. Hundreds of experts couldn't take him down. Half-step star-level strength, coupled with the 29 swords, Jiang Chen's violent momentum had already crushed everyone. This time he became more and more courageous as he fought. Damn bastard, he actually made his strength break through. Nie Yunfeng's face was very gloomy. However, it was basically impossible for Jiang Chen to escape. Although he was already locked in battle with hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse, it was impossible for him to escape. Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. Because he knew that Jiang Chen had become even stronger. He was afraid that he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's figure shone brightly. Nie Yunfeng was even more afraid of this guy. Today he had to die. Fortunately, he had been prepared and lured it to this thunderstorm canyon. Moreover, there were hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse surrounding it. Otherwise, it would have been unknown who would have won and who would have lost. Even though Jiang Chen was a steel giant, it was still difficult for him to withstand the attacks of over 100 experts. He exerted all his strength and slashed down with his sword, killing 7 people in a row with irresistible force. But a long saber would always blunt, and its edge would always stop. After killing more than 30 people in a row, Jiang Chen defeated dozens more and he was on the verge of collapse. Although he could not kill everyone in this battle, he was already a nightmarish existence among these horsemen of the apocalypse. The remaining people were struggling at death's door and their strength was exhausted. In the end, they could only exhaust Jiang Chen to death. It's time to pull in the net. Nie Yunfeng knew that he had to take action now. Otherwise, he was afraid that even if he killed Jiang Chen, he would still suffer a great deal of damage to himself. He would be able to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible and return home. Jiang Chen die. Nie Yunfeng waved his hand and a gust of wind suddenly rose. The wind moved token and the wind of the thunderstorm canyon complemented each other and became even more terrifying. Like a roaring dragon, it crushed down and was about to devour Jiang Chen. Eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen was as unmoving as a mountain. He used the eternal immortal wind to barely stabilize the situation, but Nie Yunfeng took advantage of the wind and launched a final charge at him with many horsemen of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen could not withstand their sharpness at all. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite with you. Jiang Chen sneered and kept retreating, dodging the attack. He flipped his palm, creating huge waves. Thousands of demonic beasts at the peak of the Star Emperor realm and half a step into the Star realm filled the entire Wind and Thunder Canyon, surrounding Nie Yunfeng and the others. The densely packed demonic beasts sealed off the entire sky. Nie Yunfeng was dumbfounded by what he saw. It wasn't just him. All the horsemen of the apocalypse felt their scalps go numb and they trembled. There were thousands of beasts and they had nowhere to hide. Nie Yunfeng's pupils constricted, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe that all of this was Jiang Chen's doing. So many beasts, how is this possible? Nie Yunfeng's face was deathly pale, as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. He knew that even all the horsemen of the apocalypse he had brought might not be a match for so many beasts, not to mention that there were only a few dozen of them. Jiang Qin had killed dozens of them and they were all defeated soldiers. So many beasts. It looks like we're all going to fall. That's right. We can't escape now. There's no way out. What kind of monster is this Jiang Qin? How can he have so many beasts? He must have a purpose for joining the horsemen of the apocalypse. This guy is the real devil. Oh my God, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I haven't made any achievements yet. I haven't reached the peak of life yet. I haven't. The horsemen of the apocalypse were not omnipotent. They were also afraid of death. These people had all been seriously injured by Jiang Qin. Facing these peak star emperor beasts was tantamount to courting death. Kill. Jiang Qin bellowed. The entire sky was filled with thunder and roars. The horsemen of apocalypse were swept away by the army of demonic beasts like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Nie Yunfeng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Jiang Qin, you're courting death. You dared to kill people of the horsemen of the apocalypse and want to assassinate me. The horsemen of the apocalypse will never let you go. There will be no place for you on the apocalypse planet. It's not too late to stop before it's too late. Repent before it's too late. Nie Yunfeng roared at the top of his lungs. Looking at the countless beasts around him, his heart turned cold. Jiang Qin was going to kill them all. Was he going to kill them all here? Nie Yunfeng put on a strong front. He knew that using this kind of coercion at this time was basically useless, but he could already feel the threat of death. Those who kill will always be killed. You asked Qin Wanshan to kill me and colluded with you, Huan. Do you think I don't know? You want to kill me here without anyone noticing, but you overestimate your own strength. There aren't many people who can kill me. Jiang Qin faintly said. Nie Yunfeng's face was full of bitterness. There really weren't many people who could kill him in an army of thousands of beasts. No wonder he didn't seem to be worried from the start. It turned out that everything had been under his control. He had just used the horsemen of the apocalypse as a whetstone. He thought that he had calculated everything, but in the end he had become a turtle in a jar for Jiang Qin. Let me go, Jiang Qin. I beg you, I'll definitely follow your lead in the future. If you tell me to go east, I definitely won't dare to go west. Nie Yunfeng looked at the dead horsemen of the apocalypse and shivered. But how could Jiang Qin believe his nonsense? Nipping all dangers in the cradle was what he loved the most. If he didn't pull out the roots, the weeds would grow again in the spring. Chapter 48-63. Jiang Qin stood on top of the river with a cold expression. Countless demon beasts were standing in front of him. He was like an ancient emperor with unstoppable might. Nie Yunfeng was dead, but these 100 horsemen of the apocalypse had become his burial companions. However, Jiang Qin had no pity for them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach where he was today. In order to hide Big Yellow's identity and eliminate those who coveted him, killing was the only way he could do it. The 100 horsemen of the apocalypse were devoured by thousands of monsters, and not even their bones were left. This battle shocked the world and made the gods weep, but no one knew about it. The storm continued as waves rose one after another. However, at this moment the Wind Lightning Canyon had already returned to normal. Jiang Qin looked back. The surrounding mountains seemed to be moving in the river, but it also seemed like an illusion, making Jiang Qin's heart pound. After all, this water curtain mountain was not a good place, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. When Jiang Qin caught up with the army alone, everyone was dumbfounded. Why did Jiang Qin come back alone? Where was Commander Nie? Where were the 100 horsemen of the apocalypse? Jiang Qin, where is Commander Nie? Why are you alone? Yes, where is Commander Nie? Where are our horsemen? Jiang Qin, what happened? Hurry up and tell us. Almost everyone looked at Jiang Qin. They were supposed to return home to be rewarded, but now Commander Nie and the 100 horsemen of the apocalypse had disappeared without a trace? Only the unbearably unrestrained Jiang Qin was left. How could this be justified? We encountered a super monster with star-level strength. Commander Nie sacrificed himself, as did over 100 horsemen of the apocalypse. Before he died, Commander Nie desperately sent me out, saying that I was the future hope of the horsemen of the apocalypse. As for them, they were completely wiped out. Jiang Qin said with a sorrowful expression. How is this possible? Commander Nie is so strong, how could this be? You must be lying, Jiang Qin. Did you do something to Commander Nye? Everyone else died. Why are you the only one who survived? No, there must be something fishy about this. Many people found it hard to accept this fact, but now it was true that only Zhou Xian would come. Everyone else had disappeared without a trace. If I was that capable, would I still be here now? One person killed Commander Nye and hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse. Do you really think I'm a god? Humph, I have no enmity with Commander Nye, so why must I do this? You guys are simply spouting nonsense. Don't you have brains? Commander Nye and hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse sacrificed themselves, and only I returned. Is this your attitude? Zhou Xian said with a sneer. That's right. Commander Zhou escaped from death. Can you guys use your brains? Commander Zhou is mighty. We believe in you. What should we do now? Is a big monster coming? Everyone knew about the situation on Mount Water Curtain, and no one would be surprised if a demon really appeared. Commander Nye's death was the best proof. Many people seemed to wake up from a dream. They really shouldn't blame Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian could not possibly have that ability. How could a new horseman fight against hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse and Commander Nye? If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. You don't know how terrifying the demons on Mount Water Curtain are, De Huang said in a deep voice. Big Yellow said in a deep voice. As an outsider, he had the deepest understanding of the situation because he was the one Zhou Xian met in the Water Curtain Mountain. The demons here are greater than heaven and earth and have the ability to rule the world. I once witnessed a battle between two stellar-level demons. That was the true change of heaven and earth. Countless innocent demon beasts died, whether on the mountain or in the sea. As long as it was within a radius of 100 kilometers, not even a blade of grass grew. De Huang's face was solemn and his words were righteous. Being handsome was the hard truth and almost no one doubted him. Whether it was men or women, De Huang's appearance was extremely convincing. Many people looked at each other. Although they had never seen the demons on Mount Water Curtain, they had long heard of them. It was not impossible for them to die here. Wasn't Commander Nye and hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse the best proof? Many people mistakenly thought that it was Zhou Xian's doing because of their impatience just now, but did he really have this ability? Obviously this was their guess. It seemed that they had to leave as soon as possible. Commander Zhou, please temporarily take over the position of commander and preside over the overall situation for us. Commander Zhou, please temporarily take over the position of commander. The freshmen petitioned, but the old horsemen were very unconvinced. However, Zhou Xian was truly capable, so they had no reason not to believe him. Being able to escape from the annihilation of Commander Nye and hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse, was this not proof of Zhou Xian's strength? I don't agree. What right does he have to be our commander? That's right. Can a freshman captain really be stronger than our Commander Chen? Many of Qin Wanshan's old subordinates took Commander Chen's death to heart and blamed it on Zhou Xian. In addition, he did not have any achievements, so it was reasonable for him to be recognized. Hey, you probably don't know, but Commander Yu Huan was defeated by Zhou Xian. That battle shocked the entire horsemen of the apocalypse. That's right. Zhou Xian is still very strong and he's probably on par with Commander Nye. He defeated Commander Yu Huan and is highly regarded by the horsemen of the apocalypse. What? There's such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? You've been carrying out missions outside and haven't returned for a long time with Commander Chen. Zhou Xian defeated Commander Yu Huan. That was thrilling and exciting, and it happened not long ago. It seems that Zhou Xian does indeed have the strength of a commander, someone exclaimed. Someone exclaimed. Even Commander Yu Huan was defeated by Zhou Xian. It seemed like this new student had gradually risen to power. Especially now that he was like a dragon without a leader, his strength and power could be seen even more clearly. The dissatisfied voices from before gradually faded. It was easier for the strong to be respected no matter where. Commander Zhou, please temporarily take over the position of commander. Deep shouts rang out like a tsunami. The corners of De Huang's mouth curled up into a smile. Wasn't little Qinzi happy to be the commander? It seemed that he would be able to flatten the horsemen of the apocalypse soon. Chapter 48-64. Then I'll do as you say. Brothers, as long as we can leave this place alive, we can see the sun tomorrow. I believe that there are no cowards in the Knights of the Apocalypse. Zhou Qian's expression turned cold, his voice low. Move forward quickly. Zhou Qian didn't hesitate to give the order. The longer they stayed here, the greater the danger. You're quite ruthless, little Chenzi. Over 100 people were killed by you. De Huang chuckled and whispered to Jiang Chen. They killed me, so I definitely won't let them have it easy. But I keep feeling that something is wrong here, as if there are countless eyes watching us. Jiang Chen looked around and walked on the waves, his brows furrowed, seemingly a little worried. Don't worry about it. You're the biggest in the Knights of the Apocalypse now. Once you leave Mount Water Curtain and return to the Knights of the Apocalypse, you'll definitely be put in an important position. Your meteoric rise is just around the corner. De Huang beamed with joy. Don't be happy too early. I don't want to die here. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang and continued forward. In the middle of the night, De Huang couldn't walk anymore. Why aren't we moving? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang. I smell a treasure. Believe it or not, little Chenzi, this treasure is likely to be the key to our breakthrough. De Huang said seriously. Jiang Chen knew that De Huang wouldn't make trouble without reason. Moreover, he had an extremely strong perception of heavenly treasures. Since he said there was a treasure, then there was absolutely no way it could be wrong. Jiang Chen looked around. The wind and waves were getting stronger and stronger, almost blocking their way forward. Even if they continued at this time, it would only become more and more difficult, extremely inefficient, and a waste of energy. He immediately ordered everyone to find a mountain range to take shelter from the wind and rest until tomorrow morning. Otherwise, moving forward in the wind and waves would be like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. It's on that mountain. Little Chenzi, let's go. De Huang and Jiang Chen looked at each other and hit it off. Improving their strength was too difficult, especially now. Who knew how long it would take for them to break through to the star level? If De Huang hadn't found a true heavenly treasure, he would never risk his life to search for it. The two went straight to the top ahead. De Huang pointed in the direction and Jiang Chen was very curious. Little Chenzi, look, there are 2 big holes on that mountain. I guarantee that the treasure is right there. De Huang squinted his eyes. The closer they got, the more intense the stimulation he felt. This treasure was definitely the essence of the sun and moon. Jiang Chen fixed his eyes on it. There were indeed 2 big holes. They were black, round, and about 6 meters in diameter. De Huang signaled Jiang Chen with his eyes. You go to the top one, I'll go to the bottom one. Little Chenzi, don't let the treasure escape. De Huang rubbed his hands. He was very excited. All right. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. It was only now that he felt this overbearing and terrifying aura. It made him excited. It was obvious that this treasure was hidden very deeply. It was hard to imagine. If it wasn't for De Huang's powerful detection ability, they wouldn't have been able to find this place. Jiang Chen finally believed De Huang's words. The treasure here was definitely extraordinary. Heavenly treasures belonged to the virtuous. It seemed that they would definitely have a big harvest this time. Jiang Chen and De Huang quickly rushed into the 2 round holes. Jiang Chen walked nearly 100 meters before he found a yellow egg in the depths of the cave. It was a little too perfunctory to call it an egg because it was too big. Even 2 adults wouldn't be able to protect it. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised to see such a big egg. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. It wasn't strange for a powerful demonic beast to lay such a big egg. However, the terrifying Genesis chi of the egg made Jiang Chen feel a little suffocated. Gathering the essence of the sun and moon, this guy would most likely have the strength of the star level when it was born, right? Damn it, I've really struck it rich this time. A terrifying light bloomed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he was almost drooling. He hadn't been so excited in a long time. Jiang Chen didn't have time to think. He quickly kept the egg and ran out. Wasn't staying here courting death? If the owner of the egg came back, it wouldn't be so easy for him to come out. When Jiang Chen came out, De Huang was already at the entrance of the cave. The 2 looked at each other and the smile on their faces became more and more excited. I found an egg, a very big and terrifying egg. Little Chenzi, what did you find? Let's leave this place quickly. I feel that it's very dangerous here. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. De Huang nodded. This was simply too wonderful. This egg would definitely greatly improve his strength, and this egg had the most terrifying energy he had ever seen. De Huang was also a little excited, chattering non-stop along the way. When Jiang Chen returned, the sky was already bright. Although he found the horseman, he found that the mountain behind the horseman was gone. They were all cultivating on the surface of the water, and the mountain that had sheltered them last night had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Jiang Qin was perplexed. Could it be that the mountains here were all moving? It's daybreak. Get ready to set off. Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice. Everyone woke up from their deep slumber and prepared to set off at any time. But at this moment many of them realized a problem. Why did the mountain behind them disappear? Strange, why did the mountain that sheltered us yesterday disappear? Yeah, how did we drift to the river? It's really strange. This water curtain mountain seems to be getting more and more strange. Commander Jiang, what do you think? Many people looked grim, afraid that danger would come again. Even Commander Nia had been killed. How could they not be worried? Leaving this place as soon as possible is the most important thing, Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Qin Wanshan and Ye Yunfeng were already dead and Big Yellow had been found. So there was no need for them to take the risk here. Wouldn't it be foolish of them to not leave after obtaining the treasure? Everyone was very obedient. The pressure brought to them by the water curtain mountain was too great. The death of Commander Nia and hundreds of horsemen was the greatest pressure. Chapter 4865. Is it an array formation? It doesn't look like it. De Huang rested his chin on his hand, feeling very puzzled. Jiang Qin couldn't see through it either. If it was an array formation, how could both of them not see through it? If it wasn't an array formation, why couldn't they get out of this circle? They kept running into the surrounding 6 mountains. Even the mountain where they had dug out its eggs was in the list. This made everyone anxious and uneasy. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment a huge wave of water rose a few hundred meters in front of them. It covered the sun and the sky, blocking their vision and the sunlight from the sky. The waves kept rippling, reaching tens of thousands of feet into the sky. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed completely. Did they really encounter a terrifying great demon? What's going on? Is it the great demon of Mount Water Curtain? Are we all going to die here? What a terrifying wave. It must be an almighty being to be able to set off such a huge wave. It's impossible to do this without the power of a star. Our sky has already darkened. Damn it. This Mount Water Curtain is too terrifying. What kind of monster is stirring up trouble here? Fear kept growing in everyone's hearts. Were they really going to be buried here? I'm afraid we've really encountered a great demon. Luo Ying's voice was a little hoarse and her expression changed slightly. Go, go. Jiang Qin shouted in a deep voice. All of them unleashed all of their abilities and kept retreating. In order to avoid these 10,000-meter tall waves, they had no other way out. However, this wave was too huge. The moment it fell, it hit Jiang Qin and the hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse. Almost 1/3 of them were overturned and suffered significant injuries. This scene shocked everyone and their expressions changed. The Grim Reaper seemed to have really arrived. Jiang Qin and the others opened their eyes. The moment they looked up at the sky, the 6 mountains kept rising and piercing the clouds. Oh my god, are these demon beasts? F***CK. This, what should we do? Peerless great demon, we no longer have a path of retreat. They were not cowards. If even the horsemen of the apocalypse were helpless, not many people could do it, right? No one could see the top of this peerless greater demon's head, but they could see his true appearance as he rose from the water's surface. Just his back alone was tens of thousands of meters tall, comparable to a mountain. His form was so enormous that it left everyone gasping in amazement. The 6 mountains were all his back. Jiang Qin and De Huang looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. They clenched their fists and felt uneasy. They were no match for this big guy. Its terrifying aura had completely surpassed the stellar level. Jiang Qin knew that even his monster army would not be able to deal with this big guy. Mother Kerr, isn't this bullying? How did you grow so big? The corner of De Huang's mouth twitched slightly. He felt unwell. This big fellow could swallow all of them into its stomach in one gulp. What kind of monster was this? Great demon, our time of death has come. Why is it me? Sai, we no longer have a path of retreat. We can only wait for death now. I've never heard of such a greater demon. Water Curtain Mountain is simply hell on earth. Everyone was in despair. As the peerless greater demon emerged from the water's surface, a total of 3 waves were set off. Each wave was thousands of meters tall. Jiang Qin and the others were completely hit by the huge waves 3 times. Some of the relatively weaker horsemen of the apocalypse were already somewhat unable to bear it. It's him. This is impossible, impossible. Luo Ying murmured, her beautiful face turning pale with fright. Luo Ying murmured. She was so scared that her face turned pale. What kind of monster is he? Jiang Chen looked at Luo Ying, already burning with anxiety. Six-ridged coiling dragon. I've only seen records of him in an ancient scroll that recorded ancient secrets. His back is like a mountain and he has 6 ridges like a dragon or a tiger. It's called the six-ridged coiling dragon. Luo Ying covered her mouth. She knew that there was really no chance this time. Death filled everyone's hearts. Six-ridged coiling dragon. Jiang Chen's heart trembled slightly. Why was this guy attacking them? Why couldn't they escape from here? That big guy is coming. It's coming. Roars rang out as the six-ridged coiling dragon swept its claws and crushed them down. The void seemed to tremble as it heavily hit the river surface. Jiang Chen and the others were instantly blasted back. The attack did not even land on them. Just the aftermath of the heavy hit on the river surface almost killed them. This was completely invincible. The six-ridged coiling dragon was a peerless greater demon that only existed in legends. It was an existence that outsiders did not know about at all. In Water Curtain Mountain it was insignificant to outsiders. However, today, it filled hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse with despair. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, completely losing the demeanor of a horseman of the apocalypse. It was no wonder that they were like this because the opponent was too strong. He was a proper star-level powerhouse. They had no room to fight back at all, so how could they fight? Hundreds of peak star emperors and even half-step star-level knights could not cause the slightest damage to this behemoth. This powerhouse was so powerful that they could not reach it at all. In their eyes, the six-ridged coiling dragon was a godlike existence. They were powerless and could only flee in all directions. However, no matter what, they could not escape from this vortex. The huge waves around them came one after another and they could not escape at all. The horsemen used all kinds of methods to escape, but it was useless. The vortex and the huge waves became their biggest obstacle. No one could escape. Little Chinzi, what should we do? I'm afraid we've really encountered a tough opponent this time. Big Yellow said in a deep voice. This was a stellar-level great demon, could they defeat it? The answer was obviously no. They did not even have the capital to escape now. Despicable humans, how dare you covet my things? Die. In the sky, the six-ridged coiling dragon's deep voice continued to fall. It was deafening and made people's scalps tingle. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that he and De Huang had taken the egg? De Huang seemed to realize that something was wrong, but he did not feel the slightest bit guilty. Who wouldn't take such a treasure? Moreover, the six-ridged coiling dragon might not have flown into a rage because they had taken the egg. However, no one cared about this at this time. They were only thinking about how to escape. The horsemen of the apocalypse were utterly defeated at this moment. Resist the huge waves. We still have a chance of survival. Don't panic. Chapter 4866. Hundreds of people joined together at this moment. In the end, they were horsemen of the apocalypse, so Jiang Chen was quite gratified. With so many horsemen, they were indeed a considerable force. However, the strength of the six-ridged coiling dragon had clearly exceeded their expectations. The six-ridged coiling dragon struck out with its claws, and its branches crushed down like 2 five-fingered mountains descending from the sky. The hundreds of horsemen were completely dumbfounded. Their defenses were directly broken and they could not fight back at all. In front of the six-ridged coiling dragon, they were as weak as paper and could not withstand a single blow. Their first attempt had ended in failure, which increased their despair once again. Dozens of people had died under this heavy attack. The six-ridged coiling dragon was unparalleled. Jiang Chen's face was also full of shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was no longer realistic for him to escape this place. This guy was so powerful that one could not find any weakness. De Huang, Luo Ying and Tong Ling were already pale. At this time they had no strength to fight back at all. If this continued, they would definitely become wronged ghosts under the Water Curtain Mountain. It was not that they did not work hard, nor was it that they wanted to die, but that they had no strength to resist at all. This heavy blow smashed into the water and dozens of people died. Now there were only about 400 people left. There was only fear in everyone's eyes. A defeated army was like a landslide. This was no longer a matter of courage. No matter how great one's courage was, what was the use of being instantly killed by the enemy in one move? The number of people who were fleeing was innumerable. However, the countless huge waves were mountains that they could not cross, a chasm that they could not cross. Sorrowful cries and wails filled Zhou Xian's ears. There was nothing they could do to save the situation, they could only run for their lives. It's easy to obtain 1,000 taels of gold, but it's hard to find a bosom friend. I have no regrets in this life to be able to die with you. Luo Ying's expression was calm as she smiled. Her mother had already gotten better and her life had just begun to have color, but she had fallen deep into this. However, she had Zhou Xian by her side, so even if she died, there was nothing to be afraid of. You may want to die, but I don't. Zhou Xian bitterly smiled and rolled his eyes. He really wasn't willing to die here. He had too many things to do and he couldn't die on the Heaven-awakened planet. That's where you're wrong, little Chenzi. Don't you know how to be tender to a lady? Shouldn't you be more affectionate in such a situation? De Huang said with a smile. Even if he was facing a great enemy and death was imminent, he didn't have any fear. With Zhou Xian and his brothers here, he had no fear. F***ck off. Zhou Xian angrily roared. He turned to look at the six-ridged coiling dragon and unleashed another savage attack. The power of one claw tore through the air. Zhou Xian raised his sword and his sword energy was like frost. He wanted to resist the six-ridged coiling dragon, but in the end he was slapped into the water. Only now did he realize how laughable his strength was in front of the six-ridged coiling dragon. This was the first time Zhou Xian had suffered such a powerful blow, and he had been defeated without any suspense. He had been mentally prepared, but he hadn't expected it to be so tragic. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Hearing the wails around him, Zhou Xian felt a headache coming on. It was simply unrealistic for him to escape without defeating the six-ridged coiling dragon. That's right. Big Dipper Magic Defense Formation. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. With so many horsemen of the apocalypse, they could help him form a formation. With De Huang by his side, once the formation was formed, they might be able to block the six-ridged coiling dragon's attack if they joined forces. However, could these hundreds of people really form the Big Dipper Magic Defense Formation? Zhou Xian didn't dare to believe it, let alone be sure, but this was his only chance. De Huang, help me set up the formation. We still have one last attack, the Big Dipper Magic Defense Formation. If this formation can't stop the six-ridged coiling dragon, then perhaps we really will have to wait for death. Zhou Xian said without hesitation, his eyes extremely solemn. Okay. Tell me to go east and I won't go west. De Huang said firmly. He supported Zhou Xian and would advance and retreat with him. No one understood Zhou Xian better than him. Everyone, I still have one last plan. Whether we can survive or not depends on everyone. As long as you are willing to follow me and set up the formation, there will be a chance of survival. Zhou Xian's roar reverberated across the river. The 400 horsemen looked at each other with incomparable relief in their eyes. Although it was only the last resort and there was only a slim chance of survival, it was better than waiting for death here, wasn't it? No one was a coward. They all had the same dream, to become horsemen of the apocalypse and fight for the apocalypse planet. We will listen to Commander Zhang's instructions. The hundreds of people said in unison, waiting for Zhou Xian's arrangements. They didn't want to die and wanted to leave this place alive. Even if they died, they shouldn't die in such a cowardly manner. Being killed by this peerless demon was too unfair to them. Okay, set up the formation and listen to my command. Big Dipper Demon Defense Formation. Zhou Xian shouted and began to set up the formation. But at this time the six-ridged coiling dragon did not give them any chance. Not long after, another shocking claw set off countless layers of huge waves, and everyone quickly took shape. They were well-trained horsemen to begin with, so Zhou Xian's words were the best medicine for them. De Huang followed beside Zhou Xian and set up the formation with Zhou Xian. It was impossible for Zhou Xian to complete the Big Dipper Demon Defense Formation with hundreds of people by himself. The heavy burden on De Huang could not be underestimated. Zhou Xian pointed out the mountains and rivers, and the horsemen split into 8 directions. De Huang followed Zhou Xian again and again to stabilize the formation, striving to resist the six-ridged coiling dragon's attack. If the Big Dipper Demon Defense Formation failed again, they could only admit defeat. Zhou Xian used all his skills and acted as the formation eye with De Huang, stabilizing the hundreds of horsemen. The formation had just been formed, and it was facing the heavy attack of the six-ridged coiling dragon. Rumble. The six-ridged coiling dragon's giant claw pressed down on the Big Dipper demon defense formation of Zhou Xian and the others, forcing them back dozens of steps. But at this time, a layer of golden light of the 8 trigrams appeared above the formation. It was a combination of the 36 Big Dipper and the Big Dipper. It was very powerful and actually blocked the six-ridged coiling dragon's attack. Everyone was incomparably excited and almost jumped up. Zhou Xian was too ferocious. This formation had given them hope of survival. What a great Heavenly Dipper demon defense formation. These horsemen knew very well that their hope had come. Don't continue fighting. Retreat quickly. Zhou Qian's words woke them up from a dream, and they did not dare to continue fighting. If they could not block the next attack, they would still be killed by this peerless demon. Chapter 4867. Quick. Quick, quick, quick. We're saved. Is it finally coming out? Be careful of the six-ridged coiling dragon. Countless people were terrified and their bodies were trembling. The last attack was unleashed. The six spines coiling dragon soared into the sky and swung its tail, smashing onto the Big Dipper defensive formation. Zhou Xian and the hundreds of men were sent flying away. The formation had been destroyed, but they had already rushed out of the Water Curtain Mountain. Everyone dragged their injured bodies out of the Water Curtain Mountain. At this moment, the six-ridged coiling dragon didn't seem to have the intention to rush out of the Water Curtain Mountain to chase after them. Roar, roar, roar. A thunderous roar tore through everyone's eardrums, but the six-ridged coiling dragon turned around and left unwillingly. The Water Curtain Mountain seemed to be its cage. No one knew whether it was because it couldn't leave the Water Curtain Mountain or for some other reason. In short, they finally escaped from death this time. As the eyes of the formation, Zhou Xian and De Huang had mastered more attacks. If they hadn't left the Water Curtain Mountain at the last moment, their formation wouldn't have been able to resist the peerless great demon. We're finally out. Zhou Qian's face was pale. He was sweating profusely and blood was flowing everywhere. He collapsed heavily on the ground with a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. It was a narrow escape from death. It was a close call. This time it was too close. We did it. We did it. Little Qinzi. Ah. De Huang patted Zhou Qian's shoulder and said. At this time they finally completed the counterattack and escaped. For anyone it was unimaginable. More than 400 people were finally saved. This was an unimaginable rescue operation. Zhou Qian's name was imprinted in everyone's heart at this moment. Because without Zhou Qian, they wouldn't have been able to leave the Water Curtain Mountain alive. The death of Commander Nia and the appearance of the six-ridged coiling dragon made them tremble in fear. But in the end, Zhou Qian single-handedly turned the situation around. This was witnessed by everyone. Thank you, Commander Zhang, for saving our lives. We will forever be grateful and follow you until death. Waves of roars could be heard. Hundreds of people knelt down on one knee. All of them were filled with gratitude towards Zhou Qian. What could be greater than saving their lives? Nie Yunfeng and Qin Wanshan had become the past. No matter how they died, it had nothing to do with them. However, Zhou Qian had sincerely saved their lives. This was obvious to all and no one could forget. A newly advanced knight, a young man who was half a step into the star level, had been entrusted with a mission in the face of danger, but he had pulled them, the old knights, back from the brink of death. This was an achievement that no one could erase. Zhou Qian felt the passion and gratitude of the horsemen of the apocalypse and felt quite gratified. Strength was what everyone expected. Zhou Qian was their savior. This time, Zhou Qian's name resounded like thunder in their ears, and they would never forget it. I didn't expect that even the six-ridged coiling dragon wouldn't be able to do anything to you. I've really underestimated you. Luo Ying's eyes were full of splendor as she looked at Zhou Qian. Her eyes were filled with gratification. Needless to say, Zhou Qian was a peerless expert that was one in a million. Tong Ling was no longer surprised by Zhou Qian's strength, but De Huang and Zhou Qian were fighting side by side and presiding over the array formation. This made her extremely excited and she could not hide the admiration in her heart. Her love for him became even stronger. The horsemen of the apocalypse are facing internal and external troubles. Now is the time for manpower, so let's go back first. I'm quite sad that we lost Commander Qin and Commander Nia on this expedition. Zhou Qian's grief-stricken expression made all the horsemen sigh silently. It seemed that Commander Zhang was truly a sentimental person. He was affectionate and righteous, and he was more than enough to be their commander. Moreover, his strength was clearly more convincing than that of Commander Nier and Commander Chen. We will obey Commander's teachings. All the horsemen lined up and followed Jiang Qin back to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. When Jiang Qin returned to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Yu Huan rushed up to him immediately. However, he did not expect that this team was actually led by Jiang Qin. What about Nie Yunfeng? It seems that you are quite proud of yourself, Yu Huan said with a cold smile. He stood in front of Jiang Qin, giving him tit for tat. He even had a bad premonition. Could it be that Nie Yunfeng had encountered some mishap? Could it be that Jiang Qin was behind this? I dare not. Commanders Qin Wanshan and Nie Yunfeng died on Water Curtain Mountain. I'm very sad, so how could I dare to feel proud of myself? Jiang Qin said Leng Leng. He did not care about Yu Huan at all. His goal was to find an opportunity to kill Yu Huan. What? You said that Qin Wanshan and Nie Yunfeng are both dead? Yu Huan glared at Jiang Qin said. They are indeed dead, and more than 100 horsemen of the apocalypse were lost. However, I did not kill them, so why are you yelling at me? A loser dares to speak so boldly? Jiang Qin sneered. Yu Huan's anger rose. This Jiang Qin was really becoming more and more arrogant. He originally wanted Nie Yunfeng to kill him, but he did not expect Nie Yunfeng to be killed in the end. Even Qin Wanshan and hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse were unlucky. Yu Huan's eyes narrowed and his hatred for Jiang Qin deepened. As the acting captain, you failed to meet your standards and caused the horsemen of the apocalypse to lose more than 100 generals. Even commanders Nie Yunfeng and Qin Wanshan died with resentment. Do you know your crime? Commander Qin Wanshan and Commander Nie Yunfeng must have been framed by you. Why didn't the two of them come? Why did you have to come? Yu Huan questioned Jiang Qin one after another. He naturally did not want to let Jiang Qin have an easy time. The two of them were already like fire and water, and it was difficult for them to get along. Are you here to denounce me? Jiang Qin said with a faint smile. I'm not denouncing you. I'm rewarding you according to your contributions. Unfortunately, you are not qualified, so you must be punished severely. Yu Huan's words were sharp, and he would not rest until Jiang Qin was dead. He's right. The deaths of Commander Nie and Commander Qin are very strange. But you just happened to come back, and you even lost 100 of my generals. We really should investigate this thoroughly. Guards, take him away first. We'll discuss this later. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. Just as Yu Huan and Jiang Qin were at loggerheads, Zhang Tiance, the vice-captain of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, appeared, looking like he had everything planned out. As a stellar-level expert, the moment he appeared, he pressured Jiang Qin so much that he could not breathe. He deliberately released his aura to suppress Jiang Qin. Thank you, Captain Zhang, for upholding justice. The cause of Commander Nie and Commander Chen's death is unknown, and it is still unknown. Furthermore, there were such great losses. As the highest commander, Jiang Qin indeed deserves to be punished. In my opinion, he should be beheaded in public as a warning to others. If he dares to be negligent in the future, Jiang Qin will not be able to escape the blame for the deaths of my generals. Chapter 4868. That's right. We've just joined the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, yet we don't have any rules at all and even cause trouble everywhere. Looks like we should reconsider. Zhang Tian's voice was deafening like a great bell. Commander Jiang is indeed our highest commander, but he only temporarily assumed the position of commander because we requested it. Moreover, it's not his fault that hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse died. It was Commander Nie who brought them out, and they met with mishaps. As for Commander Chen's death, Commander Jiang is not to be blamed. If it weren't for him, we would have died without a burial place. That's right. We encountered the six-ridged coiling dragon on Mount Water Curtain, and Commander Jiang led us out of danger by himself. Otherwise, we would have all been buried here. Vice Commander, please reconsider. Commander Jiang is a true pillar of the apocalypse, unparalleled in the entire Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Everyone pleaded. Zhang Tian's expression was gloomy. When he heard about the six-ridged coiling dragon, his pupils constricted and his expression changed slightly. Do you mean to say that even I am not worthy of standing on the right of a freshman? Our Horsemen of the Apocalypse has always been fair in rewards and punishments. We will never hope for anyone, nor will we let anyone off. Zhang Tian's shouted sternly. Suddenly everyone fell silent. Vice Commander Zhang was a stellar-level powerhouse. How could they dare disobey his orders? Qin Wanshan was a coward and Ye Yunfeng fished for fame. What's there to lament about their deaths? Vice Commander Zhang is right. Our horsemen of the apocalypse has always been fair in rewards and punishments. We will never let anyone who has harmed us off, nor will we let anyone suffer injustice. I only have one question for all of you. Commander Zhang, did he really save all of you by himself? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white robe with his hands in his sleeves walked over with a smile. Greetings, Commander Zhou. Everyone bowed. At this time Zhang Tian's expression changed. What do you mean, Vice Commander Zhou? Could it be that I still wish for him to succeed? The deaths of Qin Wanshan and Ye Yunfeng are true, and it's also true that our horsemen of the apocalypse lost hundreds of generals. Don't tell me someone needs to bear this responsibility? Zhang Tian said coldly. Although that's true, so many horsemen of the apocalypse don't dare to agree. I want to hear everyone's opinion. Do you think Jiang Qin should be punished? Zhuo Luanhui said with a chuckle. When everyone saw leader Zhuo, they were instantly energized. Jiang Qin saving me is equivalent to putting me through fire and water. I will never give up on this great favor of life and death. We swear to follow Commander Jiang Qin to the death. We pledge our lives to follow Commander Jiang Qin. More than 400 horsemen of the apocalypse spoke in unison. At that moment, Zhang Tianzi and Yu Huan's expressions did not look good. As the saying went, the law did not punish the masses. At this time, even 10 heavenly strategies could not make things difficult for Jiang Qin. Did you see that? This is the power of the masses. I don't know what method Jiang Qin used, nor do I know how charming he is to make more than 400 people trust him. Even Qin Wanshan and Ye Yunfeng couldn't do that. This is the talent that our horsemen of the apocalypse needs. This is a true commander. To be able to lead them to escape from the hands of the six-spine coiling dragon, you are really impressive. From now on, these 500 people will be under your command. You will be the deputy commander of the Kuei Mu Alliance and take over from Ye Yunfeng. Don't let me down in the future. Zhuo Luanhui nodded slightly and looked at Jiang Qin with a kind smile. This is the will of the 3 deputy commanders of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Commander Zhuo Luanhui, it seems that Commander Zhuo thinks very highly of you. Luo Ying whispered in Jiang Qin's ear. Thank you, Commander Zhuo. Jiang Qin will definitely make contributions to the horsemen of the apocalypse and protect the apocalypse planet. He is duty-bound. Jiang Qin nodded with a smile. Good. The younger generation will surpass us in time, ha. Commander Zhang, do you want to have a drink with me? Zhuo Luanhui's appearance made Zhang Tian's very passive and embarrassed. Needless to say, Yu Huan directly turned around and left with Zhang Tian's. Commander Zhuo and Commander Zhang usually don't get along, but his words are still effective. He appointed a deputy commander who is not in China. However, Commander Zhuo usually doesn't care much about the horsemen of the apocalypse. Since he can help you this time, it shows that he still values you very much. Luo Ying said. I hope so. It seems that this deputy commander Zhang has a problem with me. Jiang Qin murmured. Yu Huan was Zhang Tian's man, and Ye Yunfeng was also very close. This person died outside, but he came back safe and sound. He even defeated Yu Huan before. It seemed that Zhang Tian's wanted to make a move on him. You don't have to worry about this for the time being. With Commander Zhuo personally appointing you, even if Zhang Tian's wants to make a move on you, he will definitely have to ask for Commander Zhuo's face. As for Yu Huan, you have to be careful. God knows if this guy will do something desperate. Luo Ying couldn't help but worry for Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin had just entered the horsemen of the apocalypse, but Yu Huan was Deputy Commander Zhang's man and was a veteran here. Even if something happened in the horsemen of the apocalypse, no one would be surprised. However, after Jiang Qin returned this time, he was personally appointed by Zhuo Luanhui as the deputy commander, which shocked many people. The more than 400 horsemen of the apocalypse were extremely respectful to Jiang Qin because they had all been saved by Jiang Qin. At this time, they would definitely not ignore Jiang Qin's safety. Brothers, go back and rest first. After all, this battle has been going on for a long time and everyone must be exhausted. Your health is more important. Jiang Qin waved his hand and everyone's eyes lit up. Commander Jiang was really considerate of them. Following Jiang Qin out of Mount Water Curtain was definitely the most important experience in their lives. Jiang Chen thought about it for a long time. Yu Huan wanted to kill him, so how could he not want to kill him? Only by killing Yu Huan could De Huang walk out openly. Otherwise he would have to stay in the Buddha prison pagoda forever. After all, in the entire Horsemen of the Apocalypse, only Yu Huan had seen De Huang's human identity. You should also quickly go back and see your mother. If there's anything, come to me at any time. I may need to cultivate for a while. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Ying. Luo Ying was definitely worried about her mother. Although her condition had improved, she had not completely recovered. Luo Ying bid farewell to Jiang Chen, but after this battle, Jiang Chen's position in her heart had become even more important. Chapter 4869. After leaving the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Jiang Chen went straight to the Galaxy auction house in the city. When Sun Dashing saw Jiang Chen coming, his face was full of smiles. He led him into the inner hall and served him some fragrant tea. May I know why you're here today, sir? Sun Dashing said with a smile. I'm here to see young Master Lu. Is the eldest young master here? Jiang Chen took a sip of tea and said in a low voice. Yes. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go and invite the eldest young master. Not long after, Sun Dashing came to find Lu Dehua. Lu Dehua sent Sun Dashing away and was very excited to see Jiang Chen. Ah, Brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for a long time. I've missed you so much. Now I should call you Commander Jiang, right? Lu Dehua's eyes were full of envy and even admiration. It seems that you're well informed. Jiang Chen said noncommittally. In this heavenly awakening Milky Way city, if I'm not well informed, how can I do business? Ah, Brother Jiang, I'm afraid you came to find me for something, right? Lu Dehua smiled. He was happy that Jiang Chen came to find him. He was most afraid that he couldn't help Jiang Chen. If that happened, Lu Dehua would be in a very passive position. Especially when it came to favors, they had to be reciprocated. Lu Dehua had taken care of Jiang Chen before, and Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be ungrateful. Lu Dehua believed that he had always been very accurate in judging people. Indeed, I need a pill recipe. I don't know if Brother Lu can find it. Jiang Chen said bluntly. Brother Jiang, just say it. As long as I can get it, I won't let you down. Lu Dehua also patted his chest and said. Okay, then I won't be polite. I believe the Galaxy auction house will definitely not let me down. Jiang Chen's smile gradually rose. What I'm looking for is an elixir recipe that can allow one to break through to the star level. I wonder if Brother Lu will find it difficult? Lu Dehua sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. His heart was in turmoil. Jiang Chen's strength had just broken through and reached the half-step star level. This was already very shocking to him. Now he actually wanted to find a pill to break through to the star level. This guy's appetite was really big. Forgive my bluntness, Brother Jiang. Your talent is definitely 1 in a million. I firmly believe that. However, after this battle, you've just broken through from the peak of the Star Emperor realm to the first level of the star transformation. You'll have to go through 3 levels of the star transformation to break through to the star level. I'm afraid that even an unparalleled genius would need 100 years to accomplish this. And to tell you the truth, after 3 levels of the star transformation, if you can't break through to the star level, then all your efforts will be in vain. Your strength will fall and the star core in your body will not be able to condense and you will never have the chance to transform. Do you know that in the inner city, many knights of the apocalypse have failed to break through to the star level? Their strength will forever stay at the 3rd level of the star transformation, which is the so-called first person below the star level. However, they will also forever lose the chance to break through. So, without more than 80% confidence, almost no one will be willing to try. The reason why star-level powerhouses are so strong and so rare is because of this. Once they break through to the star level, they can do whatever they want in the entire star field. Therefore, there are many people who are half a step into the star level, but those who have truly broken through to the star level are all monstrous. I don't have any other intentions in saying this. I just want you to think carefully before you act. You're only at the 1st level of the star transformation. For now, I don't recommend you to use elixirs to complete your breakthrough. Instead, you should move steadily and surely. To be honest, Brother Jiang, I feel that your future city is immeasurable, so you must not advance rashly. These are all my priceless advice. I hope that Brother Jiang will consider it carefully before making a decision. Lu Dehua's earnest advice made Jiang Chen quite grateful. However, he still had to ask for the elixir recipe. He didn't have that much time to wait. 100 years was not a short period of time. As long as he broke through one day earlier, he would have the opportunity to look for Feng Er, and the danger to Feng Er would be reduced. Even if it was to spoil a seedling to help it grow, Xianxia had to break through as soon as possible. There's only one chance to break through to the star level through the third level of the star transformation. Seems like I still can't let my guard down. However, I still want to ask Brother Lu, I wonder if you can get this elixir for breaking through to the star level. Xianxia will be eternally grateful. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Sai, this elixir recipe does exist, but it's a top secret treasure of my Star River auction house. In the past 10,000 years, I've never heard of anyone being able to refine it. Even if I give it to you, you might not be able to do it. It's said that even a star-level alchemist failed to refine it. Lu Dehua said helplessly. In that case, you do have the elixir recipe? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, filled with joy. After all, this belongs to my Star River auction house. I have to be responsible for my Star River auction house. Brother Jiang, I hope you can understand. I only have one request. If you are able to concoct this pill, you must give one to my Star River auction house. If you can't, then consider it as me doing you a favor. However, this pill formula cannot be leaked out. I hope Brother Jiang will agree to this. Lu Dehua said seriously. After all, the Star River auction house didn't belong to him alone. It could be said that it was a huge business that concerned the entire Heaven Awakening Star region. Of course, if I succeed, I definitely won't let the Star River auction house lose everything. Jiang Chen thanked him profusely and nodded. Lu Dehua's advice came from the bottom of his heart. However, if he could really refine this elixir, breaking through to the star level would be just around the corner. In that case, I won't force you. Brother Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll go get the elixir recipe for you now. After Lu Dehua finished speaking, he turned and left. A moment later, he returned with a jade slip in his hand and handed it to Jiang Chen. His expression was extremely solemn. Brother Jiang, this is the elixir recipe for the 5-barrier pill. Even my Star River auction house doesn't have a single 5-barrier pill. Okay, I hope I won't let Brother Lu down. After thanking Lu Dehua, Jiang Chen left the Star River auction house and returned to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. As a deputy commander, Jiang Chen was assigned a residence on a mountain peak. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse had tens of thousands of knights, but the Horsemen of the Apocalypse had vast territory and abundant resources. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles was their territory, and there were many mountain residences for cultivation. Ordinary horsemen of the apocalypse naturally lived in places with the weakest Genesis chi. For officers like Jiang Chen, the cultivation residences arranged for them were more spacious and had richer spiritual chi. Jiang Chen unfolded the jade slip and his mind trembled. The 5-barrier pill had the effect of breaking through layers of barriers. It was an excellent elixir for breaking through to the star level. There weren't many things needed, only 5, but they made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle. Rootless water, rootless wind, rootless fire, rootless vine, and rootless flower. Only these 5 things could be used to refine the 5-barrier pill. The rootless wind could be replaced by the eternal immortal wind, and Jiang Chen also had the rootless fire. Any of the 5 elemental divine fires could be used. But where could he find the rootless water, rootless vine, and rootless flower? Chapter 4870. Damn it, it's the Water Curtain Mountain again. I just got out of that damned place. Jiang Chen was a little depressed. He almost died there, and now he had to go to the Water Curtain Mountain to look for the rootless water, rootless vines, and rootless flowers. Wasn't that courting death? If he encountered the 6-back coiled dragon again, he might not be so lucky this time. Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on. Forget it, I'll eat the egg first. It's more important to improve my strength first. Jiang Chen took out the 6-back coiled dragon's egg. This guy's energy was extraordinary. Whether Jiang Chen could break through all depended on this egg. The reason why Jiang Chen was able to escape from the Water Curtain Mountain was all because of this egg. Jiang Chen naturally cherished it. Now that he was already a half-step star grade expert, breaking through to the star grade seemed easy, but in fact it was still very far away. Even Lu Dehua had said that if he tried to break through by force or even concocting pills, all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore Jiang Chen decided to play it safe first. After entering the Buddha prison palace, Jiang Chen ordered the Black King to guard him. On the other hand, if Jiang Chen ate the dragon egg alone, he would lose a lot of Genesis chi. Letting the Black King absorb the Genesis Chi around him was enough to improve his strength. Little Chinzi, I've absorbed about 70%. Kikik, I'm afraid I'll fall behind you this time. Once I break through, I'll be able to reach the third level of the half-step star state star transformation. De Huang was still cultivating, but when he saw Jiang Qin enter the Buddha prison palace, he couldn't help but tease him. It seems that this dragon egg has brought you a lot of benefits. Jiang Qin smiled. If De Huang could reach the third level of the star transformation, it would be a good thing for him. Even if he was still some distance away from the true star state, at least he saw some hope. You're going to fall behind me again, Kikik. After saying that, De Huang began to cultivate. Jiang Qin tightly gripped the dragon egg with both hands as he took in a deep breath. His expression was solemn as the Genesis Chi in his body continuously surged, beginning to intertwine with the dragon egg. Time passed second by second. Even Jiang Qin did not expect him to devour the dragon egg so quickly. In less than half a day he had already devoured more than half of it. The Genesis Chi in the dragon egg had almost perfectly fused with him, without the slightest bit of rejection. This was because Jiang Qin now had a true dragon body, so it was no problem for him to absorb the dragon egg's Genesis Chi. Jiang Qin felt as if he was melting into water without any resistance. After another 4 hours, Jiang Qin had completely absorbed the 6-spine coiling dragon's egg. His strength had also reached the second level of the star transformation. Even Black King, who was absorbing the leftovers from the dragon egg that Jiang Qin had devoured, had also reached the third level of the star transformation. Jiang Qin felt that his strength had greatly improved again. The Yuan Qi in his body continued to gather and disperse, becoming more condensed. Once it had completely fused and formed a star, it would be time for a breakthrough. Jiang Qin was now confident that he could finish off a third-level star transformation expert within 10 moves. If it was Yu Huan, a single punch would be enough. As for a true star transformation expert, Jiang Qin did not know how strong they were, but he was unlikely to be a match for them. However, if he wanted to escape, it would not be so easy for his opponent to catch him. When Jiang Qin finished his cultivation, he found that De Huang was almost done devouring. Kikik, little Chinzi, you're definitely not as fast as me. This time CKU. You actually absorbed all of the dragon eggs. Faster, thief. The heavens are unfair. No, I'm going to use you to practice. Come. De Huang's expression was very ugly. He originally thought that he could surpass Jiang Qin, but this guy's speed of absorbing the dragon egg was simply too shocking. Right now, I'm at the third level of the star transformation and you're at the second level. If I don't teach you a lesson now, I won't have another chance in the future. De Huang was eager to try. Come as you wish. Battle intent flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. He also wanted to properly test his strength, and De Huang had delivered himself to his doorstep. De Huang was the first to attack. His strength was unparalleled, and even Black King repeatedly praised him, feeling inferior. However, he was even more shocked when he saw Jiang Qin attack. Jiang Qin's strength completely crushed De Huang's. Although De Huang was stronger, Jiang Qin's foundation was stronger, and his Genesis Chi was more tyrannical and condensed. After 10 moves, De Huang was chased by Jiang Qin and hit from behind. A bitter expression appeared on De Huang's face as he cursed. Little Chinzi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Taking advantage of the situation to avenge your personal grudge. Forget it, Master Dog won't lower himself to your level. Big Yellow said with a gloomy face. Jiang Qin hadn't even used his dragon transformation yet, but he was already at his limit. Jiang Qin's Genesis Chi wasn't on the same level as his. It was at least 10 times more powerful than his. You win this time, but it's not a glorious win. You already have the body of a true dragon, so you naturally absorbed the 6-spine coiled dragon's egg faster and better than me. De Huang was still looking for excuses for himself. He snorted coldly and refused to admit defeat. Jiang Qin was too lazy to argue with him. By the way, little Chinzi, you should quickly get rid of that commander you. I'm going to grow hairs if I stay here for too long. Master Dog doesn't want to spend the rest of my life alone in this Buddha prison tower. My little sister is waiting for me outside. De Huang said, shaking his head. Don't worry, I'll do it as soon as possible. It's better not to do things like trampling on innocent women. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes at De Huang. Hey, this is called charm. Master Dog is about to reach the pinnacle of life. Don't hold me back. Get lost. Jiang Qin kicked De Huang's butt and left the Buddha prison tower. The next day the horn was blown to signal the assembly of the Apocalypse cavalry. 5,000 of them gathered in one place. Zhang Tian's personally instructed them. All of them looked very nervous. Jiang Qin stood in the middle of the group of commanders. There were a total of 10 vice-commanders and 2 commanders. All of them stood behind Zhang Tian's. What's going on? Commander Zhang has summoned us. Something big must have happened, right? Who knows? But looking at Commander Zhang's anxious look, it shouldn't be a simple matter. It seems like a great demon escaped from the 100-ghost bamboo forest. I heard there are traces of it. Is that true? Looks like there's going to be a big mobilization this time. Everyone looked at each other and whispered. Silence. Yu Huan shouted in a low voice and stood beside Zhang Tian's. He was indeed a close lackey. His flattering look made Jiang Qin feel very uncomfortable. Thousands of Apocalypse Knights stood in formation, waiting for Zhang Tian's instructions. Recently, the great demons of the Heaven-Awakened Silver River City have been running amok. As the protectors of the Heaven-Awakened Silver River City, we are naturally responsible. Now that we have discovered a great demon that escaped from the 100 Ghosts bamboo forest, we have to kill it to prevent it from harming the world. This time I will personally lead the team. Deputy Commander Zhang was leading the team personally. Everyone was excited. They were a little nervous about a dangerous place like the Water Screen Mountain. However, since Deputy Commander Zhang was leading the team personally, this battle would be much easier. Jiang Qin, you've been to the Water Screen Mountain before and made a great contribution. This time you'll be the vanguard. I believe that you won't let down the position of Vice Commander in this battle of bravery. Chapter 4871. Vanguard. Jiang Qin sneered in his heart. Wasn't it just risking his life? However, Jiang Qin couldn't refuse. After all, this was an order from the regiment commander. He could only nod in response. Good. For my heaven-awakening galaxy city, protect this piece of pure land. I will lead the charge. Let's go. Zhang Tian said in a deep voice. He commanded the 3 troops to set off once again towards the Water Curtain Mountain. Jiang Qin didn't know if this news was good or bad. The great demon that escaped from the 100 Ghosts bamboo forest rushed into the Water Curtain Mountain, and the materials needed to refine the 5-barrier pill were also in the Water Curtain Mountain. To him, if he could find the materials to refine the 5-barrier pill, he would be very lucky. However, if he couldn't, he might lose his life here. This Zhang Tian's wanted him to be the vanguard. His purpose was to suppress him, weaken him, and even kill him. Yu Huan's lips curled into a cold smile. He was very satisfied with Zhang Tian's arrangement. It was as if he was telling Jiang Qin that his time of death had come. Jiang Qin had no choice but to go forward despite knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain. However, he couldn't disobey a military order. Moreover, this trip to the Water Curtain Mountain was imperative. At the foot of the Water Curtain Mountain, in front of the tent of the 3 troops, they set up camp. It was already dusk. In Zhang Tian's tent, a man in a blue robe appeared. He was shrouded in darkness. My master has ordered me to fully cooperate with Vice Regiment Commander Zhang to kill someone. The blue-robed man said in a low voice. Who? Zhang Tian's frowned. Jiang Qin. His corpse, his storage ring, everything. My master said that as long as Vice Regiment Commander Zhang handles this matter well, you can raise any conditions. The blue-robed man said. Zhang Tian's breathing stagnated, his expression becoming more and more solemn. He knew that Jiang Qin probably had everything that person wanted. If he could raise any conditions, it meant that the things on Jiang Qin were too important to Mr. I will definitely do my best to help Mr. Zhang Tian's thought for a moment and said solemnly. I thank Vice Regiment Commander Zhang on behalf of Mr. The blue-robed man bowed slightly and walked out of the tent. His figure was like a shuttle and his footsteps were like the wind disappearing into the sunset. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Zhang Tian's commanded the 3 armies to attack the Water Curtain Mountain, searching for the great devil that had escaped from the 100 Ghosts bamboo forest. Jiang Qin, you'll be the vanguard. Lead your 400 men and investigate the enemy. Zhang Tian said in a deep voice. Understood. Jiang Qin hated Zhang Tian's to the core. However, there was nothing he could do at this time. After all, the hard, tiring and dangerous work were all done by the vanguard. Jiang Qin led more than 400 people and quickly charged forward. However, at this time he discovered that Luo Ying had not come. She had disappeared without a trace. He asked Tong Ling, but she also did not know anything. By the way, Jiangchen, what about De Huang? Tong Ling asked in a low voice with a hint of shyness at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry. As long as Yu Huan is not here, he can come out. Look, isn't he right beside you? With a thought, Jiangchen opened the Buddha prison pagoda, and De Huang directly appeared beside Tong Ling. Tong Ling's face changed drastically, and she could not stop blushing. Miss, are you looking for me? Big Yellow said in a serious manner. Tong Ling lowered her head and did not dare to speak at all. Jiangchen smiled and could not be bothered to tease the two of them. He quickly led the troops forward, continuously advancing into the depths of the water curtain mountain. Jiangchen constantly prayed in his heart, hoping that he would not encounter the six-spine coiling dragon this time. Otherwise it would be another bloody battle. In half a day, Jiangchen and the others had already entered hundreds of miles into the water curtain mountain. There were scouts constantly reporting military intelligence. The journey was rather boring and they did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts. How boring. Is the vanguard so relaxed? De Huang was bored to death. However, as soon as De Huang's voice fell, a huge vortex appeared in front of them. Black shadows kept darting out of the vortex. They looked like zebras, black and white, but there were very few white patterns. They had hands behind their backs, which was very strange. Jiangchen had never seen such a thing before. These are the Sky Meng unique to the Water Curtain Mountain. They are very powerful. It seems that all of them have half-step star state combat power, and their leader is even stronger. Yes, Commander Jiang, let's retreat quickly. There are hundreds of Sky Meng. Even if we fight them, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. The outcome of the battle is still unknown. That's right. There is no need for us to clash with them. After we meet up with the main force, they will definitely not dare to do anything to us. Many people tried to dissuade Jiangchen. There is indeed no need for us to fight them. Jiangchen nodded. It wasn't that he was timid. These Sky Meng were unique to the Water Curtain Mountain and there were quite a lot of them. They did not come for this, so they naturally did not want to clash with them. Retreat slowly, Jiangchen ordered. However, at this moment, a person rushed out and shot a spear toward the group of Sky Meng, immediately angering them. The hundreds of Sky Meng also noticed Jiangchen and the hundreds of humans. The so-called vanguard must open a path in mountains and build a bridge in rivers. How dare we retreat? Kill. The horseman of the apocalypse shouted angrily, standing not far from Jiangchen. Many people wanted to slap him. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Sun Qi, aren't you under Yu Huan's command? Why are you in our team? Aren't you courting death? Someone shouted angrily. Jiangchen's face was gloomy. At this moment he already understood that this person was a spy. Wasn't it clear that he wanted him to open a path? Moreover, there was clearly no need to fight, but he still wanted to stir up trouble. Who could stand it? Wasn't this an unnecessary sacrifice? He was purposely stirring up a conflict. This was the only way for Jiangchen's vanguard to do what he was supposed to do, suppress Jiangchen and stop at nothing. His goal was naturally to kill him. Bastard Sun Qi, you're courting death. Damn it, I'll kill you. Faster thief. Aren't you the black sheep of the herd? You've caused trouble for everyone. Everyone blamed Sun Qi. After all, he was not an old subordinate of their team. Jiangchen already knew about the people under Yu Huan's command. In front of a great enemy, the vanguard's job is to clear the obstacles, but you're afraid of the slightest thing. There are no cowards in the horsemen of the apocalypse. You're simply too disappointing. Jiangchen, you deserve to be punished. Sun Qi was not afraid at all. He was Yu Huan's man and Deputy Commander Zhang's man. How could Jiangchen dare to touch him? Moreover, what he said was reasonable and well-founded. Many people were speechless. At this time, Sun Qi's words were not without reason, but he was acting recklessly. The vanguard's job was indeed to clear the obstacles, but there was no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Disregarding the law, disobeying orders and disturbing the morale of our troops. On the battlefield, military orders must be obeyed. Kill. Sacrifice to the heavens, sacrifice to the war. Jiangchen shouted in a deep voice. Everyone's spirits rose, including Sun Qi's face, which instantly darkened. Jiangchen, you dare. I'm Commander Yu's deputy, appointed by Deputy Commander Zhang. You dare to kill me? So what if I kill you? I'm the deputy commander in charge of the vanguard, but you're shouting in front of me, disobeying orders and disregarding the law. Not only do you not care about me, the commander, but you also want to be the first to act. I haven't given the order, so how dare you act on your own? Who gave you the guts? If we don't kill you, how can we calm the morale of our troops? Chapter 48-72. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Sun Qi was scared out of his wits. He thought that Deputy Commander Zhang's name could intimidate Jiang Chen, but he did not expect Jiang Chen to be fearless and even accuse him of disobeying orders. In the army, disobeying orders was a capital offense. Kill. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, De Huang raised his saber and swung it horizontally, directly cutting off Sun Qi's head with lightning speed. Blood splattered in the sky and everyone's spirits rose. All of this happened too suddenly. Sun Qi had brought everyone into danger. He deserved to be killed. Good kill. So good that everyone slapped the table and cheered. From then on, no one dared to disobey military orders anymore. Seeing that the group of sky ferocious beasts had already charged over, this battle was inevitable. Tong Ling, take 3 people and send a message back to the main force. The vanguard has encountered enemies and urgently needs reinforcements. Jiang Chen said. Yes, sir. Tong Ling wanted to participate in the battle, but she could not disobey Jiang Chen's orders, so she could only take the 3 people and go to the rear to seek reinforcements. Soldiers, follow me into battle. Kill. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he took the lead and charged into the sky ferocious beasts on the dragon horse. Kill. The 400 horsemen of the apocalypse followed Jiang Chen without hesitation. Back then on this water curtain mountain, they had not retreated even when facing the star level 6 ridged coiling dragon. Today they were the vanguard, so they could not easily retreat in this battle. Tong Ling and the others quickly retreated without stopping. They didn't dare to delay at all because they didn't know if there were stronger stellar-level great beasts behind the group of Tianmeng. However, at this moment, a meteor-like afterimage shot out and stood on the river surface, shrouded in a blue robe. It's you? What do you want? Tong Ling's face darkened. He knew the blue-robed man in front of him. Back in the dark forest, the Snow Mountain Demon's lair, the person who had plotted against them was him. I don't want to do anything. If you want to cross this path, you have to leave your head behind. The blue-robed man said with a smile. Tong Ling, you know him? The horseman of the apocalypse next to him exclaimed. Back when I was in my hometown Norton City, I was once plotted against by this fellow. I almost lost my life. You guys better be careful. Tong Ling whispered. It looks like he wants to block our way. Another horseman said. I don't care anymore. The battle ahead is urgent. I have to end it quickly. Tong Ling gritted his teeth. All right. The 4 of them worked together and charged at the blue-robed man. At this moment, the blue-robed man also moved and rushed towards the 4 of them. 5 streaks of light instantly intertwined with each other. The blue-robed man wanted to stop them. If he could use these demonic beasts to kill Jiang Chen, it would naturally be more comfortable. Therefore, cutting off their reinforcements was the most important thing. Tong Ling and the others attacked with killing intent, so they did not dare to be careless. If they were a second slower, they might lose the life of a horseman, so they could not delay. However, the blue-robed young man was extremely careful. He didn't panic when facing the 4 of them. He kept retreating as he fought. He didn't want to kill these people, but he wanted to block their path. If he delayed them for a moment, Jiang Chen and the others wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. You're right. The battle was extremely intense. Tong Ling used all his skills, and the blue-robed man's strength could not be underestimated. Both sides fought back and forth, and Tong Ling and the others became more and more anxious. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the 4 of them were already drenched in sweat. It was not because of the battle, but because they were too impatient, causing them to lose their strength. Tong Ling, you go first. Leave the rest to us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. That's right. Right now, Commander Jiang must be very nervous. We can't let them continue waiting. Facing the determination of the 3, Tong Ling pondered for a moment, then nodded heavily. She withdrew from the battle and went straight to the main force. She did not look back because the 4 of them had barely fought with the blue-robed man, and it would be very difficult for the 3 of them to survive. Back then, Jiang Chen had expended a great deal of effort to defeat the blue-robed man. In this battle, she could only abandon the brothers behind her. Tong Ling sped up and flew away. The dragon horse under her feet moved as if it was flying. Not long after she finally arrived at the area where the main force was, but they were slowly advancing. Reporting to Commander Zhang, the vanguard has been ambushed by demonic beasts and is in great danger. Requesting reinforcements. Tong Ling said impatiently with a disheveled expression. Got it. Just wait. Yu Huan glanced at Tong Ling and said indifferently. Then she turned around and went to the rear to inform Zhang Tiance. After waiting for another incense stick to burn, Tong Ling was already very anxious, but Yu Huan had not returned and the order had not been issued. Requesting reinforcements, Commander Zhang. Tong Ling shouted hoarsely. However, everyone remained indifferent. Even though they might want to provide reinforcements in their hearts without orders, who would dare to act blindly without thinking? Military orders were like mountains and disobeying them would only lead to death. Finally, after more than half a day, Yu Huan finally arrived. Commander Zhang said to let the vanguard defend, and we will definitely reinforce as soon as possible. Yu Huan said calmly. Then hurry up and leave. Tong Ling was sweating profusely and her face turned green from anxiety. Do I need you to lecture me? Stupid girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yu Huan said coldly. Commander, you please calm down. My little sister goes in and out of the Knights of the Apocalypse and doesn't know the rules. Please forgive me, Commander Yu. Tong Yao hurriedly stood up at this moment. Yu Huan flicked her sleeves and left, snorting coldly and unhurriedly. Sister, the 400 people of the vanguard are now in a difficult situation. We must reinforce as soon as possible. Tong Ling said nervously. I know, but everything is decided by Commander Zhang and Commander Yu. He has a grudge with Jiang Qin, so do you think he will reinforce as soon as possible? Now we can only hope that Jiang Qin and the others can hold on a little longer. Tong Yao sighed. Tong Ling was so anxious that her eyes were red and swollen, but she could do nothing. But the truth was cruel. The enmity between Yu Huan and Jiang Qin was already irresolvable, so it would be strange if Yu Huan did not use his position to avenge his personal grudge. Tong Ling was worried about Jiang Qin and the others, so she turned around and went straight to the vanguard. At this moment, hundreds of Tianmeng rushed into the vanguard of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. In the camp, everyone fought bravely, but these guys were too strong and terrifying. Moreover, they were fighting on home ground, so there was no pressure at all. On the contrary, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse became more and more difficult. They were afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind because they did not know when this group of Tianmeng would have a leader appear. Their leader would definitely be a stellar-level great demon that could send them away at any time. More than 400 people, every step was difficult and their hearts were full of anxiety. Why haven't the reinforcements come after so long? That's right. Did something happen to Tong Ling and the others? It's hard to say. It's been so long, so logically speaking, the reinforcements should have arrived long ago. Damn, we won't be abandoned, right? Faster see. Chapter 4873. Jiang Chen's mood was extremely solemn. The Zhang Tiance was too ruthless. In order to kill him, he did not hesitate to sacrifice 400 horsemen. It seemed that he really did not expect him to be so important. As the deputy commander, he had to kill without spilling blood. Moreover, the conflict between him and Yu Huan was already irreconcilable, so it was understandable that Zhang Tiance wanted to kill him to consolidate his position. However, Jiang Qin did not expect Zhang Tiance to be so sinister and ruthless that he did not even care about the 400 horsemen. Seeing the horsemen fall one by one, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. No matter what, as their deputy commander, as long as one of them fell, Jiang Qin would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. If not for them, it would have been impossible for him to escape from the hands of the six-ridged coiling dragon. With so many heavenly ferocious, even the array could not be used and would definitely be scattered. It was understandable for him to want to run, but Jiang Qin would not give up on these people. Hundreds of heavenly ferocious horsemen behind Jiang Qin were in chaos. Moreover, they were in someone else's territory, so it was difficult for them to move forward or retreat. As time passed, more and more people were severely injured. More than 60 people had fallen one after another, tragically killed by the heavenly ferocious. The situation became more and more difficult and retreat became unrealistic because they were completely locked in. The heavenly ferocious relied on their unique geographical advantage to launch the fiercest attacks on the horsemen. To them, humans were the greatest invaders. Are we really going to die here? The heavens want us to die. Why? Why haven't the reinforcements come yet? Damn it, I'm about to King die. Sigh, it seems like the vanguard is cannon fodder. Pa, how laughable. The horseman of the apocalypse really makes people despair. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Roars rang in everyone's ears. They had taken the lead for the horsemen of the apocalypse, but at this time the reinforcements had not arrived. Even if they had been walking slowly, they had already arrived. This was completely abandoning them. Hold on, the reinforcements will be here soon. Tong Ling's voice was like a reassuring pill that made everyone calm down. Reinforcements have arrived? When their gazes landed on Tong Ling, she was the only one there. They said they'll be here soon. I'll go first. As long as we hold on, we'll have hope. Tong Ling was constantly panting, his face pale and his aura fluctuating. He was incomparably excited. No matter what, they had waited for so long, but every second someone was heavily injured by Tianmeng. These fellows were like rabid dogs, and the knights of the apocalypse couldn't resist their attacks at all. People died one after another, and fresh blood dyed the river red. Their hearts were filled with indignation, but they had nothing to say. They could only charge forward with their lives on the line. Only by living could they become truly powerful. Follow me into battle, we are invincible. Jiang Qin stood with her sword, her murderous aura shocking the world. She displayed the power of a half-step star and the might of dragon transformation, sweeping away everything in her path. Tianmeng was also killed dozens of times by her, which could be considered as getting revenge for the horsemen of the apocalypse. However, the battle still did not stop. The arrival of reinforcements was like a joke to them. Jiang Qin shouldered most of Tianmeng's attacks, constantly rescuing them and forcing Tianmeng to retreat. Otherwise, the casualties of the horsemen of the apocalypse would have been even more. *CK, these bastards are trying to kill me. It seems that the horsemen of the apocalypse is really not a good place. Big Yellow scolded while feeling gloomy in his heart. He knew Jiang Chen's character very well. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Chen would never give up on these people. Furthermore, the reinforcements had yet to arrive, and the casualties of the vanguard battalion were increasing. They have all been sacrificed. Tong Ling looked at Jiang Chen and gritted her teeth. Do your best. It's fine as long as you don't feel guilty. Jiang Chen and Tong Ling looked at each other. This battle was becoming more and more tragic. Finally, when nearly half of the vanguard had died, the reinforcements finally arrived. 1,000 horsemen of the apocalypse, 2 commanders, and Yu Huan crushed over from all directions. The reinforcements are here. They're reinforcements. We're saved. *CK, so many of my brothers died before you guys came. *King bastards. Sigh, the vanguard battalion. I think it's the cannon fodder battalion. Nearly half of them are dead or injured. Our hope is about to be shattered. Countless people muttered in despair. They might have been saved, but half of them had already fallen in this river, and hundreds of corpses were floating. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Zhang Tiance and Yu Huan, I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. If it weren't for me, perhaps they wouldn't have died. In the end, it was all because they didn't send reinforcements. This battle was full of danger, and the main culprit was Yu Huan and Zhang Tiance, who held a high position but treated human life like grass. Jiang Chen, the vanguard battalion has suffered heavy losses. You can't absolve yourself from the blame. Quickly come with me to kill the demon beast. Leave 200 people to rescue the wounded. The rest will follow me into battle and kill these demon beasts. Show the prestige of our knights. Jiang Zhihao said in a deep voice. As the commander, he was a capable general accepted by Zhang Tiance. This time he naturally couldn't lose face as the deputy commander. Jiang Chen frowned, but a military order couldn't be disobeyed. Deputy Commander Jiang is already exhausted. Why can't you rest with the wounded? Why are you fighting to the death? Tong Ling said, unconvinced. Because he's the leader of the vanguard battalion. Because he's shouldering the heavy responsibility of being the vanguard. He can only advance, he can't retreat. Jiang Zhihao looked at Tong Ling with disdain, oppressing Tong Ling so much that he couldn't speak. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Jiang Chen looked at Tong Ling and smiled. Jiang Chen, you can't let Commander Zhang down. There's an important consideration in assigning you as the vanguard, but you've caused the vanguard battalion to suffer heavy losses. This time you have to fight to the end. Yu Huan said with a cold smile. His eyes were dark. Jiang Qin knew that this fella wanted him dead at every moment. Tong Ling was helpless. He could only watch Jiang Qin and the others fighting against Tianmeng. As for the rest of them, they followed the reinforcements to recover. After all, there were more than 200 wounded and all of them had suffered heavy injuries. Now is the time for you to make up for your mistakes. Jiang Zhihao looked at Jiang Qin coldly and said, Go. Only by killing those Tianmeng can you be absolved of your crimes. The hundreds of Tianmeng were not afraid of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Their thinking was even simpler. Anyone who invaded their territory would be killed without mercy. Jiang Qin accepted the order and left. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Zhihao and Yu Huan didn't even move when he rushed into the hundreds of Tianmeng. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. These bastards wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. They wanted him to fight hundreds of Tianmeng alone. If this wasn't killing him, what was it? Chapter 48-74. What a horseman of the apocalypse. What a Zhang Tiance. Yu Huan, it looks like you have to kill me today. Jiang Qin said with a laugh. This is an order from the higher-ups. You led the vanguard regiment to be ambushed, failed to retreat and lost so many people. Only by atoning for your crimes can you be forgiven by the horsemen of the apocalypse. If you can't, then die a hero in the line of duty, Yu Huan said lightly. He did not have to do it himself to kill. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Looks like no matter what I do, I will be charged with a groundless crime. With so many Tianmeng demons, you don't even need to do anything. I will be killed by the Tianmeng demons. At that time you can kill all the Tianmeng demons. Jiang Qin shook his head with a smile. It's useless to say more. Fight, Jiang Qin. This is your last chance. Don't let the horsemen of the apocalypse down. Don't let Commander Zhang down. Yu Huan was extremely happy as well. He knew that he was no match for Jiang Qin. That was why he decided to kill Jiang Qin with a borrowed knife. It was perfect. With Commander Zhang's permission, what else did he have to worry about? Behind him were his own people not moving at all, and in front of him were hundreds of demons. Jiang Qin was in a dilemma and had completely fallen into a dead end. There was no road to heaven and no door to hell. It seems that Zhang Tiance has made up his mind to kill me. So many people are his accomplices. It seems that the Horsemen of the Apocalypse is also a filthy organization with no innocence to speak of. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. You dare to slander Captain Zhang? I think you must be tired of living. Captain Zhang gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but you actually dared to spout such arrogant words. What difference is there between a traitor like you and a demon? Kill him without mercy. Jiang Zhihao said coldly as he waved his hand. Initially he wanted to kill Jiang Qin with the help of those demon beasts, but since Jiang Qin was so stubborn he had no choice but to kill Jiang Qin as well in order to get rid of his worries. Jiang Qin sneered. It seemed like they couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. They had already regarded him as a demonic beast. 800 Knights of Apocalypse swarmed forward in an instant. Their strength was unimaginable. Even the hundreds of Tianmeng lost their original dominance. Under the charge of Jiang Zhihao and the others, countless were killed and injured. Jiang Qin had already been regarded as a rebel. Therefore he was also under their control in this territory. Since there was no need for him to continue acting, there was no need for him to continue acting. Jiang Qin raised his sword and charged forward, killing more than 10 people in a row like a mad bull. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all the Tianmeng warriors had been killed, and they had lost more than 100 men. However, half of them were killed by Jiang Qin, which made Jiang Zhihao even angrier. You thief, how dare you be so stubborn? Quickly surrender. After I capture you, the horsemen of the apocalypse will decide what to do. Jiang Zhihao shouted sternly. Capture me? Are you worthy? Isn't it just to kill me? Why do you have to pretend? Jiang Qin shook his head and gently wiped the blood on the heavenly dragon sword. His eyes were extremely cold and his aura became extremely dignified. You are now a turtle in a jar. Why struggle so hard? There are so many of us. Do you really think you can escape? Jiang Zhihao laughed instead of getting angry. Jiang Qin, I advise you to surrender. This is your last chance if you still want to die in one piece. Otherwise, if you continue to struggle, only death awaits you. Jiang Qin's voice was filled with killing intent. Yu Huan stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance, looking high and mighty. You are not qualified to judge me. If you want to kill me, you have to show your true abilities. Today I, Xianxia, will play with you to the end. Xianxia said meticulously. I gave you face but you don't want it. Even if you are the king of heaven you have to kneel here and wait for death. You're just a traitor. Only by killing you can we show the might of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Another commander, Bao Chongtian, said disdainfully, his eyes cold. Commander Bao is right. Killing a thief is to show the might of the apocalypse. Yu Huan echoed angrily. Very well. Today all of you must die. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and faced the 700 horsemen of the apocalypse. His eyes were like arrows and his killing intent was like a rainbow. Yu Huan, you grandson, Lord Dog has been waiting for you for a long time. Big Yellow silently appeared next to Xianxia with a low growl. He bared his teeth and glared at Yu Huan with his eyes wide open. You damn dog, aren't you already dead? Yu Huan's anger surged and then he froze. Aren't you already dead? You two were actually in cahoots. Yu Huan frowned. It seemed that what Xianxia said before was a lie. The two of them were in cahoots. Commander Nia and Commander Chen were both killed by you. This time you shouldn't be able to quibble, Yu Huan said fiercely. That's right. We killed them. You and you bunch of idiots will all become ghosts under the sword of Little Chinzi. You will all be killed by us. De Huang said disapprovingly. Xianxia, so the deaths of Commander Chen and Commander Nia were really part of your plan. It seems that if I don't kill you today the heavens will not tolerate it. Jiang Zhihao's anger surged. He had a good relationship with Commander Chen, but Xianxia had killed both of them. This debt must be repaid by Xianxia. Those who kill will always be killed. Could it be that they want my life? Should I just wait here for them to take it? Isn't your goal the same? In order to kill me you've schemed and schemed. Now you don't need to hide anymore. All of you come. I, Xianxia, will accompany you to the end. Xianxia said coldly. Kill. For the glory of the horsemen of the apocalypse, for the two dead commanders, fight, fight, fight. Bao Chongtian's roar was like thunder. With Yu Huan as the vanguard he led hundreds of horsemen and directly rushed toward Xianxia and De Huang. At this moment the two brothers looked at each other fearlessly. A great battle was imminent and they would never retreat. Moreover, Yu Huan was right in front of them. De Huang's eyes had already turned extremely red. Yu Huan, brat, I'll fight you. De Huang roared and rushed to the front, confronting Yu Huan. New and old grudges, the two of them were full of hatred. Loser, you still want to fight me? Yu Huan angrily pointed at De Huang and said, You shameless dog. You shameless dog. If you hadn't brought people with you would I have lost to you? Today I'll let you see Lord Dog's power. Provoked by Yu Huan, De Huang was even more furious and wanted to tear Yu Huan in half. Xianxia was calm and unruffled in the face of the horseman army. Black King kill. Xianxia shouted angrily. The Black King led 3,000 demon beasts and galloped out of the Buddha prison palace. The appearance of a magnificent army was terrifying. The 700 horsemen of the apocalypse instantly became insignificant and were completely surrounded by thousands of demon beasts. Their expressions all changed. How is this possible? Chapter 4875. How is this guy able to control so many demonic beasts? This is simply unimaginable. Bao Chongtian's expression was extremely ugly. Let's make our move. To capture the bandits we must first capture the leader. Once we kill Xianxia these demonic beasts will definitely collapse on their own. Jiang Zhihao said. All right. With a single thought the two of them charged at Xianxia in an instant. The great battle had already begun and a storm was approaching. Facing two half-step star level 3-star transformation experts, Xianxia was also filled with battle intent. His eyes were burning with passion. These two people were his best touchstones. Facing Xianxia's army of demonic beasts, the ones who were truly shocked were Yu Huan and the others. This was because this guy's methods were too horrifying. They didn't dare to imagine that the battle that they thought was going to be a sure win had now turned into a battle where their lives were hanging by a thread. In an instant they were the ones who were going to lose their lives. Yu Huan's mood was incomparably solemn. They had to kill this damn dog and Xianxia in this battle. Otherwise they might fall into dire straits. Little bastard, Grandpa Dog will skin you alive today. De Huang took the initiative to attack. His current strength was much stronger than before. He was not the slightest bit afraid of fighting Yu Huan. His goal was to kill him and no one could stop him. You've come at the right time. A defeated opponent dares to speak so boldly? Ha ha. Yu Huan said with a laugh. He was not afraid at all when facing De Huang. However, Yu Huan did not expect that in just 3 moves, De Huang had already forced him to retreat. His terrifying strength was like a mountain descending from the sky, pressuring Yu Huan so much that he could not breathe and was forced to retreat step by step. But this is impossible. Yu Huan's face was pale and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. How long had it been? This damn dog's strength had actually reached the 3rd level of the half-step star level. This was simply unbelievable and unheard of. The 3rd level of star transformation was comparable to Jiang Zhihao's strength, and Yu Huan was no match for him at all. Moreover, De Huang's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he could not be measured by common sense at all. Within 3 moves he was already powerless. Yu Huan had thought too simply about this battle. He had originally thought that since he had defeated De Huang once with the help of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, it would definitely not be a problem this time. However, he was wrong. De Huang's strength was too ferocious. His sharp claws tore through the void and the world changed color. He was infinitely close to the stellar level. Yu Huan was defeated and his body and mind were greatly shaken. He, son of AB***, I didn't expect you to be so disappointing. How can you fight me with this little ability? Big Huang took advantage of the situation and attacked relentlessly. Yu Huan was suppressed by Big Huang to the point that he could not breathe. The waves of water completely drenched Yu Huan. Big Huang, who was like a fish in water, tore Yu Huan's clothes one after another. Blood dripped from Yu Huan's body, and the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Yu Huan's badly mutilated body continuously resisted, but Yu Huan could not fight back at all. Fear kept growing in his heart and he felt suffocated. Fear and despair accompanied by ear-piercing screams. Yu Huan's body was already riddled with holes, but as long as he still had a breath left, it was better to live than to die. Who would be willing to die? Yu Huan's screams were extremely horrifying, making many horsemen of the apocalypse's hair stand on end. After all, the monster army they were facing was also very difficult. They could not fight 1 against 4 or even more. Under the leadership of the Black King, these people were like mad dogs, rushing into the enemy's formation and surrounding them. No one could escape death. What should we do? If this goes on, we'll all die. What's the rush? These monster beasts are just a bunch of thieves. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget that we are horsemen of the apocalypse. That's right. In this land of the apocalypse Milky Way City, we are invincible. With Commander Jiang and Commander Bao here, what do we have to fear? They are already capturing the traitor Jiang Chen. Once they capture Jiang Chen, these monster beasts will be leaderless and will collapse on their own. Hehe. That's right. Charge. Exterminate this group of rascals. Although the horsemen of the apocalypse were shocked, they did not panic. The 800 horsemen frantically attacked, but there were too many monster beasts under the Black King. More than 3,000 monster beasts made it impossible for them to reverse the situation. They could only hold on. The most difficult one was Yu Huan. Right now he only had a pair of underpants left. His entire body was like a bloody gourd. His white bones were in so much pain that he could not breathe and his skin and flesh were torn. Lord Dog, I beg you, please let me go. Let me live, I beg you. At this time, Yu Huan did not care about his status as a deputy commander. He directly knelt in front of De Huang and kept kowtowing. His expression was as ugly as it could be. If he did not lower his head, he would very likely die from excessive blood loss. There were dozens of claw marks on his body. That kind of despair was not something anyone could understand. Step by step he walked toward the abyss, feeling despair bit by bit. This was how De Huang wanted to take revenge on Yu Huan. It was not easy to die so quickly. Of course, it was even more impossible to live. He could neither live nor die. Do you want to live? When you locked me in the dungeon, why didn't you think that you would have such a day? Do you think I'm so easy to fool? Those who offend me will not have a good ending. De Huang did not fall for this trick at all. He would definitely kill Yu Huan with his own hands. No one could save him. If you kill me, the horsemen of the apocalypse will never let you go, Yu Huan said fiercely. Yu Huan said in a threatening manner. His eyes had already become a bloody mess and his voice was hoarse. Is that so? Then if I leave all of you horsemen here, no one will know, right? You want to kill little Chinzi, isn't that how you do it? giving him a taste of his own medicine. How comfortable. De Huang patted his dog belly and said calmly. Yu Huan was in complete despair. It was as if his soul had been sucked out. De Huang was never tired of it. He wanted to torture Yu Huan mentally and physically. De Huang's principle of taking revenge had always been to seek revenge, and no one could do it. On the other side, Jiang Qin was fighting Jiang Zhihao and Bao Changtian alone. The two third-level astral transformation experts, but Jiang Qin was unruffled. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, he was fighting 1 against 2. Under the dragon transformation, he was fearless. Jiang Qin's boundless sword had made a new breakthrough. In addition to the dragon transformation, the current Jiang Qin could be said to be the #1 expert below the Eternal Star Realm. Even if the two of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to suppress Jiang Qin. Chapter 4876. Jiang Qin, I won't rest until you're dead. Jiang Zhihao swept his spear and pointed it at Jiang Qin. The spear radiance was unleashed from his body, and 100-meter-long red light was unleashed, creating endless waves of energy. It was like a rampaging dragon shaking the heavens and earth. Bao Changtian wasn't to be outdone either. The steel blood dual truncheons in his hands clanged endlessly like the roar of a giant dragon. Leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, the battle between the three of them was extremely intense. Jiang Zhihao and Bao Changtian were shocked. They knew that Jiang Qin was stronger than Yu Huan, but in such a short period of time Jiang Qin had improved so much. They didn't dare to imagine that Jiang Qin would be able to challenge their commander without any fear. Instead, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. This was something that they didn't expect. Capturing the ringleader first wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yu Huan had become that dead dog's toy, and the 800 cavalrymen had lost their initiative. If they didn't get rid of Jiang Qin as soon as possible, their situation would become even more dangerous. Kill. Bao Changtian caught up to Jiang Qin's limitless sword, but it was getting more and more difficult for him. He had to retreat as he fought. Their initial plan was to end the battle as soon as possible, and get rid of Jiang Qin and his army of demonic beasts. But now they had lost the initiative. If they did not make a decision soon, they would suffer a crushing defeat. Golden Venom Dragon Drill. Jiang Zhihao's spear pierced through, spinning and soaring, stirring up 100-meter whirlpool under the river. Falling rain, flying stars truncheon. Streaks of starlight rained down, and the truncheon shadows flickered, sealing off Jiang Qin's path from all directions. Die, knave. The two worked together, and their attacks were as sharp as knives, tearing through the sky. 29 swords hidden in the shadows. In the name of the sword. Jiang Qin did not look around as he moved his sword towards the east. The torrent was like a tide, the 1,000-sword maze. The surrounding river turned into countless sword shadows at this moment. The ice turned into swords and shot towards the heavens. Limitless sword, hidden edge. Break. Jiang Qin unleashed all of his strength. The hidden edge sword art burst forth in an instant. Be it the spear radiance or the saber shadows, they were all destroyed in an instant. Jiang Qin's hidden edge sword art pierced through their bodies. Jiang Zhihao and Bao Changtian looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with despair. Their hearts were pierced by thousands of swords, and they both fell into a pool of blood below the river. Unable to withstand a single blow. Said Jiang Qin Leng Leng. The coldness on her face grew colder. The next one is Zhang Tian's. Don't let me catch you or I'll kill you at all costs. Commander Jiang is dead? Are you serious? Can't be, right? How could Commander Jiang be defeated by Jiang Qin? There's still Commander Bao. Commander Bao is also dead. Both commanders are dead. Commander Yu, everyone's expression changed. Out of the original 800 horsemen, only less than 500 were left. The deaths of Jiang Zhihao and Bao Changtian had caused them to lose their will to fight. Their leaders had been killed, leaving them without a leader. In an instant they had turned into a disorderly mob without a backbone. Just like what Jiang Zhihao and Bao Changtian had thought before, shoot the horse first and capture the leader first. As long as Jiang Qin fell, they would also be like a plate of loose sand. And this time it was clear that Jiang Zhihao and Bao Changtian had lost. Yu Huan's life was also hanging by a thread. Seeing Jiang Zhihao and Bao Changtian killed by Jiang Qin, he lost all hope. He swallowed 3 mouthfuls of blood and died in despair. Hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse scattered like birds and beasts, wanting to escape. They only had one thought now, and that was to run. Without their commander they had no combat power to speak of, let alone morale. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill, kill, kill. De Huang roared and charged into the crowd. He did not have a good impression of these horsemen, and this group of people wanted to kill them all, so he naturally could not be merciful. He charged into the enemy formation with the Black King and constantly overturned the insufferably arrogant horsemen. The scene was extremely spectacular and completely one-sided. The horsemen kept shouting and begging for mercy, but they were Zhang Tian's subordinates, and they had been ordered to kill him. Jiang Qin had long since decided that he had to kill them all. Only by strangling any trace of danger in the cradle could he not leave behind any future troubles. In the end, all 800 horsemen of the apocalypse died on the river. Countless corpses floated on the river and all of them lost their vitality. It was like a dead sea with rivers of blood. Jiang Qin stood on the river in a deathly silence. Although the army of 3,000 demons had suffered some losses, it wasn't much. After all, they had the absolute advantage in numbers. Therefore, the defeated horsemen of the apocalypse couldn't resist the demon army at all and were defeated like a landslide. It's really satisfying. Yu Huan, that son of AB** teach, was angered to death by me. De Huang cursed. The anger in his heart had finally been vented. By the way, little Qinzi, what do you plan to do now? The horsemen of the apocalypse will never let us go. Let's go and roam the world with Lord Dog. Return to the horsemen of the apocalypse. Jiang Qin said lightly. Faster, thief. Are you courting death? We killed thousands of horsemen of the apocalypse. Do you think the horsemen of the apocalypse will let us go? You actually dared to walk right into their trap. De Huang glared at Jiang Qin. Don't worry, we killed everyone, so there's no need to worry at all. Even if we go back, I won't be afraid to face Zhang Tian's. In this perilous water curtain mountain, who can they blame for being killed because they were too weak? I don't want to roam the world with you. Haha, the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is so fun. I haven't played enough. How can we leave such a good place? If we leave this place, where can we go? We have to wait until our strength reaches the star rank before we can step on the stars. Otherwise, we will be caught no matter where we go in the apocalypse starfield. Do you think the horsemen of the apocalypse are vegetarians? Without the monster army, the two of us would be finished with so many horsemen. Jiang Qin shrugged. Anyway, no one knows you now. Come back to the horsemen of the apocalypse with me. As for Zhang Tian's, I want to see what his expression will be like. Kaka, you're really something. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lord Dog will accompany you to the end. At most, I'll just cause trouble with the horsemen of the apocalypse again. De Huang curled his lips and said disapprovingly. Let's go. Jiang Qin looked at De Huang and completely ignored the thousands of floating corpses on the river, heading straight for the injured. Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't leave so easily. He still had to find the herbs needed for the 5-barrier pill. Only by refining the 5-barrier pill could he guarantee a smooth breakthrough to the star rank. Since ancient times, there had been countless people who were half-step into the star rank, but only 1 in 10,000 could truly break through to the star rank. Therefore Jiang Qin had to be careful. Chapter 4877. At this moment Tong Ling was worried about Jiang Qin and De Huang. He looked back 3 times with every step, but there was no trace of Jiang Qin. He felt uneasy. Just as Tong Ling was in a daze, a white-clothed figure riding a dragon horse dashed over and appeared from behind. Jiang Qin. It's Commander Jiang. Commander Jiang is back, huh? Like I said, Commander Jiang will definitely be fine. Commander Jiang is mighty. He took the lead, but there was only Jiang Qin. Commander Jiang, Commander Bao, Commander Yu and the rest? Jiang Zhihao's subordinates questioned Jiang Qin. Dead. Jiang Qin said coldly. Dead? How did they die? Yeah, how did they die? That's impossible. We have 800 knights and 3 commanders. We are powerful and unstoppable. How could they all die? That's right, you have to give us an explanation. Many of the reinforcements started to jeer and make things difficult for Jiang Qin. If you want to die, you can go back. Commander Jiang is dead, Commander Bao is dead, and Commander Yu Huan is also dead. There are 800 knights and none is left. Do you want to become 900 or 1,000? If you want to go, I won't stop you. Go ahead. Jiang Qin pointed to the back and said with a gloomy face. Everyone was silent. Above the river, mountains crisscrossed and fog lingered. No one dared to look back. 800 knights and 3 commanders were all sacrificed. Wouldn't they be courting death if they turned back? However, only Jiang Qin returned, which made everyone feel indignant. Why could Jiang Qin come back but none of their men came back? Welcome back, Commander Jiang. We won. We won. Tong Ling said with his teeth clenched, tears glistening in his eyes. Commander Jiang is mighty. There was a series of cheers. However, the reinforcements brought by Jiang Zhihao were in a difficult position at this moment. They didn't know what to do at all. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go meet up with Commander Zhang. Jiang Qin said with a stern expression. He took the lead and walked on the waves. What's going on? Why weren't Jiang Zhihao and Yu Huan back yet? It's been such a long time. Could it be that he's encountered some kind of danger? Zhang Tian's frowned as he stood on top of the mountains. He had an ominous feeling in his heart. The river in the distance was calm. The mountains were right next to each other, but there was not a single ripple. Reporting to Commander Zhang, reinforcements have returned from 30 miles away, but a horseman of the apocalypse came to report. But what? There's no need to beat around the bush. Zhang Tian said calmly. Of the 1,000 reinforcements, less than 200 have returned. What? Zhang Tian abruptly turned his head and his expression suddenly changed. Damn it! My horsemen of the apocalypse, what is going on? Zhang Tian roared angrily. Previously, when the reinforcements arrived, Commander Jiang Zhihao led 800 horsemen to practice fighting against the demonic beasts together with Deputy Commander Jiang Chen. However, all 800 horsemen were annihilated, and only Deputy Commander Jiang Chen survived. The horseman of communication was trembling and his voice was low. He didn't dare to speak loudly because Commander Zhang's anger had already made him not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He was afraid that he would suffer in Commander Zhang's anger. Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen again. 800 horsemen died tragically, but why is he the only one who survived? Zhang Tian clenched his fists tightly and his expression was gloomy. He jumped down from the mountain peak and shouted in a low voice. Summon Jiang Chen. Zhang Tian's eyes were cold. As the deputy commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, fame and strength coexisted. For so many years he had been insufferably arrogant. However, he never expected that the appearance of this Jiang Chen would cause him to lose several of his generals, and all of them were his trusted aides. Zhang Tian's heart was burning with anger. This guy seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve which made him very depressed. Now that he had come to Mount Water Curtain, he had originally planned to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. He didn't expect things to become more and more troublesome, and now he had suffered a double loss. When Jiang Chen and all the wounded soldiers arrived at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Tian's expression became extremely gloomy. Over 1,400 men had been reduced to a small number in the end. They had lost over 1,000 men. Wasn't this a joke? What kind of demonic beasts did they encounter? So powerful? Even the 1,000 people he had sent were lost. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Zhang Tian's hated Jiang Chen to the core. When their gazes met, it felt like their gazes were intersecting. Jiang Chen ignored everything and looked down on the world. Even when facing the deputy commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, a star-grade powerhouse, he could still remain calm and composed. Although the two of them didn't say anything, the meeting of their gazes was enough to explain everything. In Zhang Tian's eyes, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with dominance. He didn't put him, the commander, in his eyes at all. He had a premonition that Jiang Chen was filled with battle intent towards him. Yu Huan, Jiang Zhihao, Bao Changtian, could it be that he was the one who killed them? No, that was impossible. Although Jiang Chen's strength had broken through to the second level of the half-step star grade, it was almost impossible for him to kill these three people. Most importantly, there were still 800 horsemen of the apocalypse. How could he do it? So why was he full of tit-for-tat feeling towards himself? Jiang Chen, 1,000 horsemen of the apocalypse died on the Water Curtain River. What do you have to say for yourself? You can't absolve yourself from the blame for this matter. If you can't give me an explanation today, you can apologize with your death. Zhang Tian shouted in a deep voice, intimidating the army. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. Faced with Zhang Tian's rebuke, he knew that this guy wanted to kill him, but he didn't have a legitimate reason to do so, so it was impossible to punish him. Even if Zhang Tian was the deputy commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he had to have a good reason to kill someone. I didn't expect such a thing to happen, but those beasts were too powerful. Everyone present can attest to this. whether it was the people of our vanguard camp or the reinforcements behind us. We encountered a lot of ferocious demon beasts, and even after we sent out reinforcements, no reinforcements came. We blocked the most ferocious attack of the demon beasts, but we didn't get the safety of our allies. Are our lives worthless? I was very puzzled. Why did our reinforcements only appear when more than half of us were dead or injured? Even so, I didn't give up resisting. We withstood all the danger and pressure. In the end, I followed Commander Jiang and the others to fight against the beasts alone. The wounded retreated to the rear, but I fought until the last moment. However, unexpected things happen. After those ferocious beasts, more ferocious beasts came, including a star-grade great demon. So, all of our people were killed and I risked my life to escape. For the horsemen of the apocalypse, I protected the last wounded and reinforcements. I don't know what I did wrong, and I don't know why Commander Zhang is so troubled. I'm wholeheartedly for the horsemen of the apocalypse. Chapter 48-78. Commander Jiang is mighty. Commander Jiang is mighty. Hundreds of people were shouting because Jiang Qin had saved their lives and protected the vanguard battalion. At this moment they had to stand up for Jiang Qin, otherwise he might be killed by their regiment commander's words. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Are you rebelling? Zhang Tian's roar was thunderous. Everyone's ears buzzed and their faces turned pale. Good. Jiang Qin, it seems that you have done a great service. Zhang Tian's enunciated each word. That's right. Jiang Qin knew he was innocent and sacrificed himself to save half of the knights of the vanguard battalion before reinforcements arrived. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice, arguing for what was right and fearless. Then shouldn't I reward you well? Zhang Tian sneered. In order to save 400 of your men, I lost more than 1,000, and you still have the nerve to ask for credit from me? But if he killed Jiang Qin at this time, it would definitely cause chaos within the horsemen of the apocalypse. Those people were rescued by Jiang Qin, so he could not touch Jiang Qin at all. Losing the support of the people would be a big deal. However, the deaths of Yu Huan, Jiang Zhihao, and the others were still a mystery. Zhang Tian's did not believe that there was no news of these thousands of people left behind. Jiang Qin, how did you do it? Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. We have more important things to do. Let's rest for a day and continue to track the demons tomorrow. Zhang Tian's expression was gloomy. Killing someone must be justified, but he really could not touch Jiang Qin now. Did he have to do it himself? Jiang Qin's expression was indifferent. Zhang Tian's had already made up his mind to kill him. At this time, Jiang Qin had to be even more careful. Although Zhang Tian's wouldn't directly kill him, he couldn't guarantee that this guy wouldn't use underhanded means. Therefore, Jiang Qin had to be vigilant at all times. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would fall into Zhang Tian's trap. After all, Zhang Tian's was a stellar-level expert. Jiang Qin couldn't guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. Caution is the parent of safety. Tong Ling sat on the mountainside, gazing at the sunset in the distance with a heavy heart. It's all thanks to Jiang Qin that you're able to come back safely this time. I didn't expect him to be such a responsible man. Look at you, girl, you're probably thinking of love. This time I won't stop you. You've grown up and should have your own way of thinking. Tong Yao stood in the wind, her clothes fluttering in the wind. There was a complicated look in her eyes. Perhaps she would never see him again in this lifetime. Sister, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with Jiang Qin. Tong Ling said with an aggrieved look, but her face was extremely red. This was something she couldn't hide. Since it's not Jiang Qin, it must be someone else. Tong Yao smiled mysteriously, sweeping away the unhappiness in her mind. Sister, you can't laugh at me if I tell you. Tong Ling pouted. I like someone, but he doesn't seem to like me. I don't know how to confess my love to him. Tong Ling lowered her head and her heart was beating wildly. When she saw Da Huang, she realized how excited she was. She and Jiang Qin were only sworn brothers and there was no love between them. However, she was madly attracted to Da Huang. She had never felt this way before. The sweetness of first love made her unable to extricate herself. It turns out that there's someone who can make my sister so worried. It seems that I'm very curious about who this person is. Is he more outstanding than Jiang Qin? Otherwise, how could he enter my sister's eyes? I'll definitely make the decision for you. Tong Yao's eyes lit up as she said seriously. Sister, I don't know if he likes me or not. Don't go looking for him. Tong Ling said reluctantly. She was afraid that her sister would embarrass her, because she knew that her sister had always been a woman who dared to love and hate. Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Tong Yao shrugged and said. He's Jiang Chen's friend. He's very handsome and he has a frivolous and cold heart. I don't know why, but I've been deeply attracted to him since the first time I laid eyes on him. Tong Ling said with an infatuated look, and her eyes were filled with love. Look at your infatuated look. No matter what, you're the princess of Norton City and a knight of the apocalypse. Why don't you know how to be reserved? Tong Yao curled her lips. When you see him you'll know how intoxicating he is. In this life I'll only love him. From the moment I saw him I've already made up my mind. Tong Ling said without hesitation. You little girl, this world isn't as good as you think. I can't deny that Jiang Chen is a good person, but it's a pity that you don't fall in love with him. Sigh, otherwise I'll be at ease if I hand you over to him. Tong Yao said. Please sister, don't put on your meddlesome appearance again. Promise me that you won't tell anyone. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tong Yao nodded and said. However, she only had one goal when she turned around, and that was to find Jiang Chen. She wanted to see who this so-called friend of his was, and whether he was worthy of her sister's lifelong commitment. Tong Ling was a very proud person, so Tong Yao couldn't allow anyone to hurt her sister. If she wanted to be with her sister, she would have to pass her first. At the foot of the mountain, when Tong Yao appeared beside Jiang Chen, there was another person with his back to her. That person and Jiang Chen happened to be looking at each other. Jiang Chen, I heard that my sister has fallen in love with your friend. Who is he? Bring him out and let me see him, Tong Yao said meticulously. Tong Yao crossed her arms in front of her chest and said meticulously. He was a true heroine. Compared to Tong Ling's gentleness, Tong Yao had always been cold and aloof, even when facing Jiang Chen. She was valiant and had an outstanding figure. Such a beauty was unique even in the entire horsemen of the apocalypse, and there were not many people who could catch her eye. Although she had promised Tong Ling, Tong Yao would not listen obediently. Her father was not around and she was the parent, so she had to keep a close eye on her sister. Jiang Chen was taken aback, and then his lips curled into a faint smile. He pointed to the person in front of him with his back to her and said, Here it is. Who's looking for me? The moment De Huang turned around, Tong Yao was completely stunned. She stood rooted to the spot and looked at De Huang without blinking. Her mouth was open and she was completely dumbfounded. You, is this the first time you've seen such a handsome man? Are you moved? Are you shy? Or are you overwhelmed? De Huang said with a smile. Chapter 4879. Did you see that, little Chenzi? Your brother's charm is something you can't compare to. Look, another one has been charmed by me. De Huang said proudly. Don't be so cocky. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at De Huang. This guy was getting more and more arrogant. Tong Yao was a cold and aloof woman. Moreover, she was a very rational person. She was more rational than emotional. How could she fall in love with De Huang at first sight? However, Jiang Chen was rather puzzled by the fact that Tong Yao, who had always been dissing the heavens and the earth, was at a loss for words at this moment. Could it be that she'd really been charmed by Big Yellow? Tong Yao could only feel her breathing getting heavier. Her heart was beating faster and faster. Her blushing face was boiling hot. Tong Yao turned around, not letting Jiang Chen and De Huang see her face. However, the panic and shock in her heart had already betrayed her. Although De Huang didn't recognize her, she had already recognized De Huang. How could it be him? How could this be? If you have really fallen in love with me, you can say it directly. I have always been a person who loves others. De Huang said to Tong Yao's back. Beautiful sisters. Just thinking about it makes me excited. De Huang laughed. Jiang Chen slapped De Huang's head. De Huang was furious. Why did you hit me? You brat, talking nonsense. You dare to provoke this female demon? If she dares to pester us, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen knew how powerful Tong Yao was. She was Tong Ling's sister. He couldn't hit her or scold her. He could only stay away from her. However, what Jiang Chen didn't expect was that Tong Yao didn't even look back. She turned around and ran away. This scene made Jiang Chen even more shocked. This woman couldn't have really been subdued by De Huang, right? Look. Like I said, with Lord Dog's temperament, which young girl doesn't yearn for love? We must control her. De Huang shook his head, full of confidence. This time even Xianxia was silent. The next day the sun rose as usual. As for the horsemen of the apocalypse, their gloominess was swept away because they had more important things to do. They had to hunt down the great demons that had escaped from the 100 Ghosts bamboo forest to prevent them from harming the world. This time, Xianxia was once again appointed as the vanguard. However, this time he did not explore the path directly. Instead he traveled with the main group. Zhang Tian guarded the rear and gathered his strength to track them down. On the 7th day the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. They finally found traces of a great demon in a mysterious and unfathomable archipelago. I want to see how long you can hide. Zhang Tian frowned. He had fought with the great demon before and could sense its aura. In that battle, Zhang Tian had relied on his advantage in manpower to injure the great demon, causing the great demon to constantly flee into the Water Curtain Mountain. However, this time Zhang Tian was confident that he could capture the great demon. After losing so many people, if he still couldn't capture the great demon, his reputation would definitely be damaged. At this time the surrounding river was calm. Dozens of islands were connected and the mountain peaks were like trees in a forest. Zhang Tian stood in the void, his long robe fluttering. His aura was vigorous and his might was indescribable. There was no need to doubt the strength of a stellar-level powerhouse. Great Demon Panyu, are you still not going to surrender? Do you want me to drag you out with my own hands? Zhang Tian's voice was like thunder, rolling up and down, causing the waves on the river to surge and spread for dozens of miles. The surrounding waves kept tumbling, even stirring up giant waves that were dozens of feet high. The sky darkened, thunder rumbled and clouds and mist lingered. The surrounding mountains seemed to be constantly trembling. An incomparably huge demonic beast slowly raised its head from the surface of the water. It was like a small hill with an oval head that was connected to its body. It didn't have a neck and it had 4 gigantic claws that were as terrifying as diamond. 2 of its claws were grabbing onto the 2 islands, while the other 2 were slapping the surface of the river. It was extremely domineering. The appearance of Panyu caused the entire apocalypse cavalry to become nervous. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This demonic beast was over 1,000 feet tall. It was shaped like a rat, but it was astonishingly large. The moment it broke out of the water, it was like an earthquake had occurred. Damn, isn't this thing too terrifying? It's so big. Faster, see. De Huang's face was full of shock. Not only was it huge, but its aura was also suffocating. A half-step stellar-level horseman of the apocalypse couldn't even muster the slightest will to resist. This guy's strength is probably no weaker than Zhang Tian's. Xianxia also frowned. Why did they have to provoke this guy? However, according to the horsemen of the apocalypse's decision, they were afraid that this guy would become a scourge to the apocalypse galaxy city, so they had to get rid of him. What a terrifying great demon beast. Can we really beat it? The legendary Greater Demon Panyu is a true ancient giant beast. Furthermore, it has a sacred bloodline. The sacred bloodline means that it is the descendant of the gods. Such a demon beast has absorbed the essence of the heavens, earth, sun, and moon. That's why it is so terrifying and huge. Don't worry. With Commander Zhang here, what are we afraid of? Commander Zhang heavily injured this Panyu before. It wasn't just Commander Zhang, but can we help now? Don't be in such a hurry to surrender. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Even if the sky falls down, the tallest person will be crushed to death. Commander Zhang is our backbone. That's right. To think you're still a member of the Apocalypse Knights. Everyone regained their composure. They were incomparably shocked as they looked at this scene with a solemn expression. Zhang Tian was standing in the void, looking very small. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Zhang Tian was a genuine star-level expert. He was on the same level as Panyu. Obviously, Zhang Tian was more confident in this battle. Despicable humans, you're so ruthless. Today I will not rest until you're dead. Panyu roared angrily, his voice like thunder, shaking people's hearts. You're about to die, yet you still want to fight with your life on the line. You won't have the chance. Panyu, you've brought disaster to the world. Only by killing you can I become stronger. Zhang Tian said confidently. He pointed his spear at Panyu, his domineering aura suffocating everyone. When did I bring disaster to the world? When did I enter your human territory? Is it my fault that I'm still alive? You despicable humans only want the eternal star bead in my possession. Even if I die, I will not submit. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. I will tear you all to shreds. The great demon Panyu roared angrily, his battle intent surging. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I can only use you as an example. Great demon Panyu, die. I will use your blood to let all the demons know that the dignity of the Knights of the Apocalypse is not to be challenged. Chapter 4880. This guy is too freakish. We have to think of a way out first. Jiang Chen said solemnly. One could imagine the might of a confrontation between two star-grade powerhouses. However, this was also a very good opportunity for Jiang Chen. Observing a battle between star-grade powerhouses was crucial for his breakthrough. De Huang nodded. At this moment he was even more prepared to run away at any time. Since little Chinzi had said so, he had nothing to miss. The only pity was that De Huang was somewhat reluctant to part with the sisters. The fight between the two star-level powerhouses was very terrifying. The seemingly incomparably small Zhang Tiance was wielding a long spear in his hand, creating a world-shaking heavenly rainbow as he fought against the great demon Panyu. Could be said to be a scene that could shock the heavens and the earth and make the gods weep. Light and shadow interweaved. Zhang Tiance's combat power was astonishing, shocking the 3,000 horsemen of the apocalypse. A star-grade powerhouse was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once he leaped over, he would be like a fish in the vast ocean or a bird in the sky. Zhang Tiance's strength made them even more determined to become a true star-grade powerhouse. Only then would they be able to roam freely between heaven and earth. Panyu was as immovable as a mountain, but he also didn't dare to underestimate Zhang Tiance. He had defeated him once before. If he fell at the same place and repeated the same mistakes, then it would be difficult for him to escape this time. He's too strong. I'm afraid I'll never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Captain Zhang's strength is the strongest I've ever seen. That's because you're ignorant and inexperienced. Haha, but a star-grade powerhouse isn't someone we can match. Captain Zhang's strength is also a star-grade powerhouse. We just need to watch from afar. Sigh, I don't know if I can reach the star-grade in this lifetime. I haven't broken through in decades. How can it be so easy? There are millions and millions of half-step star states, but star states are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Stage 3 star transformation makes countless people flinch. Zhang Tiance's strength made these horsemen of the apocalypse sigh with emotion, but it also confirmed that Zhang Tiance's strength was not undeserved. As the vice-commander of the horsemen of the apocalypse, there was no doubt about his strength. This battle made Jiang Chen even more cautious. He also had to worry about Zhang Tiance. He had killed his trusted subordinates one after another, so even if he was stupid he should still have doubts. Otherwise, how could he have sat in his current position? Greater Demon Panyu was truly worthy of being called an ancient behemoth. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. His strength was probably on par with the six-spine coiling dragon. Because he had absorbed far too much spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and was unable to completely digest it, he had grown larger and larger. As he grew stronger, these mountain sea behemoths also grew larger, to the point where they were comparable to mountains. This time you will also be defeated by my hands. This is your fate. Zhang Tiance's spear was like a dragon, dripping with sweat and rain as he battled at the peak of the sky. Time and time again he charged forward like a whirlwind, roaring like thunder as he battled Greater Demon Panyu to his heart's content. His battles stirred up giant waves that were thousands of feet high and tens of thousands of waves that lasted for a long time. This shocking scene made Jiang Chen extremely horrified. He became extremely cautious. Such a powerhouse could kill him as easily as taking something out of his pocket. It was simply impossible for him to defeat Zhang Tiance. This Greater Demon Panyu was also very powerful. He was able to maintain his composure while facing Zhang Tiance. Although it was very difficult, he wasn't directly defeated. Such a battle constantly consumed the strength of the two people. Although Zhang Tiance had the upper hand, Greater Demon Panyu was desperately resisting. The sky darkened, the wind and rain swayed, the mountains and rivers shattered, and huge waves danced. Zhang Tiance battled the heavens and fought the earth, finally subduing Greater Demon Panyu. Greater Demon Panyu retreated step by step. Even the two small islands under his feet were crushed by him, continuously falling into the river. The scene was too shocking. The confrontation between stellar-level powerhouses had also taught everyone a lesson. Zhang Tian's was in high spirits, unparalleled for a moment. However, before he could rejoice for too long, he saw 6 mountains constantly moving in the distance, adding fuel to the waves. The waves surged, the waves in front rolled down, and the surrounding sky lost its color. Everyone was horrified, their faces were deathly pale. What kind of greater demon Panyu is that? Good heavens, this guy is probably stronger than greater demon Panyu, right? This is a 6-spine coiling dragon. We encountered this big guy before. Fortunately, we have Commander Jiangchen, or else we would all die here. This guy is making a comeback again. What should we do? Even Commander Zhang's complexion doesn't look too good. Everyone's breathing became heavy. Jiangchen and De Huang glanced at each other. Only the two of them understood that this 6-spine coiling dragon was most likely coming for them. Back then, the two of them had snatched the greater demon Panyu's egg. This time, the 6-spine coiling dragon must have smelled their scent and rushed over. It seemed that this battle would not end until one party died. Although Zhang Tian's had defeated greater demon Panyu, he couldn't stop a second greater demon Panyu. Moreover, the 6-spine coiling dragon was even stronger than greater demon Panyu. This was the greater demon Panyu's base camp, and it occupied the right time and location. How could he fight with it? It wasn't just the horsemen of apocalypse. Even Zhang Tian's cursed inwardly. The appearance of the 6-spine coiling dragon put them in an extremely passive position. Of all times, it appeared at this time. Wasn't this putting him in a dilemma? Zhang Tian's wasn't stupid. He was already injured. If he fought to the death with the 6-spine coiling dragon, he would most likely suffer a double loss. Zhang Tian's wouldn't do such a risky business. However, at this time Zhang Tian's already had thoughts of retreating. Where there's life, there's hope. Moreover, he would definitely be the first to run. Even if everyone here died, it wouldn't be a problem for him to run. Jiangchen, you cover the rear. Everyone retreat with me. Zhang Tian's shouted in a deep voice. After all, no one wanted to die here. 2 stellar-level great demons, even Captain Zhang could only avoid them. They could only run away. Even if they wanted to be heroes, now was not the time. You're right. You're right. You're right. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Zhang Tian's once again assigned Jiangchen to be the main force of the retreat. To put it bluntly, everyone knew that this was a job with a slim chance of survival. A little carelessness could lead to death. The vanguard battalion went to kill the enemy. During the retreat, Jiangchen once again became the vanguard. Zhang Tian's wanted to put Jiangchen to death. Damn, isn't this grandson too much of a dog? Isn't he sending you to your death? Chapter 4881. Tong Ling's face was also full of indignation, but on the battlefield, military orders were absolute. If Jiangchen disobeyed, he might be directly obliterated. Although it was difficult to kill a great demon, it was not difficult for Zhang Tian's to kill Jiangchen. Jiangchen knew that Zhang Tian's was forcing him to submit and was eager for him to disobey military orders. Zhang Tian's also had a reason to kill him. At this time, Jiangchen had already been pushed to the teeth of the storm, and he had no other choice. If the ruler wanted the subject to die, the subject had to die. Jiangchen wanted to resist, but he could not get past Zhang Tian's, so he could only bite the bullet and do it. Yes, sir. Jiangchen looked at Zhang Tian's gloomily, but he had already been forced to become the scapegoat of the retreating army and had no way to escape. When you return to the horsemen of the apocalypse, it will be the day of your glory. Well done, Jiangchen. Zhang Tian said with a smile, his face full of femininity. This move had directly checkmated Jiangchen, leaving him with no way out. Zhang Tian was very satisfied with himself. Although the appearance of the 6-ridged coiling dragon had disrupted the overall situation, he could not go against the current situation. Even the higher-ups would not blame him. Most importantly, he had volunteered to kill Panyu. A stellar-level demon beast had endless energy inside its body. If he could kill Panyu and absorb the world's essence energy, he would definitely be able to break through. He had not made any progress for hundreds of years, so he had come to hunt Panyu as prey. Unfortunately, the 6-ridged coiling dragon had intercepted him in the end, so he could only settle for the next best thing. After all, he would definitely die if he fought 1 against 2. Zhang Tian still had this self-awareness. Under Zhang Tian's lead, thousands of horsemen began to retreat rapidly. Under the monstrous waves, they no longer had the slightest will to fight. Leaving this troublesome place as soon as possible and preserving their lives was the most important thing. However, Jiang Chen couldn't run. Even if he left, he had to be the last one. After everyone had evacuated, it would be his mission. This was also the reason why Zhang Tian's had asked him to stay. The crowd gradually retreated, but at this time the six-ridged coiling dragon had already rushed forward. Everyone was terrified. The six-ridged coiling dragon covered the sky, and the great demon Panyu were two stellar-level experts. Even if Jiang Chen was a deity descending to the mortal world, it would be useless. Sigh, looks like Commander Jiang Chen is really finished this time. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked him to stand out too much? At this time, Commander Zhang is already thinking highly of him by sending him to stabilize the rear. Didn't you hear Commander Zhang say that the day Jiang Chen returns to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he will definitely be honored? Bullshit. That's just to fool a 3-year-old child. Do you really think he can come back alive? This guy has already fallen into the range of the six-ridged coiling dragon and the great demon. It's impossible for him to escape. That was close. We almost couldn't escape. Hurry up and run for your life. Do you not want to live anymore? Fierce shouts resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone ran for their lives as if they were flying into the sky, not daring to stop at all. Zhang Tian's narrowed his eyes. When he looked back, Jiang Chen had already been submerged in the monstrous waves. The great demon Panyu and the six-ridged coiling dragon were still there, but Jiang Chen's figure had already disappeared without a trace. This time, even if the commander personally came, he wouldn't be able to save this guy. Just die here obediently. You're still too inexperienced to oppose me. Fai Zhang Tians want to toy with you to death, isn't that as easy as flipping my hand? In the midst of the monstrous waves, Zhang Tians had already left with his men, leaving behind Jiang Chen to bring up the rear. It was clear that he wanted to toy with him to death. As long as he dared to escape, Zhang Tians would kill him as a sacrifice and command the 3 armies. Therefore to him this was a slow death. Once everyone ran out, how could he escape the palm of a stellar-level great demon if he wanted to escape? The monstrous waves surged and Jiang Chen stood on the monstrous waves. Seeing that the six-ridged coiling dragon was already in front of him, it was impossible not to feel nervous. Who could remain calm in the face of life and death? Zhang Tians had left, but Jiang Chen had been used as a scapegoat. Zhang Tians, you bastard, if I, Jiang Chen, can escape alive, I will definitely tear your body into pieces. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly and looked straight at the six-ridged coiling dragon. He was already prepared to escape as he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat it. Little Chenzi, damn it, this time we're really going to die. It seems that the six-ridged coiling dragon wants us dead. De Huang said with lingering fear. Without breaking through to the stellar level, no one would dare to say that they were invincible. Even an arrogant guy like De Huang didn't dare to recklessly fight. Jiang Chen. Tong Ling's appearance made Jiang Chen frown. Why did this girl follow them? Why didn't she leave? Aren't you just causing trouble? Jiang Chen sighed, but Tong Ling's eyes were extremely persistent and blazing. You guys stay here, I won't go anywhere, Tong Ling said firmly. One was her good friend and the other was the love of her heart. Even if Tong Ling died, she would never take a step back. Me too. Tong Yao's appearance caused the expressions of the 3 of them to change, especially Tong Ling, whose face was filled with anxiety. Sister, why are you here? Go quickly. Something really happened to us, sisters. What would father do? Tong Ling said with a bitter expression. Everyone should follow their heart. Tong Yao said seriously. You shouldn't have stayed. You've already saved me once. If you lose your life again, how can I repay you? Jiang Chen also glanced at De Huang, which was very rare. This guy actually had such a sentimental side. Tong Yao's face turned red. You already know. How can I not know? I can't be more familiar with your aura. From the moment you appeared, I already knew. De Huang said in a deep voice. What are you guys talking about? Tong Ling looked at them in confusion. Your sister is the one who released me from the dungeon of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Jiang Chen knew that Tong Yao seemed to have fallen in love with De Huang at first sight. She even risked her life to release De Huang from the dungeon, which was enough to explain everything. Now is not the time to catch up. The six-ridged coiling dragon is here. Jiang Chen's expression was gloomy as he dismissed them. Now even if Tong Ling and Tong Yao wanted to leave, they couldn't. However, what Jiang Qin didn't expect was that Pan Yu actually took the opportunity to run away. The six-ridged coiling dragon couldn't be bothered to lower himself to his level because his target today was Jiang Qin, who had the aura of his bloodline. Abominable human, you will pay for your evil deeds today. The six-ridged coiling dragon swatted out with its palm. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword and urged the Genesis chi in his body to frantically surge. The giant sword swept horizontally with astonishing momentum, but it still couldn't put up the slightest resistance in the face of the six-ridged coiling dragon's palm. The rainbow shadow formed by the giant sword was like a giant curtain of starlight that was easily crushed. Jiang Qin also received a tremendous shock and was sent flying, turning into a swan on the river surface. Pooh. Chapter 4882. Little Qinzi. De Huang's expression changed drastically and his heart trembled. With just one move, the six-ridged coiling dragon had severely injured Jiang Qin. This guy was too terrifying. Tong Ling and Tong Yao looked at each other and followed De Huang, wanting to fight the six-ridged coiling dragon. Even though they knew they would die, they would never give up. Come back. Jiang Qin shouted angrily. The Black King took action, leading 5,000 half-step star-level monsters out of the Buddha prison palace. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were completely dumbfounded. This Jiang Qin was simply too abnormal. 5,000 half-step star-level monsters. Even the horsemen of the apocalypse would not dare to underestimate this power. With so many monsters, they should be able to stop the six-ridged coiling dragon, right? Big Yellow, this time it's up to us. I alone cannot control 5,000 Yao beasts. Even though they are telepathically connected to me, this formation is too big. Whether or not we can escape this time will depend on our luck, said Big Yellow. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and said. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were dumbfounded, but it was precisely because of this that a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. If these 5,000 half-step star-grade beasts could resist the six-spine coiling dragon's attack, they would have a chance to escape. Even if there are so many half-step stellar-level beasts, they might not be a match for the six-spine coiled dragon. We are too weak. Compared to a real stellar-level warrior, the advantage of numbers is useless. Jiang Qin sighed. In the confrontation just now, he had already felt the six-ridged coiling dragon's true power. Even if he went all out, it would be difficult for him to take a second move. Motherf asterisk cur. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let him bully me. De Huang was completely fearless. He dared to pull the emperor down from his high horse without risking his life. In his eyes there was nothing he feared. What joy was there in life? What bitterness was there in death? Just do it. Jiang Qin and De Huang had long since understood each other. There was no need for words. A look was enough. Under the joint command of Jiang Qin and De Huang, 5,000 half-step star-grade beasts, with the determination to die, surrounded the entire river domain. The array formation was extremely powerful. Jiang Qin was confident that even an early-stage star-grade expert might not be able to escape. Especially when he and De Huang worked together, they were invincible. The Black King assisted from the side. The three of them controlled the 5,000 demonic beasts to maintain the stability. As long as they could leave this place alive, it would be enough to buy them enough time. How can a bunch of ants compete with me? The six-ridged coiling dragon was disdainful. Its huge dragon claws swept across the sky. Hundreds of demonic beasts were instantly sent flying. The array formation was also extremely unstable. At this moment, the six-ridged coiling dragon had already gone berserk. Previously, it had let Jiang Qin and the others escape. This time it would definitely not let such a thing happen again. Most importantly, the six-ridged coiling dragon was completely unafraid of the obstruction of the array formation. If they wanted to stop it, it was no different from a fool's dream. Let's go. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Everyone exchanged glances with each other and quickly ran away. Only by leaving this dangerous place could they guarantee their safety. However, the path of retreat had been cut off. It was impossible for them to go around the six-ridged coiling dragon. Therefore they could only run into the depths of Water Curtain Mountain. Jiang Qin wanted to use the Heaven Ascension Stairway. However, with so many people it would definitely slow down his speed. Even if he could run, De Huang and the others would not be able to escape. Therefore he could only use the array formation to delay the six-ridged coiling dragon. They could only choose to use a roundabout strategy to escape. Facing this invincible great demon lord, Xianxia wouldn't be so stupid as to fight him to the death. Right now he needed to preserve his strength and not engage in a pointless fight. Xianxia wasn't afraid of death, but if death wasn't worth mentioning, what was the point of living? He came here to look for Feng. Until now there had been no news of him. His heart had always been anxious and it was hard for him to calm down. For many years Xianxia was fearless. Because he firmly believed that Feng was still alive. Feng would definitely become his pride. However, as a father, Xianxia could not let Jiang Feng face this alone. The eternal world was really too big and too dangerous. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingyu, Yan Qingqing and the others who were far away in their hometown were probably more worried than him. The more it was so, the more Xianxia could not let them worry. The sooner he found Feng the sooner they could reunite. Xianxia took the lead. Treading on the waves, he quickly left with everyone. The array formation was still there, but they were already dozens of miles away. De Huang let out a long sigh of relief. Finally got rid of that big guy. It really scared this master dog to death. De Huang patted his chest and said. Tong Ling and Tong Yao couldn't help but laugh because they had never seen such a funny side of De Huang. De Huang's old face turned red. The cold and fierce man image that he painstakingly built up was instantly gone. However, Tong Ling and Tong Yao looked at each other and didn't mind it at all. Instead, they seemed to worship De Huang even more. Please look at me and see if I can do it. I'm the one who put in the effort. Xianxia smiled. He was a little unwilling. As his helper, De Huang was almost envied to death by these two women. He was so tired that he almost died, but De Huang didn't even look at him. Women. You're jealous of this kind of thing. Little Qinzi, are we still brothers? De Huang was beaming with joy and said confidently. Now is not the time to let down our guard. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise that six-spine coiling dragon won't give up so easily. The demonic array formation can't stop it for long. Xianxia stopped smiling and said in a deep voice. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with it when it comes. That stupid dragon can't be so fast. Before Big Yellow's voice died away, a shocking rainbow figure was seen zooming above the river at a shocking speed, and it was already in their field of vision. Hurry up and run. De Huang ran away immediately. The six-spine coiling dragon couldn't be judged by common sense. Xianxia's pupils shrank and his heart sank. Isn't this guy too strong? The trapping array of thousands of demonic beasts couldn't even trap him for the time it took for a joss stick to burn. If they didn't run now, when would they? However, their speed was no match for the six-spine coiling dragon. They frantically ran for hundreds of miles. The surrounding mountains and islands became more and more crowded, but it didn't slow down the six-spine coiling dragon. Finally, they came to a cliff-like waterfall surrounded by a deep pit. The pit was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. They could only see the water flowing 3,000 feet down. However, the water here was abnormally slow. When it reached the bottom, it gradually sped up like a galloping horse, but it was a little strange. The bottomless waterfall pit had a radius of 10 miles, and it was impossible to see the bottom of the pit. Then where did these waterfalls flow to? Chapter 4883. However, it was already impossible for them to take a detour. Even the sky above the waterfall was filled with extremely powerful turbulence, making it impossible to fly over. Damn it, what I was afraid of has come true. Xianxia felt very gloomy in his heart. Now he could only try his best because they had no other way out. Master, there's something strange about this place. I'm afraid we have to take a detour. The Black King said in a low voice. He felt that this place was very unusual and danger seemed to be coming at any moment. Xianxia shook his head. How could he not know? Sai, it's already too late. Jump down and we may still have a chance of survival. Xianxia knew that he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Every second could cost them their lives. The six-ridged coiling dragon would arrive soon and they no longer had time. As Xianxia leaped down, they followed Xianxia without hesitation. Only death awaited them. This mysterious and unfathomable pit might give them a chance to turn things around. Begging for death might give them a chance to find the true meaning of life and death. The moment Xianxia jumped into the waterfall pit, he felt as if he was pushed away by a huge force. He didn't even need the support of his yuan qi to walk in the air. However, the force wasn't enough to allow him to float in the air. He started to slowly fall and in the end he fell into the waterfall at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to mobilize the Genesis Qi in his body, but he found that he couldn't do it. He could only let his body fall freely as an invisible pressure shrouded his heart. What the hell? Little Chinzi, save me, I'm falling. De Huang's roar echoed in everyone's ears. Jiang Qin was the first to land on a circular plaza. Dust rose everywhere. Fortunately, his body was already indestructible, and the dragon transformation gave him a body of steel. Even so, Jiang Qin still felt an indescribable pain all over his body. De Huang also fell, and Tong Ling and Tong Yao smashed into De Huang's body. What the hell? Why are you two so heavy? De Huang clenched his teeth and said. He felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. I'm sorry. Tong Ling and Tong Yao looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Their hearts ached even more. Although they weren't injured, De Huang was in a miserable state. He was smashed to the point that he was in a daze. Alright, stop pretending to be dead and trying to gain sympathy. Do you want me to devote myself to you? Jiang Qin rolled his eyes at De Huang. De Huang stood up and stretched his muscles. It was inevitable that he was injured, but he was obviously trying to gain sympathy. Kaka, Little Chinzi, how dare you make fun of me? I'm not done with you. De Huang snorted. Jiang Qin didn't bother to argue with him. He fixed his eyes on the surrounding water curtain and didn't know where it flowed. 100 meters from the ground, all the water flowing down from the waterfall had flowed away. The square under the waterfall was empty and looked very gloomy. The surroundings were very dry, but there were fish bones everywhere. Some were a few centimeters long, while others were tens of meters or even hundreds of meters long. They were covered with dust. The waterfall that should have flowed down changed its direction 100 meters away. The surroundings were very empty, but from time to time, there was a series of hissing sounds, which became more and more mysterious and difficult to distinguish. What the hell is this place? Looks so gloomy. De Huang said. This seems to be a secret ancient land. Look over there, there are so many huge buildings. Tong Yao said, pointing to the distance. There were more than 10 meters high towers and statues, all of which were 20 or 30 meters high. The surrounding branches were more like a very orderly building complex. It's true. De Huang took a closer look. This looks like an altar, but who could have left it here? Jiang Qin asked curiously. MT Water Curtain has always been a mysterious forbidden area in the Apocalypse Galaxy City. There's also the 100 Ghosts Bamboo Forest and so on and so forth. Almost all of them are deserted places because everyone knows that Supreme Gene is a stellar-level great demon or an even more terrifying existence. If an ordinary person were to enter by mistake, there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that they would die in the underworld. Even the horsemen of the apocalypse know very little about MT Water Curtain. It's probably been many years since anyone has come here, and I don't think anyone would be willing to come down. Tong Yao said. If it wasn't for the fact that they had a slim chance of survival, they wouldn't want to come down. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. The statues here are all 20 meters tall. The surrounding buildings are also very strange and unique. Perhaps there used to be a mysterious race here. Those great demons were indomitable existences, so it was normal for this place to be mysterious. It was completely different from them. Apart from the size of the giant statues and buildings, many of them were no different from humans. That was why they were so puzzled. What a huge ancient tree. It seems to reach the sky, and it seems to extend all the way to the waterfall. De Huang patted the ancient tree that even 10 people could not wrap their arms around. There were countless vines around it, but they had long withered, leaving only withered branches and leaves, winding around the ancient tree. This is a rootless vine? Tong Yao said in surprise. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly as he looked at Tong Yao. You said that this is a rootless vine? Yes, this kind of ancient tree can be made into incense, which is very beneficial for cultivation. It's said that it has been extinct for a long time. I didn't expect to see it here. Tong Yao was well-read and her words were very insightful. Jiang Qin was instantly overjoyed. He had come to Mount Water Curtain to find the rootless water, rootless vine and rootless flower. Now that the rootless vine was right in front of him, he actually didn't know about it. Do you know about the rootless water? Jiang Qin looked at Tong Yao with a hopeful expression. Of course, the rootless vine and the rootless water are companions. The rootless vine needs to be watered by the rootless water under the deep sea in order to grow. The conditions are extremely harsh. The rootless vine grows here, so there must be rootless water in the tree trunk. Tong Yao said with certainty. Jiang Qin hastily dug up the tree trunk. As expected, there was a splash of water gushing out from the tree trunk. Jiang Qin hastily collected the water and cut off a few more rootless vines. Jiang Qin was overjoyed. It seemed that knowledge could change one's fate no matter when or what era it was. If Tong Yao didn't know about the rootless water and rootless vine, he would have to return empty-handed even if he entered a treasure mountain. It's really like wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching and finding it by chance. Thank you. Jiang Qin cupped his fists and said to Tong Yao full of gratitude. It seems that you really need the rootless water and rootless vine. Tong Yao nodded. Yes, I have another question. Do you know about the rootless flower? Chapter 4884. Tong Yao shook her head indicating that she didn't know. Although Jiang Qin was a little disappointed, he couldn't hide his excitement. Obtaining the rootless water and the rootless vine was already a great fortune. It seemed that obtaining the rootless flower would be a stroke of luck. Everyone still didn't dare to let their guard down. They carefully checked their surroundings. When Jiang Qin passed by this place, he saw a lot of mysterious symbols. He didn't know what they were used for, but in this square they would appear every 100 meters. When Jiang Qin came down, he felt that a pair of eyes were watching him. He didn't know where this guy was or if it was just his imagination, but this was definitely a place of trouble. Above the waterfall, the 6-ridged coiled dragon stared at the abyss with a complicated expression. With a shake of his body, the 6-ridged coiled dragon turned into a white-robed man. He was thin with tiger-like eyes and a pair of dragon eyebrows. His whole body was emitting a terrifying aura. Damned humans, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Although the 6-ridged coiled dragon was hesitant, this was a place that he had never entered before. This deep pit had existed since he was born. When he was young, 2 of his brothers had entered it and they never came out again. However, now that he was one of the top demons in this water curtain mountain, he could use this opportunity to find out what kind of existence was under this deep pit waterfall. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the others were at the bottom of the deep pit. They swept through more than half of the square. Although it was very big, they didn't find anything valuable. Finally, they came to a huge hall that was hundreds of meters high. As Jiang Qin thought, this was an altar. On the altar there were countless skeletons. Those were indeed human skeletons. Each skeleton was 23 meters tall. It could be seen that the people here were all giants, but why they were under this waterfall was unknown. The surroundings of the hall were engraved with countless cruel punishments. It was so tragic that people couldn't bear to look at it. There were people who went up a mountain of knives and went into a pot of boiling oil. There were people who were dismembered. There were people whose ears and noses were cut, and there were people who were still alive. The scene was very tragic. Exactly what kind of place is this? Why haven't I seen any records of this place in any ancient texts? Furthermore, it's so frightening and eerie. Tong Yao's heart was pounding. She was quite well read and had read countless history books about the heaven-awakened planet, including the history from tens of millions of years ago, but there were no records of this place. The mysterious palace in the depths of the ocean was quite terrifying. Be careful. This is not a good place. Jiang Qin said cautiously. What's there to be afraid of? Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come. I don't believe that the 6-spine coiling dragon would really dare to come down and cause trouble for us. It's acting like it's home here. De Huang swaggered down and sat on a huge stone turtle. At this moment, the stone turtle's head drooped down, and the palace started to move. 100-meter-tall statue rose from the ground. The statue's face was malevolent and filled with killing intent. Its eyes were wide open, making people not dare to look at it directly. In its left hand was a brush, and in its right hand was a black medallion. The black medallion was flashing with a black light, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Everyone stared at the medallion in a daze. Only Jiang Chen's heart trembled as his expression changed. Because his innate astral soul was about to be successfully condensed, he was able to walk out from the illusion in a short period of time. Big Yellow, Tong Ling and Tong Yao weren't as lucky. The 3 of them had a blank look in their eyes as they stared at the black medallion and walked towards the gigantic statue. What a terrifying medallion. Jiang Qin drew in a breath of cold air. Although he didn't know what would happen if he was sucked in by the black medallion, he rejoiced that he didn't fall too deep into it. When he lowered his head again, he saw that in front of the statue, there was actually a sea of boiling lava. Not only that, this sea of lava wasn't ordinary flames. Even Jiang Chen felt his heart palpitating in fear. Wake up. Jiang Chen slammed his palms onto the bodies of De Huang and the others. Only then did the three of them abruptly raise their heads, as though they had just woken up from a dream. What's going on? What's wrong with me? You guys have fallen into an illusion. Don't look at the black medallion, it will only cause you to hallucinate. If we continue walking forward and prostrate ourselves in worship, we will definitely fall into the lava below the statue. That isn't ordinary lava. Jiang Chen said. Damn it, what the hell is this place? De Huang cursed, but he felt a little guilty. He glanced around with lingering fear. This place was so strange that it gave him goosebumps. Moreover, he didn't know where the danger was. You guys are actually not dead yet. Seems like I have to do it myself. A cold voice rang in the ears of Jiang Chen and the others. A figure in white appeared behind them, causing the hearts of Tong Ling and the others to skip a beat. You are... He's the six-ridged coiling dragon, Jiang Chen said. At this moment his breathing also became heavy. The six-ridged coiling dragon had finally caught up. Tong Ling and Tong Yao glanced at each other and their expressions changed. How was this possible? This guy was actually the six-ridged coiling dragon? They didn't expect this guy to actually catch up to them. It seemed like this time they really couldn't escape from this disaster. The six-ridged coiling dragon didn't give them the slightest chance to resist. The strength of a great completion star level was in existence that they would never be able to catch up to in 100 or even 1,000 years. This was really going to drag them out no matter what. You have good eyesight. Seems like I have really underestimated you. However, you still can't escape death. The six-ridged coiling dragon said with a cold expression. It seemed like his choice was right. They were really here. Little Chinzi, what should we do? Are we really going to die here? De Huang said with a gloomy face. At this moment, facing the six-ridged coiling dragon, none of them could remain calm. Really? That's not necessarily true. I've always been a person who won't shed a tear until I see the coffin. If you want me to die, you have to pay a price. Unless, you're going to be my scapegoat. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seems like you're really stubborn. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Going against me, you guys will definitely not have a good ending. The six-ridged coiling dragon and Jiang Chen stared at each other with murderous intent. Little Chinzi, let's think about how to escape. This is a star-level warrior. De Huang looked at Jiang Chen guiltily. Tong Ling and Tong Yao also looked serious and meticulous. In the face of danger, they could lose their lives at any time. Who would dare to let their guard down? What are you afraid of? He's no longer a star-level warrior. Am I right? Six-ridged coiling dragon. Jiang Chen said without batting an eyelid. Chapter 4885. Ever since he had entered the waterfall pit, his power had been constantly being compressed. In the end, he had stopped at the peak of the half-step star level, the limit of the third-level star transformation. Although he was only one step away from the star level, his cultivation had been perfectly compressed. Only then did he understand how terrifying and strange the illusion here was. The compression of his power was the greatest weakness to him. Therefore he had to end the battle as soon as possible. What? I'm not a star state anymore? What else do I have to be afraid of? De Huang instantly straightened his back. Aren't you a fox pretending to be a tiger? You're no longer a star state, yet you're still making a fuss here. Do you think I, Master Dog, am easily frightened? Little Chinzi, is he really no longer a star state? De Huang seemed to have some lingering fear as he glanced at Jiang Chen. That's right, it should be due to the environment here. Our power hasn't reached the star state, so we can't feel it. But you're different, right? Six-ridged coiling dragon. Jiang Chen looked at the six-spine coiling dragon with a smile. This was the reason why he wasn't worried anymore. As long as the six-spine coiling dragon's strength hadn't reached the star realm and was suppressed to the peak of the half-step star realm, Jiang Chen would have the strength to fight it. So what? Although my power has been compressed, I haven't suffered any damage. The six-ridged coiling dragon looked at Jiang Chen and the others arrogantly and said disdainfully. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The six-ridged coiling dragon didn't even care about these humans. Killing them was the most important thing. I see. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Let me fight you first and see what you're capable of. De Huang didn't hesitate and charged forward. The wind from his palms whistled and danced wildly in the air. "De Huang," Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, but Big Yellow had already dashed out in a flash. The six-ridged coiling dragon didn't move. It threw a punch and the wind and thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, it had already clashed with De Huang. The fist and palm collided and De Huang was sent flying. De Huang spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the surrounding stone walls. He felt as if his internal organs were about to explode. That punch had almost sent him flying. Wasn't it too strong? Who said there wasn't a star state power? Little Chenzi UF** King tricked me. You can't even withstand a single blow. You want to fight me with just the likes of you? Ha! The six-ridged coiling dragon laughed maniacally. I forgot to tell you that although his power has been compressed, his body is still at the star state. Even a powerhouse who has just broken through to the star state might not be a match for him. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Holy shit. De Huang's heart was bleeding and he grimaced in pain. You didn't let me say it either. Jiang Chen was helpless. Before he could finish speaking, he had already rushed forward and was directly pushed back by the six-ridged coiling dragon. Such boldness made Jiang Chen even more solemn. In this battle, although the six-ridged coiling dragon's power had been compressed, it was still extremely difficult to defeat it. De Huang's defeat in one move was the best example. Tong Ling and Tong Yao hurriedly helped De Huang up. At this time their hearts were in their throats again. It seemed that this six-ridged coiling dragon was still not something they could fight against. Such power and physique were undoubtedly at the star state. Although his cultivation had been compressed, his power was still there. This was the capital of the six-ridged coiling dragon's arrogance. The strong naturally had their own pride. It's not too late to say it now. However, we can't escape from this battle. Jiang Chen was very clear that it was impossible to escape. Now they had no way out at all. Fortunately, the space here had compressed the six-ridged coiling dragon's cultivation. As long as there was a chance of survival, he had to go all out. If you kneel down and bow your head now, you might be able to avoid some physical pain. The six-ridged coiling dragon said contemptuously. I'm not tough, but my bones are tough. Why don't you come and try it yourself? Jiang Chen and Leng Ling smiled. The two were already at each other's throats. Seems that we still have to fight after all. The six-ridged coiling dragon shook his head and smiled faintly. Even if his strength had been severely compressed, he still had a huge advantage in front of Jiang Chen, who had not even reached the star state. It's useless to say more. If you want to fight, let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you to the end. Jiang Chen pulled out his heavenly dragon sword and displayed his dragon transformation. His aura suddenly rose and reached the third level of the half-step star state star transformation. In this battle he could not hold back at all. Let me see what you're capable of. The six-ridged coiling dragon was as still as a mountain. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Chen and provoked him with his finger. If that's the case, let's fight. Jiang Chen walked like a dragon and a tiger. His sword flew like the clouds and slashed towards the six-ridged coiling dragon. The combination of the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword was flawless. The sword chi was surging and unparalleled. The six-ridged coiling dragon was quite impressed by the heavenly dragon sword's boldness. However, he was going to kill Jiang Chen and the others today. There was no need to give him any leeway. The stellar-level physique was not something they could imagine. The six-ridged coiling dragon's arms reached the sky and confronted the heavenly dragon sword fearlessly. In an instant the two clashed. The sword chi was cleansing and buzzing. Under the strong confrontation, Jiang Chen felt the pressure increasing infinitely. This was because the stellar-level physique was too strong. Even the heavenly dragon sword could not stop it. Sword shadows broke through the void. The six-ridged coiling dragon was fearless and had no intention of retreating at all. Instead, it approached Jiang Chen step by step. Although it was hard to determine the winner of the battle between the two after Jiang Chen, he used all his strength in every sword. Every sword was ruthlessly crushed by the six-ridged coiling dragon. It seemed to be easy, but in fact the undercurrent was surging. If Jiang Chen was not careless, he could be defeated in one move. However, the six-ridged coiling dragon was even more surprised. Jiang Chen's strength could be said to be invincible below the stellar level. With such combat strength, even if he faced a third-stage astral transformation expert who was stronger than him, he would not be able to block his sword technique. If Jiang Qin did not have the strength to crush the six-ridged coiling dragon, it would be impossible for him to win. What a good sword, what courage! It was a pity that the six-ridged coiling dragon's goal today was to kill him. He had not fought to his heart's content for many years. In the entire Water Curtain Mountain, there were only a few people who could fight with him. For a long time he had not met a worthy opponent. This battle had also aroused his fighting spirit. For thousands of years, no one had dared to be arrogant in front of him. The six-ridged coiling dragon, who was in a high position, made countless demonic beasts in the Water Curtain Mountain tremble. Today's battle with Jiang Qin made his blood boil. It was as if he had returned to his youth when he fought with the great demons. Chapter 48-86. The heavenly dragon sword flew around wantonly, slashing horizontally and vertically. Cut through countless airwaves, but in the end it still could not hurt the six-spine coiled dragon at all. Damn it, let's fight. Little Chenzi, Master Dog is coming. De Huang ignored the injuries on his body and quickly made a move. He joined forces with Jiang Qin to resist the enemy. As long as he was not dead, he would never let little Chenzi fight alone. If they were to die, they would die together. They would be brothers in the next life. Tong Ling and Tong Yao did not want to be outdone. After the three half-step star-level experts joined in, Jiang Chen's declining situation gradually recovered a little. No matter what, the three were half-step star-level experts, so they reduced some of the pressure on Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen also began to counterattack. If they wanted to survive, they must defeat the six-spine coiled dragon. Under the cooperation of the four people, if they still could not defeat the six-spine coiled dragon, then they might really not have any chance. Jiang Chen took advantage of the victory and urged the ancient soaring dragon technique. His strength went further and had completely reached the peak. At this time he was the real number one person below the star level. Even if it was an early-stage star-level expert, he could still fight. Jiang Chen's heart was extremely serious. He knew that he could not have any neglect. This was their best chance, and it was fleeting. A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon. You are really overestimating yourself. Get out of my way. The six-spine coiled dragon roared angrily and attacked with a heavy punch. It was a force that could defeat 10 people. It was completely impossible for De Huang and the others to resist. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were the first to be repelled. Only De Huang was still struggling, but it was also a drop in the bucket. He could not stop the six-spine coiled dragon's attack at all. In the blink of an eye, the second punch followed. De Huang turned his palm into a fist and combined his strength to attack the six-spine coiled dragon. However, he still failed. His body was seriously injured again and he was sent flying. This time it was difficult for him to stand up again. 29 swords. Jiang Chen's anger erupted, accompanied by the roar of the sword, the roar of a heavenly dragon, the power to shake the 9 heavens. The six-spine coiling dragon remained unmoved. Wherever the golden body went, not a single sword chi could hurt it. Jiang Chen was also forced back several hundred steps. He staggered and was heavily injured. Are you still not going to admit defeat? Prepare to die. You don't have the qualifications to fight with me. If it weren't for the spatial distortion here suppressing my strength, you wouldn't even be able to receive a single attack from me. Lowly humans facing you, only death awaits you. The six-spine coiling dragon looked at Jiang Chen and the others with disdain. His white robes fluttered in the wind and his arrogance reached the heavens. He looked at them coldly. In front of him they were all ants. I won't give up until the very last moment. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword and clenched his teeth. In his opinion, the battle had just begun. You're already seriously injured. Don't tell me you still want to prove yourself? I admit that you're indeed a genius. You're also very strong. At least below the star level you're already invincible. However, it's your bad luck to meet me. You want to escape from me, the six-spine coiling dragon? I'm afraid you're dreaming. The six-spine coiling dragon snorted disdainfully. Jiang Chen was already seriously injured. How could he change his fate? Humans are always so stupid. You'll never know the potential of humans. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His fighting spirit was high. He pulled out his sword and looked around. His heart was as calm as still water. Very well, let me experience just how much strength a stubborn fellow like you has. The battle between the six-spine coiling dragon and Jiang Chen had once again begun. Jiang Chen braved the wind and waves. He knew that he couldn't win, but he still did it. He wanted to fight to the death with the six-spine coiling dragon. The six-spine coiling dragon was indeed very strong, but it wasn't invincible. When the six-spine coiling dragon was at the star level, Zhou Xian was naturally not its opponent. However, now Zhou Xian wanted to challenge the six-spine coiling dragon. It was still too early to say who would win. The limitless sword gave Zhou Xian enough confidence. However, it still couldn't be compared to the six-spine coiling dragon. The opponent's star-level physique was simply too strong. There was no way he could win. Every time he clashed with his divine weapon, the Sky Dragon sword, it made his body tremble and his scalp go numb. Zhou Xian didn't look sideways. He immediately held his sword horizontally. Finger seals flew everywhere. He didn't dare to hold back. This battle was a matter of life and death, and he wasn't alone. Can Zhou Xian really defeat the six-spine coiling dragon? Tong Yao murmured. In her heart she didn't believe it at all. Although the six-spine coiling dragon's strength was severely suppressed, after 2 exchanges, they all felt that the opponent was like a big furnace. They couldn't get close at all. That terrifying heat wave was enough to send them flying. In the end, stellar-level experts were not people they could touch. The strong naturally had the dignity and glory of the strong. If they were really defeated by a few half-step stellar-level experts, then the stellar-level experts would probably be a joke. Yes, although Zhou Xian has led us out of trouble countless times, the opponent this time is the six-spine coiling dragon, a real stellar-level expert. Tong Ling sighed. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Zhou Xian, but the opponent was too strong. He was so strong that it was suffocating. They also wanted to cheer for Zhou Xian, but in the end they had to believe in the truth. Little Qinzi has never disappointed me. No matter how many years, no matter when, as long as he is still here, there is hope. I didn't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but I hope to die on the same day, month and year. De Huang said in a low voice. Although he was seriously injured and couldn't help, there was still hope as long as Zhou Xian was here. Tong Ling and Tong Yao lamented. Big Yellow is so affectionate. We didn't misjudge him indeed. Love at first sight, love at second sight. De Huang was worthy of their trust. Zhou Qian's expression was solemn and meticulous. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed his fingertips lightly. The 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger had already been unleashed. It was thunderous and unstoppable. 1 finger ends, single sun finger. A terrifying finger descended from the sky. The 6 ridges coiling dragon's eyes turned cold as it retreated. It was as stable as a mountain as it brazenly welcomed the attack. But this time the 6 ridges coiling dragon couldn't help but be startled. It sucked in a breath of cold air. That finger was too powerful. It was unimaginable for the 6 ridges coiling dragon. The monstrous finger seal slammed into its shoulder. The 6-spine coiling dragon's anger had been completely ignited by Zhou Xian. A mere ant below the stellar level had dared to injure it? Die. This time I will turn you into ashes. Zerdcum. The 6-spine coiling dragon's eyes turned cold as it gripped the dragon's pine sword. It was a sword formed from the condensation of its flesh, blood and spine, and was extremely terrifying. It was at least a grade 6 Genesis weapon and was not inferior to Zhou Qian's heavenly dragon sword. Chapter 4887. Zhou Qian kept retreating with an ugly expression. The heavenly dragon sword was defeated with every move, and the situation was very passive. Tong Ling, Tong Yao and the others were shocked and worried for Zhou Qian. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's combat power was unparalleled. It was simply too terrifying. Such power was not something that people below the star level could contend with. Defeat was a foregone conclusion. I've said it before. You're not my match. Even if your finger imprint is indeed very strong and many early-stage star realm experts might not be able to withstand it, and I am indeed injured, you won't be able to block my dragon's pine sword at all. The dragon's pine sword contains my blood, dragon might, dragon vein, dragon blood and dragon chi. It is the strongest and toughest divine weapon and it can even fuse with me. Would you have to fight me? Ah. The 6-ridged coiling dragon said arrogantly. Its voice was like thunder, causing everyone's scalps to go numb and their eardrums to tremble. It's still too early to talk about this. If you want to defeat me, just this little ability is not enough. Zhou Qian was still unmoved. He was determined not to admit defeat. Starlight entered the body. Zhou Qian was not discouraged. He activated the astral pole and his power rose again. He was locked in a stalemate with the six-ridged coiling dragon. The six-ridged coiling dragon was also surprised. This guy was getting more and more interesting. Jiang Chen's body was dazzling with starlight, like an unshakable treasure. You're still too naive to think that you can defeat me. Jiang Chen's aura was comparable to the six-ridged coiling dragon's. This time the six-ridged coiling dragon became serious. Did this guy have a backup plan? What trump card do you have? Use it all at once. I don't want to waste any more time on you. The six-ridged coiling dragon said impatiently. Trump card. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. I don't have a trump card, but I do have a Kong Long Jian. Jiang Chen reached out and grasped the Kong dragon truncheon. The six-spine coiling dragon's face instantly darkened. Even his dragonspine sword seemed to pale in comparison to the Kong dragon truncheon. Although the six-ridged coiling dragon didn't know what kind of terrifying divine weapon the Kong dragon truncheon was, the fear and pressure that came from the depths of his soul made him feel suffocated. Kong Long Jian. What a good Kong Long Jian. What is this? The six-ridged coiling dragon was unwilling to give up. Jiang Chen's aura did not increase by much, but the Kong Long Jian made him more and more passive. That kind of pressure had reduced his strength by at least 40%. This battle suddenly became difficult. However, the six-spine coiling dragon would not admit defeat just like that. How could he be afraid before the battle had even begun? Moreover, he would never lose to these ants. The Kong dragon truncheon specializes in dealing with those who refuse to submit, especially those from the dragon race. Jiang Chen said coldly. His aura was like a rainbow as he pointed at the six-spine coiling dragon. With the support of the astral pole, Jiang Chen's aura completely overshadowed the six-spine coiling dragon. Even though he had a stellar-grade physique, he had no way of fighting back in front of the Kong dragon truncheon. Jiang Chen was even more delighted. Once the Kong dragon truncheon was used, the six-spine coiling dragon was immediately suppressed. The confrontation between the two became more intense. The Kong dragon truncheon's aura became stronger and stronger. Although the six-spine coiling dragon's aura was very strong, it was not to the point where Jiang Chen would be defenseless. If his current strength was at the fourth level of the star realm, Jiang Chen would not be a match for him even if he had the Kong dragon truncheon. Because his strength had been suppressed, coupled with the suppression of the Kong dragon truncheon, the six-spine coiling dragon was extremely depressed. The suppression of the Kong dragon truncheon on the dragon race was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen's astral pole was also playing an extremely powerful role at this moment. He had already entered the second level of the astral pole. Although he had just begun cultivating it, it was many times stronger than before. With the Kong dragon truncheon, Jiang Chen was like a tiger that had grown wings. He was in high spirits. The truncheon shadows were like the wind and lightning, and the six-spine coiling dragon found it increasingly difficult to fight back. It was suppressed to the point where it could not even lift its head. The situation instantly reversed. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were dumbfounded. With the Kong dragon truncheon in hand, Jiang Chen was like an unparalleled god of war. He beat the six-spine coiling dragon until it could not retaliate at all. The wounds on its body increased as the six-spine coiling dragon finally collapsed. Torrential starlight. Arrogant dragon regrets. The Kong dragon truncheon smashed in all directions, and the six-spine coiling dragon's dragonspine sword was directly broken. The six-spine coiling dragon was finally defeated. Blood gushed out of his mouth and his face was pale. He had lost his soul. The dragonspine sword was his dragon's spine, and now that its spine was broken, the six-spine coiling dragon had lost an arm. There was no way he could continue fighting against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's endurance was also unimaginable. He was like a war machine that did not stop at all. Such a physique left the six-spine coiling dragon in the dust. This fellow's terror had finally impressed him. I've lost. I actually lost to a human who is not even a stellar grade. Hee. The six-spine coiling dragon retreated in defeat and knelt on the ground on one knee. Its eyes were filled with despair, regret, and unwillingness. However, at this moment it was useless. Like I said, little Qinzi will not disappoint. De Huang had a sudden impulse and his eyes were blazing. The Kong dragon truncheon had directly made the six-spine coiling dragon kneel on the ground. It seemed that little Qinzi's strength had soared by several levels. In front of little Qinzi, De Huang had instantly become insignificant. I knew that you had the best taste, Tong Ling said with a smile. Tong Yao was also very convinced of De Huang. Jiang Chen was speechless. I'm fighting to the death here and you, a damn dog, are actually picking up girls. Tong Ling and Tong Yao's eyes were filled with admiration for De Huang. It was as if he was the one who defeated the six-spine coiling dragon. Since I've already lost, kill me or plunder me. The six-spine coiling dragon will definitely not frown. The six-spine coiling dragon, Truncheon said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen was panting heavily as he gripped the Kong dragon truncheon. He had exhausted all of his Genesis Chi to defeat the six-spine coiling dragon. This battle was practically unbeatable for him. If not for the Kong dragon truncheon, he would not have been able to do anything to the six-spine coiling dragon. The timing, location, and people were all in his favor. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's the Kong dragon truncheon. Hehe, it seems that you have a lot of treasures on you. Everyone tensed up and breathed heavily. Jiang Chen abruptly turned around and looked at the giant statue. The black token was constantly flashing, and the statue's eyes had become incomparably dazzling. Black light flickered in the statue's eyes, and it seemed to be brimming with life. What the? The statue is alive? De Huang was taken aback. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Who are you? Jiang Chen said coldly, staring straight at the statue. Who am I? Hehe, ants, like you don't deserve to know my name. After so many years, I've finally found a suitable candidate. Chapter 4888. I originally thought that I would have to wait for the six-ridged coiling dragon to reach the peak of the star level before I could leave this place. Now it seems that a better candidate has appeared. Compared to the six-ridged coiling dragon, he is even more tempting. Jiang Chen and the six-ridged coiling dragon took a deep breath. This guy was really arrogant. He actually wanted the peak star level six-ridged coiling dragon to be his candidate. Who is he? What did he want? Your candidate should be me, right? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment, fear was useless because he had no idea who the other party was and what kind of plan he had. He didn't even put the six-ridged coiling dragon in his eyes. What kind of strength and background did he have to have such a strong backing? Not bad. Although the six-ridged coiling dragon is strong, your body is stronger. You also have the Eternal Dragon Clan's Kong Long Jian. It seems that I have underestimated you. This Kong Long Jian will not be of any use in your hands. Let me accept it. In the future I will let it shine in my hands. The statue said faintly. The majesty in its words was unimaginable. The innate domineering might and pressure made Jiang Chen feel very troubled. This guy was probably not him. Even the six-ridged coiling dragon at its peak could not compete with him. This deep pit and waterfall might very well have existed because of him. Then who are you? Even if we die, you should at least let us know why we died. The six-ridged coiling dragon said in a deep voice. You won't understand. My name is Mount Tai. I controlled the desolate Yu pool in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That era belonged to me. The statue's voice was deep. Seemed to be filled with nostalgia and sadness. Mount Tai, Jiang Chen murmured. Could you be King Tai? The King Tai of the Netherworld realm billions of years ago? The six-ridged coiling dragon looked at the statue in disbelief. There is actually someone who remembers me? It's been too long. I don't even remember myself. King Tai laughed loudly. His voice was filled with arrogance and tyranny. However, it was hard to hide the vicissitudes of time. King Taishan, you really are King Taishan. The six-ridged coiling dragon looked dispirited, his face filled with misery. It was as if he was filled with fear and despair at the words King Taishan. Who is King Taishan? Jiang Chen looked at the six-spine coiling dragon and raised his eyebrows. King Taishan was a person from the previous era and was the ruler of the Netherworld realm. I've also heard about him from my seniors. He was one of the rulers of the Netherworld realm millions and millions of years ago. Even if he didn't have to worry about the passage of time, 10,000 years is still a long time. If he doesn't undergo a true transformation, 10,000 years is more than enough to bury a powerhouse in the dust of time. No one can live forever. Maybe you can live for 100,000 years or maybe you can live for 1 million years, but only the ruler of the Netherworld realm can truly fight to the death. King Taishan was the ruler of the Taishan tribe, and he controlled the Great Pond of Desolate Yu. The reason there are no records of him in the history of the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet is because he was even older than the ruler of the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet, so much so that people forgot about his existence. If it weren't for my seniors, I wouldn't have known about his existence. The six-ridged coiling dragon tribe used to be the mount of King Tai, but after so many years, who would have thought that King Taishan was still alive? The eyes of the six-ridged coiling dragon were filled with bitterness. He was very respectful towards the statue, but he wasn't willing to be the mount of King Taishan. He wasn't willing to be under someone else. But even if he was willing, King Taishan might not have allowed him to be his mount, right? The hearts of Zhou Xian and the others were filled with shock. It seemed like King Taishan was a peerless overlord from ancient times. Even the current Heavenly Enlightenment Planet didn't have any records of him. Tong Yao had said before that she had read many books, but she didn't know anything about this place. How many years has it been? It seems like the six-ridged coiling dragon tribe has long forgotten about my existence. Therefore all of you must die. You must atone for your crimes. The six-ridged coiling dragon tribe will suffer endless punishment and be annihilated, never to exist in this world again. King Taishan said tyrannically. The heart of the six-ridged coiling dragon trembled. This kind of sentence was the same as making him disappear from this world forever. This was killing his heart. All of you will be buried with him. You're a very lucky kid. From today onwards I will gradually occupy your body. In the future you will become an unparalleled existence. Even the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet will be a drop in the ocean in your eyes. King Taishan's mighty voice was deafening to Zhou Xian and the others' ears. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. You want to occupy my body? Even if I have to be destroyed, I won't let you have your way. Zhou Xian clenched his teeth. He wasn't afraid at all. He would rather die than submit. If his body became King Taishan's puppet, he would just be a walking corpse. Zhou Xian was no longer Zhou Xian. He didn't want to become someone else's slave. That's not up to you to decide. Even a peak 6 spine coiling dragon would have to listen to me obediently. You're just a rank 1 mortal. If I didn't fancy your skin, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me. Ignorant human, your body no longer belongs to you. King Taishan's voice was overbearing because in his eyes, Zhou Xian had no value at all. Apart from his body, he could kill this ant-like existence with just a flick of his finger if he wanted to. Seems like I've really kicked an iron plate this time. De Huang clenched his teeth. King Taishan was a powerhouse from the previous era. He had been immortal for billions of years. As the king of the Taishan tribe, he was indeed domineering. He didn't even put the peak 6-ridged coiling dragon in his eyes. Am I finally going to die? 1,000 years and 10,000 years of cultivation will all be for naught. The 6-spine coiling dragon smiled in self-ridicule. Not to mention the current him, even if his strength reached the pinnacle of the star realm, he probably wouldn't have any chance of winning against King Taishan. Even after millions of years, his might was still suffocating. Aside from Zhou Xian, the other 4 people present were all suffocated by King Taishan's aura. This was the pressure of a superior being. This was the true power of the world. If you have any skills, just use them. I, Zhou Xian, have never lowered my head to anyone. Zhou Xian didn't look sideways. He stared at the huge statue. Although the pressure was boundless, if he lowered his head, it would mean that he had lost. There would be no way for him to turn the tables. You don't know the difference between life and death. Since that's the case, all of you can die. Chapter 4889. What's going on? We won't be drowned in the earthquake, will we? Tong Ling asked worriedly. Zhou Xian was as still as a mountain. His expression was solemn and meticulous as he stared at the movements of the ground around him. Boulders kept falling, replaced by heat waves. The rolling magma was frightening. Even Zhou Xian did not know what to do with the terrifying temperature. His own 5 elements divine fire might not be able to withstand the terrifying magma. What a terrifying magma! When all these boulders are melted, I will die too. The 6-ridged coiling dragon murmured. The threat of death was approaching step by step. The boulders under their feet kept sinking. Everyone's heart was pounding. Even Zhou Xian was no exception. However, the 6-ridged coiling dragon was in the worst condition. As he was of the water attribute, he could not withstand the erosion of the magma. 5 elements trigram fire formation. Zhou Xian took out the 5 elements divine fire and wrapped everyone in it, protecting them from the erosion of the heat waves. In an instant, the temperature in the 5 elements trigram fire formation dropped significantly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The 6-ridged coiling dragon looked at Zhou Xian in disbelief. He did not expect Zhou Xian to pull him into the 5 elements trigram fire formation. It's good to be alive. Right now our common enemy is this so-called King Taishan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhou Xian said calmly. The 6-ridged coiling dragon remained silent. He had mixed feelings in his heart. However, the hatred between him and Zhou Xian could not be resolved in a day. The reason he did this was to ensure his own survival. As long as there was a chance for him to survive, he would not lose all hope in the end. However, could they really get out of here? Could they really leave this place? I did not expect you to have the 5 elements divine fire. Unfortunately, this is far from enough. King Taishan said disdainfully. These humans were just putting up a stubborn resistance. In my world, my heat hell is one of a kind. No one can stay out of it. Heat hell. The 6-spine coiling dragon's expression changed once again. It had lost all hope and its eyes were filled with despair. The hell of heat and annoyance is one of the 16 layers of hell that King Taishan used to punish the people of the world. It's second only to the legendary 18 layers of hell. It's no small matter. Anyone who enters the hell of heat and annoyance will be killed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Zhou Xian engraved the words of the 6-ridged coiling dragon in his heart. However, this fiery vexing hell was indeed terrifying. Not only did he come from the blazing magma outside, but even the depths of his heart were extremely fiery. He was so fiery that he could even be considered a madman. Controlling the fiery hell? Could it be that we are currently in hell? Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. Indeed. The hell of anger and heat is where King Taishan punishes the people of the world. Millions and millions of years ago, there were countless experts in the world, and King Taishan was only one of the rulers of the Netherworld realm. However, the fiery hell controls the sea and it is located at the bottom of the sea. It is not strange for King Taishan to be here. This is what my elders told me. The fiery hell can erase all the fantasies and desires of killing people. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's eyes were filled with fear. Dying without a burial place and being melted by the fiery hell was the most terrifying thing. After death, not even a speck of dust would be left behind. The ruler of the Netherworld in ancient times controls the fiery hell. Could this King Taishan really be my nightmare? Zhou Xian murmured to himself because at this moment he had no other way out. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Zhou Xian took out the Red Lotus Karmic Fire again, stabilizing the 5 elements trigram fire formation. Ah, kid, you are really amazing. You can even get your hands on such a mystical flame. If you join my fiery hell, you will definitely be able to bring it to the next level. King Taishan was quite surprised. However, even with the support of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, it was still difficult to resist the pressure of the fiery hell. Waves of heat assaulted his face and his heart was burning. The 5 elements trigram fire formation could collapse at any time. Green Lotus Star Fire. Zhou Xian was unwilling to die. If the Red Lotus Karmic Fire didn't work, then he would use the Green Lotus Star Fire to strengthen the formation. Even so, the Green Lotus Star Fire couldn't resist the fiery hell. Time passed. Zhou Xian, who had many mystical flames, could only watch the 5 elements trigram fire formation crumble. Black King, do you have a way to deal with this fiery hell? At this time the Black King was in the middle of a breakthrough. Zhou Xian didn't want to summon him, especially after the 6-ridged coiling dragon extermination formation. He had suffered heavy injuries. However, at this moment, Zhou Xian had no other choice. What? Fiery hell? When the Black King heard the words fiery hell, he held his breath and his expression changed. Zhou Xian's 5 elements trigram fire formation was on the verge of collapse. There was no way it could hold on for more than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. How did we get here? Is this the lair of King Taishan? The Black King's question made Zhou Xian's heart skip a beat. From the looks of it, this King Taishan had already reached the level of his previous master, Long Futu. He was so strong that it was suffocating. Who is this King Taishan? We are already trapped here and the 5 elements trigram fire formation is on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Xian said anxiously. The 9 supremes of the ancient world and the 10 Yama kings of the 10 halls are the most terrifying existences. King Taishan is even older than my previous master and is a legendary figure. However, I don't know who is stronger or weaker. I'm afraid that King Taishan has also reached the level of the Eternal King, but no one knows his true strength. The 9 Supremes are the rulers of the Eternal World, while the 10 Yama Kings are the rulers of the Netherworld realm. In other words, the 9 Supremes are in charge of the living, while the 10 Yama Kings are in charge of the dead. King Taishan is the 7th Yama King, the ruler of the fiery hell. The 16 layers of hell slaughter the good and evil in the world. No one can escape from the fiery hell because it's not just the magma hell. The Black King said with a pale complexion. This King Taishan is so terrifying. Jiang Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. After hearing the Black King's explanation, he finally understood how powerful King Taishan was. But we can't just sit and wait for death, right? Now we can only try the Buddha Prison Palace. If the Buddha Prison Palace can resist the fiery hell, we will have a chance to survive. The Black King said. Even if there's a chance of survival, are we going to be trapped here forever? Won't we become the living dead? This King Taishan has endured for millions of years without dying. Are we sure we can survive? Chapter 4890. Follow me into the Buddha Prison Palace. Jiang Qin brought everyone into the Buddha Prison Palace. At that moment, even King Taishan was shocked. Jiang Qin had too many tricks up his sleeves. How could a kid who hadn't even reached the star grade have so many trump cards? If they wanted to kill him, they would have to go through some trouble. This is the Empyrean Buddha Palace. Little fellow, you really surprise me. The Konglong Jian, the Empyrean Stupa Palace. Pa, this is a rare treasure. Even I can't avoid it. Compared to my hell of vexation, it's not much inferior. It's a pity that even the Empyrean Stupa Palace can't withstand the hell of vexation. Because your 7 emotions and 6 desires can't be restrained. As long as you have emotions, no one can escape the hell of vexation. All of you die. King Taishan said coldly. Just as he had said, although the Buddha Prison Palace had temporarily helped them get through this, as time passed, everyone's hearts became more and more agitated. That kind of burning heat came from the depths of their hearts and was about to ignite their hearts. Especially the usually hot-tempered De Huang, who was tormented at this time. The heat in his heart was indescribable. No, I can't take it anymore. Little Chenzi, kill me. Kill me. Give me a quick death. De Huang roared. Killing people and destroying their hearts was nothing more than this. However, the massacre in the hell of vexation was killing their restless hearts. As long as they had emotions and 7 emotions and 6 desires, they couldn't escape the punishment of the hell of vexation. The 6-ridged coiling dragon and Tong Yao were no different from De Huang. Their hearts were torn apart, making them feel like they were better off dead. The fire in their hearts seemed to have ignited their flesh and blood. Jiang Qin had a splitting headache. The rage and fire in his heart couldn't be stopped. The Black King wasn't spared either. Is there really no way to change the hell of vexation? Jiang Qin said through gritted teeth. His heart was filled with anger, but this anger was his secret. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. I have my own Taoist connotation, so why should I be controlled by others? My Tao is the Tao of the heavens. It is beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. No one can bind me, no one can make me submit, not even the heavens. My Tao changes the boundless of heaven and earth. A mere fiery hell is but a fleeting cloud. Don't even think of trapping me. Jiang Qin suddenly looked up. His eyes shone like light, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the blink of an eye, the burning hell transformed into a sea of bitterness. No, this is impossible, impossible. The king of Taishan's voice was filled with shock. Jiang Qin had used his own Tao to break through his hell of heat. This was simply unimaginable. In his opinion, unless it was an infinity king, who else could have such a powerful Tao? Although Jiang Qin had never revealed his Tao accumulation, his heaven-conquering Tao had always been there. It was a Tao that surpassed the heavens, a Tao that belonged to him. Even the Taishan king didn't have such a Tao. Nothing is impossible. With my Tao accumulation, no one can control me. Jiang Qin looked straight ahead and met the king of Taishan's eyes. At this moment, the huge statue exuded an unprecedented imposing aura. Although Jiang Qin's strength was far from the king of Taishan's, and he was even weaker than the 6-ridged coiling dragon, his Tao accumulation had coincidentally broken through the fiery hell. Under the absolute Tao, the fiery hell was as if it didn't exist. The 6-ridged coiling dragon was wild with joy. Jiang Chen's Tao had broken through the fiery hell and saved him from death. The feeling of being reborn and surviving a calamity made him feel as if he had been reborn. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were convinced. Tong Yao had always disliked Jiang Chen. She had never thought that his strength would be this terrifying. Perhaps it was because of some special reasons, but his overbearingness of wanting to compete with the heavens was something that she would never be able to achieve in her entire life. Jiang Chen and the king of Taishan confronted each other. However, the fiery hell wasn't his only method. Since the fiery hell can't trap you, I'll use my last trace of remnant soul to devour you. The king of Taishan was obviously at his wits' end. However, it was hard to imagine how powerful his remnant soul was. After all, his strength in the past was terrifying. He was on par with Long Futu, so he couldn't have been an ordinary person. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. The fiery hell wasn't the king of Taishan's only trump card. Even after millions of years, his remnant soul wasn't something ordinary people could contend with. Everyone understood that a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Soul-devouring technique. Spirit-devouring technique. The eyes of the king of Taishan's statue flickered with a ghostly light, instantly piercing through Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen shuddered as the surging soul energy invaded every corner of his body. Jiang Chen wasn't completely defenseless against the king of Taishan's soul-devouring technique. But at the very least it wasn't wrong to prepare for a rainy day. Right now, his soul energy hadn't reached the level where he could condense his own innate astral soul. The Great Void Art scattered all of Jiang Chen's soul energy. In other words, the king of Taishan was using his remnant soul to invade Jiang Chen's body. And at this moment the Great Void Art came in handy. In that instant when Jiang Chen's soul energy erupted, the king of Taishan's remnant soul simply couldn't react in time. In addition to Jiang Chen's surprise attack, the king of Taishan was directly devoured by Jiang Chen. Going for wool and coming home shorn, his remnant soul completely became nourishment for Jiang Chen. Soul detaching, soul devouring, soul extinguishing, soul devouring. Oh, no, please, let me go. I'm the Yama King of the 10 Halls, King Taishan. I can let you stand at the peak of the world, I can give you endless wealth and glory. Don't kill me, don't. The king of Taishan's pleading voice was filled with sorrow. But Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest bit of pity. The winner takes all. This king of Taishan didn't seem to realize the situation he was in. Devour for me. Jiang Chen focused on devouring the remnant soul of the king of Taishan. The six-ridged coiling dragon took a step forward, but it was blocked by De Huang. If you want to kill Jiang Chen, you'll have to kill me first. De Huang dragged his heavily injured body in front of Jiang Chen. He wants to devour the king of Taishan's remnant soul, but it won't be that easy. I just want to lend him a hand. Otherwise his life will be in danger. Although the king of Taishan has been dead for countless years, he's still an invincible existence. We almost died in his hands. I'm protecting him just in case. The six-ridged coiling dragon said in a deep voice. His words were sincere. Jiang Chen had already saved him once by not killing him. Moreover, he had given him a second life in the fiery hell. The six-ridged coiling dragon knew that it had no way to repay Jiang Chen. Although the hatred had always existed in its heart, it couldn't be avenged because Jiang Chen was like its second parent. I hope you don't have any evil thoughts. Otherwise Lord Dog will die with you. Chapter 4891. The six-ridged coiling dragon's palms came together and landed on Jiang Chen's body, dissipating his surging spirit power and calming his mind. Jiang Chen was already mentally prepared. The six-spine coiling dragon had helped him a lot. If it wasn't for its help, perhaps he would have perished together with King Taishan. After 7 days and 7 nights, Jiang Chen had finally completely devoured the last trace of the King Taishan's soul fragment. His soul had also completely sublimated, forming his own destiny astral soul. Success. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. With a single glance, the entire heavenly enlightenment planet was under his eyes. There were many places that Jiang Chen couldn't see through because of different veils, restrictions, or mist. However, the destiny astral soul had completely broadened Jiang Chen's horizons. His spirit power had reached an unprecedented level, and the soul-stealing divine art had once again found its use. With the power of his astral soul, he could slaughter an army of 1,000 with a single thought. Too powerful. Even Jiang Chen himself found it hard to imagine. However, the natal astral soul would consume a huge amount of energy, and it would probably deplete all of his energy. He didn't dare to casually use it right now. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it for the time being. Even amongst Star Realm warriors, there weren't many who had their own natal astral soul. You broke through to the Destiny astral soul? The six-ridged coiling dragon's eyes flashed with disbelief. This was like a fantasy story. His spirit power wasn't even 1/10,000th of Jiang Chen's. Even a fourth-layer star-level greater demon wouldn't be able to compare. I was just lucky. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If not for the King Taishan's soul fragment, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the Destiny astral soul in a short period of time. His strength had already reached the third level of the half-step star transformation, and the Genesis Chi in his body was undergoing more and more transformations. You brat, you broke through again. Damn it. After surviving a disaster, De Huang let out a long sigh of relief and punched Jiang Chen in the chest. At that moment, all traces of the Taishan Emperor vanished from the world. The massive statue started to crumble. Only the black medallion remained, which piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity. Master, that's the Palace Lord token. It's a rare treasure. The Black King reminded. Although he did not know what kind of divine object it was, Jiang Chen quickly put away the black token. Mount Tai Hall completely collapsed and the waterfall above Jiang Chen and the others also tilted downwards. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Jiang Chen stepped into the air, leading everyone away from the deep pit and the waterfall. The moment they left, the huge pit was gradually filled up by the waterfall, turning into a vast body of water. There were no waves on the surface of the water, and the scene from before had long become nothingness. Water Curtain Mountain once again became calm and tranquil. The six-ridged coiling dragon had no intention of returning. Many thanks to you this time, six-ridged coiling dragon. No discord, no concord. May we meet again. Jiang Chen said with a solemn expression. If Mr. doesn't mind, I am willing to follow Mr. The six-ridged coiling dragon said solemnly as if he wasn't joking. The six-ridged coiling dragon knew that, given his talent and strength, it would be almost impossible for him to break through to the star grade in the future. This battle had allowed him to see Jiang Chen's strength and potential. No matter how arrogant he was, he had still been defeated by Jiang Chen. Although he hadn't broken through to the star grade yet, the six-ridged coiling dragon believed that it wouldn't be long before that day came. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had defeated the Taishan Emperor, an ancient infernal monarch. Although the Taishan Emperor was already at the end of his rope and only had a wisp of remnant soul left, he still couldn't be underestimated. In the past, the Taishan Emperor hadn't even taken the Heaven Awakening star system seriously. However, Jiang Chen had done it. He had defeated the Taishan Emperor, a human who hadn't even reached the star grade. Perhaps luck had played a part, but the six-ridged coiling dragon had seen Jiang Chen's Dao clearly. It was an indescribable Dao that even ancient powerhouses feared. If Jiang Chen hadn't relied on his own Dao, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Taishan Emperor's remnant soul. The six-ridged coiling dragon had his own ambitions. He didn't want to be trapped on the Heaven Awakening star for the rest of his life. He didn't want to stay on the Water Curtain Mountain for the rest of his life, and he didn't want to be muddle-headed for the rest of his life. If he wanted to break through and reach the star grade, he could only leave the Water Curtain Mountain. Jiang Chen was his challenge and choice. The six-ridged coiling dragon didn't even know what the future would be like, but he could see hope from Jiang Chen's Dao. Right now he was an unquestionable powerhouse to Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen became truly powerful, the six-ridged coiling dragon wouldn't have any advantages. Therefore this was a huge gamble. He was betting on Jiang Chen's fate as well as his own. Damn. Little Chenzi, if the six-ridged coiling dragon follows us, we'll be rich. We'll be able to do whatever we want in the future. De Huang was even more excited than Jiang Chen. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were even more shocked. It went without saying how powerful the six-ridged coiling dragon was. Such a super powerhouse actually wanted to follow Jiang Chen? It was simply unimaginable. You better think it through. If you follow me, I might die one day. Following me won't bring you any benefits. Jiang Chen smiled. I don't ask for today's glory. I only ask for no regrets in the future. The six-ridged coiling dragon lowered his arrogant head. Jiang Chen knew that the six-ridged coiling dragon wanted to fight for his own future. He had seen his own Dao, and it seemed that he had also seen his direction. That's fine. From now on you can take care of my beast army. However, don't provoke the Black King. Once you enter the Buddha prison pagoda, even the 19 godly monarchs won't be his match. Jiang Qin patted the 6-ridged coiling dragon's shoulder. Yes, sir. Jiang Qin and Da Huang looked at each other and smiled. Everyone hurried back to the horsemen of the apocalypse. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. Zhang Tians, I will fight you to the end. Even if you are the vice-captain of the horsemen of the apocalypse, I will never let you off. If you want to harm me, I will definitely pay with your blood. Horsemen of the apocalypse in Zhang Tian's residence. A blue-robed man looked gloomily at Zhang Tians, who was sitting at the head of the table, feeling extremely depressed. Captain Zhang, my master asked you to capture Jiang Qin. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. How can you just leave him in Water Curtain Mountain? Now even his corpse can't be found. The blue-robed young man was resentful, but Zhang Tians was the captain of the horsemen of the apocalypse. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only suppress it in his heart. Chapter 4892. Are you talking to me? Who do you think you are? If it's your husband, I can give him some face, but who do you think you are? You dare to order me around? You're courting death. Zhang Tians shouted angrily. The blue-robed youth's face was full of sweat. In front of a stellar-level powerhouse, he didn't have any strength to resist. Even if Zhang Tians killed him here, his master wouldn't make things difficult for him. However, this enmity was bound to be formed because of this. Your subordinate's words were rash. Please forgive me, Commander Zhang. The blue-robed young man said in a low voice. His throat was hoarse and he didn't dare to raise his head to look at Zhang Tians. Do you think I don't want to kill Jiang Qin with my own hands? It happened so suddenly, so I could only come up with this plan. In the hands of 2-star state great beasts of the Water Curtain Mountain, even if he was a god descending from the heavens, he wouldn't be able to do anything. As for what you guys are dissatisfied with, go to the Water Curtain Mountain and find the answer yourselves. I won't be accompanying you. Zhang Tians coldly snorted. The blue-robed youth knew that he could only give up here. However, Jiang Qin was already dead, and the whereabouts of the Jade Token had become a mystery. Wouldn't his master make a move on him? What are you waiting for? Are you going to stay in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and be my gatekeeper? Zhang Tian said indifferently. Just as the blue-robed young man was about to turn around and leave, the messenger shouted loudly. Reporting to Commander Zhang, Deputy Commander Jiang Qin has returned and is now in the camp. What? Zhang Tian's and the blue-robed young man's expressions changed. Zhang Tian's face was filled with shock and disbelief, but the blue-robed young man's face was filled with joy. Jiang Qin was still alive, which meant that the Jade Token's whereabouts were still known. If Jiang Qin died, he would really be nowhere to be found. Looks like the heavens don't want to destroy me, huh? The blue-robed youth laughed heartily. Well done, Jiang Qin. Your life is really tough. Zhang Tian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. At this moment, the entire horsemen of the apocalypse were praising Jiang Qin. Without him bringing up the rear, thousands of horsemen might have been trapped. To them, Jiang Qin was a great hero and his contributions could not go unnoticed. The horsemen of the apocalypse only respected the strong, and Jiang Qin's victorious return won everyone's praise. For a time, his fame spread, and the entire horsemen of the apocalypse cheered for him. He's really amazing. I think this Jiang Qin will definitely become a leader in the future. That's for sure. He shouldered a heavy responsibility and returned triumphantly, giving thousands of brothers a chance to catch their breath and escape. Such an achievement isn't something that anyone can compare to. That's right. I really didn't expect that this newcomer who just entered the Horsemen of the Apocalypse would be able to perform such an earth-shattering feat in the face of danger. Sigh, it really wasn't easy. Back then all of us thought that he would undoubtedly die, but who would have thought that he would come back alive? The heavens have eyes. The spirit of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse is undying. Jiang Qin is mighty. Jiang Qin is mighty. Jiang Qin is mighty. The entire Horsemen of the Apocalypse were praising Jiang Qin's merits. This could no longer be replaced with merits because he had saved thousands of people. At the last moment, at the critical moment, he had become everyone's life-saving straw. No matter what, it was an indisputable fact that Jiang Qin had returned with glory. Jiang Qin was surrounded by countless people, and Tong Ling and Tong Yao were greatly encouraged and praised. The entire horseman of the apocalypse was at peace. On the high platform, Zhang Tian's expression changed slightly and he smiled faintly. At this time he could no longer continue pretending to be deaf and mute. Although he didn't want Jiang Chen to return and didn't want to see Jiang Chen's elated expression, things didn't go as he wished. He didn't know what method this bastard had used to escape from a stellar-level monster. He was really not simple. Such a guy couldn't be left alive. Once he broke through to the stellar level, the entire horsemen of the apocalypse would probably not be able to tolerate him anymore. Silence. Zhang Tian waved his hand and everyone fell silent. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Zhang Tian looked at each other, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. They both wanted to kill the other, but the current situation didn't allow them to do so. However, their gazes were already at each other's throats. Jiang Chen didn't fail his mission. When he retreated, he desperately resisted and finally returned. "Greetings, Commander Zhang." Jiang Chen said calmly, but there was no respect in his words. Good. As expected of a member of my horsemen of the apocalypse. Well done. Zhang Tian said reluctantly. Commander Zhang once said that as long as Jiang Chen returned, he would definitely deepen his glory. Jiang Chen received this mission in the face of danger and narrowly escaped death. For the sake of the horsemen of the apocalypse, please reward him, Commander Zhang. Tong Yao said loudly. At that moment, Zhang Tian was already at the heart of the struggle and he had to make a choice. In particular, the voices of public opinion were getting louder and louder. Zhang Tian's expression was gloomy, but he still pretended to be happy. You all made a contribution in retreating, so you should be rewarded accordingly. Jiang Chen should take the lead and be conferred the title of commander, commanding 1,000 horsemen of the apocalypse. Tong Ling and Tong Yao, who desperately resisted the enemy, will be conferred the title of deputy commander, commanding 300 horsemen of the apocalypse. Zhang Tian's expression was solemn as he spoke meticulously. Thank you for the reward, Commander Zhang. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became thicker and thicker, and it was filled with provocation. Zhang Tian clenched his teeth tightly. The resentment in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like killing Jiang Chen was imminent. If he didn't kill him, his position in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse would definitely not be stable. Isn't this Commander Zhang? It seems you aren't very happy. Jiang Chen's glorious return is a good thing for the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Why are you frowning, Commander Zhang? Zuolun Hui said with a smile. How could he not humiliate Zhang Tian when he had bumped into his unlucky face? They had been enemies for thousands of years. From the day they entered the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, they had never been on each other's side and were at loggerheads. Zuo, don't be happy too early. The deputy commander's ranking battle will begin soon. You should worry about yourself and pray for the best. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. No one will burn joss paper for you even if you die. Zhang Tian turned around and left, not bothering with Zuolun Hui at all. If he did, he would definitely be the unlucky one. His men had successively died in the hands of Jiang Chen. This debt was absolutely irreconcilable. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Chapter 4893. Well done. In all these years there haven't been many people who could make Zhang Tian suffer a loss. Zuolun Hui patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and spoke with a meaningful look in his eyes. Commander Zui, you're exaggerating. I don't dare to compete with Commander Zhang. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was true that Zuolun Hui had helped him before by speaking up for him in front of Zhang Tian. However, one must always be on guard against others. In this dangerous heavenly awakening galaxy city, Jiang Chen could only trust himself. There's no need to be secretive in front of me. If I'm not mistaken, the disappearance of Yu Huan and the others has something to do with you. Zuolun Hui's eyes told him that he was very sure that the deaths of Yu Huan and the others had been planned by him. This Zuolun Hui was indeed not so easy to deceive. He seemed to not care about anything, but in fact, everything was under his control. There were no trash in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, especially the stellar-level powerhouses who could become commanders. They were all elites among elites. Commander Zui, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm all ears. Jiang Chen and Zuolun Hui looked at each other. Both of them saw the meaning in each other's eyes. What a straightforward guy. I like it. Zuolun Hui's eyes were extremely gratified. Soon, It will be the ranking battle of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. It's divided into the Commander ranking battle and the Commander ranking battle. The Outer City Commander is completely different from the Inner City Commander. Most of the Inner City Commanders are genuine stellar-level powerhouses. Are you interested in challenging them? I'd like to hear the details. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. You don't have to worry, Zhang Tiance, but if you want to become the commander of the Inner City and control more Horsemen of the Apocalypse and more glory, you'll have to face the Commander ranking battle. More than 30 people participate in the Commander ranking battle every time, and the commander of the Inner City is even more bloody. Without star-level combat power, it's impossible to rank in the top 5. The top 5 commanders of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse are all star-level experts without exception. I believe you won't give up this opportunity, right? Compared to the Inner City, the commanders of the Outer City are not even worth mentioning. Their statuses are like the difference between clouds and mud. However, as long as you participate in this ranking tournament, you will definitely meet people who want to put you to death. Zuolun Hui said with a smile. So? Jiang Chen asked. I will tell you the names of these people. When the time comes, it will depend on whether you can make them stand up alive. Of course, if you fall, it will be a different story. Zuolun Hui said calmly. Jiang Chen frowned and pondered for a moment. Kill with a borrowed knife, eradicate dissidents. Zuolun Hui wanted to take the opportunity to eradicate Zhang Tian's lackeys, which could also be said to be his right-hand man. As the deputy commander, he was not to be trifled with. It seemed that Zuolun Hui also had his eyes on Zhang Tian in this ranking battle. If he really wanted to strike him down, he would have to make him isolated and helpless. As for the commander ranking battle, it was more that Zuolun Hui wanted to borrow Zuolun Hui's hand to get rid of Zhang Tian's subordinates. Jiang Chen knew that this was a deal. The enemy of an enemy was a friend, so the two of them were standing on the same boat now. There was nothing to worry about. Zuolun Hui also wanted Zhang Tian's dead, and so did Jiang Chen. However, to truly kill Zhang Tian's, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, weakening him and making him isolated and helpless was not impossible. Okay, Jiang Chen will definitely not disappoint commanders with kind intentions. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Zuolun Hui's eyes also shone brightly. Jiang Chen was indeed a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Moreover, they both wanted to trip Zhang Tian, so there was nothing for Jiang Chen to fear. For him, this was an opportunity and also a battle of life and death. The commander ranking battle that Zuolun Hui mentioned would definitely be an opportunity for Zhang Tian to kill him at all costs. Strike first and gain the upper hand. If he sat and waited for death, he would only become Zhang Tian's defeated opponent in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. It was better to take the initiative and attack. Moreover, everyone knew about the grudge between Zuolun Hui and Zhang Tian's. It seemed that he would have to start a massacre again this time. Scheming against each other, killing and robbing people existed everywhere and at any time. Even the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which was regarded as the embodiment of righteousness and strength, could not escape such a fate. Where there were people, there would be Jiang Hu. Where there was Jiang Hu, there would definitely be killings. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. No one was willing to submit to others. I think highly of you. If you can become the deputy commander within 100 years, I will fight alongside you. Zuolun Hui looked deeply at Jiang Chen before turning to leave. 100 years. I might not be able to wait that long. Jiang Chen murmured. As long as he could find the rootless flower and refine the 5-barrier pill, he would be able to break through to the star class. Others might not be able to break through even after 1,000 years, but Jiang Chen could not wait that long. Scope. It seems that I have to find someone to research again. It's really too difficult to find the rootless flower. Let's go. This Lord Dog can finally openly stroll around the Apocalypse Milky Way City. De Huang said excitedly. After Yu Huan died, no one knew his identity anymore. Where do you want to go? I can bring you there. I'm very familiar with this place. The Apocalypse Milky Way City is very big and fun. Tong Yao said with a smile. Her cheeks were slightly red. I'm not going. I want to follow little Chenzi. De Huang said with a serious expression. Get lost. I still have things to do. You're even more stubborn than a monkey. Jiang Chen said impatiently. This guy was simply a man of steel. Wasn't Tong Yao's intention obvious enough? You damned dog, yet you still refuse to leave. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh at the mention of the monkey. He wondered how that guy was doing. However, with his ability he shouldn't be at a disadvantage. It would be good enough if others weren't unlucky. Alright, I'll let you have it easy today. De Huang rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen and left with Tong Yao and Tong Ling. Jiang Chen was not familiar enough with the Apocalypse Milky Way city. Therefore he could only look for Lu Dehua. Although Lu Dehua said that he couldn't do anything about these herbs, Jiang Chen could only rely on him. When they arrived at the Star River auction house, Sun Dashing said that Lu Dehua was not there. He had gone to a restaurant with 3 other young masters to drink. Jiang Chen was helpless. He could only go to the restaurant to look for Lu Dehua. At this moment Lu Dehua was drinking with Gao Fuqing, Zhang Xueyou and Zhou Yunfa. Chapter 4894. Brother Jiang, you're really amazing. How long has it been? You've already become the commander of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Amazing. Zhou Yunfa said with admiration. His face was flushed and his smile was mellow. Then look, Brother Jiang is the chief alchemist of our galactic auction house and also the commander of the apocalypse horsemen. When you return with glory, everyone will come out to welcome you. Brother Jiang's fame has long spread through the streets and alleys. Lu Dehua said with a proud face. He was able to befriend Jiang Chen because of his sharp eyes. Now Jiang Chen's power and influence had made him, a young master like him, feel that they were far behind him. I didn't expect your news to be so fast. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be a bit speechless. As soon as he returned to the Apocalypse Galaxy City, everyone knew that he had been promoted. These 4 young masters looked muddle-headed and drunk, but their hearts were as clear as a mirror. When they saw Jiang Chen appear they were all overjoyed. Come Brother Jiang, let me toast to you. Your triumphant return will be glorious and I wish you success. In the future, you will also have a place as the commander of the Apocalypse Horsemen. Gao Fuqing's face was flushed as he handed Jiang Chen a cup of wine. It was difficult to refuse such hospitality, so Jiang Chen also toasted everyone. Lu Dehua was the most gratified. When Jiang Chen first entered the Milky Way city he was the first friend he made and he had helped Jiang Chen. Therefore this friendship was indelible. During the banquet, Lu Dehua also toasted Jiang Chen many times, his eyes full of admiration and appreciation. In my opinion, the future commander of the Apocalypse Horsemen is none other than Brother Jiang, haha. Zhang Xueyou said proudly, feeling honored. Jiang Chen was now a hot figure in the outer city of the Apocalypse Galaxy City, and he was also a horseman of the Apocalypse with an extremely high status. Who could compete with him? You're exaggerating, Brother Zhang. The world is so big and I, Jiang Chen, am nothing. I'm already content to have a foothold in the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Jiang Chen said calmly with a smile. Jiang Chen had to keep a low profile no matter what. He had never liked to show off, not to mention that he had a great enemy like Zhang Tian's. Although he looked calm on the surface, Jiang Chen could feel Zhang Tian's determination to kill him all the time. At least you have some self-awareness. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is so big. Who do you think you are? It's not a bad thing to know your limits. Not far away, a young man with a ponytail said with a cold smile. He was munching on a drumstick and drinking wine with a condescending attitude. How arrogant. Who do you think you are? Gao Fuqing's face turned cold. Lung Lung stared at the young man. Forget it. He's right. There's no need to be angry. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. At this time he had to know how to restrain himself. If he wasn't wrong, this guy was deliberately provoking him. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. There would definitely be people who were jealous of him and wanted to replace him. Moreover, he was currently in the limelight in the outer city of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. It was inevitable that people would criticize him. Was he qualified to sit in his current position? Was he promoted to the commander of the Apocalypse Horsemen so quickly? This won't do. Why is this kid so arrogant and conceited that he wants us to lower our heads? We've never suffered like this before. Brother Jiang, you don't have to worry about today's matter. We'll settle it for you. Zhou Yunfa patted his chest and said. As one of the 4 great young masters of the outer city, they were indeed unbridled. No one dared to step on their heads. Their good mood was ruined by this bastard. One could imagine the anger in their hearts. What? A motley crew dares to strut around? Are you pieces of trash even worthy? The youth disdainfully gulped down the wine in his cup, then smashed it on the ground. In an instant the atmosphere froze. Many people dispersed far away, unwilling to be enemies with him. Although they didn't know this arrogant youth, they knew the 4 young masters of the heavenly awakening Milky Way city's outer city. There would definitely be a bloodbath here. Damn it, this can't be tolerated. You actually want to kill us here? I think you're tired of living. Lu Dehua also couldn't bear it. Originally, Jiang Chen wanted to keep the peace. However, the other party was becoming more and more arrogant. Lu Dehua and the others couldn't sit still any longer. Both sides glared at each other. Today we're welcoming Brother Jiang. Brothers, it's been a long time since we fought. Why don't you play with him? Zhang Shuio chuckled, a cold light flickering in his eyes. No problem. Lu Dehua said faintly. However, he took the lead and attacked the youth. With a thunderous spirit and a surging momentum, he threw out a heavy punch. Zhang Shuio, Gao Fuqing and Zhou Yunfa followed closely behind. The 4 of them directly sealed off all directions, trapping him firmly. Their fists and palms collided, causing the wind and clouds to surge. The entire restaurant was filled with the shadows of swords and blades. Gusts of wind whistled over. However, the young man was not afraid at all. With a wave of his palm, the 4 of them were sent flying and smashed onto the tables in the surroundings. Although the entire city was protected by a restriction to prevent an expert from destroying the entire city with a single move, the tables and chairs were smashed into smithereens. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Lu Dehua's face was gloomy. He knew that he had provoked a tough opponent today. This youth wasn't an ordinary person. What? I haven't even used my strength and you guys have already fallen. Aren't you guys too weak? The youth sneered. Damn it. Where did this kid come from? Even the 4 great young masters aren't his match. Isn't he just looking for trouble? That's right. But it seems that Lu Dehua and the others are going to suffer a setback this time. He's obviously trying to cause trouble. Where did this guy come from? Don't talk too much. Be careful or you'll be treated as cannon fodder. Many people retreated and watched from afar. Wasn't it courting death to rush up at this time? Even young Master Lu and the others from the Xinghe auction house were beaten up. If this youth didn't have some ability and background, how could he be so arrogant? Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. This guy was obviously coming for him. Lu Dehua and the others just happened to be in his crosshairs. That's why they were beaten up. There was a reason for this. Jiang Qin couldn't just stand by and watch. Although he wanted to keep the peace, Lu Dehua and the others were beaten up for him. If he didn't say anything, it would be too cowardly. Chapter 4895. Damn it, we've lost so much face this time. Zhou Yunfa's face was ashen as he spoke gloomily. The 4 of them looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. In addition to being gloomy, they were even more shocked. They were genuine half-step star-level experts, yet all 4 of them had been knocked back without any ability to resist. To them, this person's strength was simply unfathomable. Your Excellency, since you're here for me, why make things difficult for others? I'm the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said lightly. Everyone knew that he was the meritorious subject of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse this time. If the other party wanted to deal with him, they would have to consider the interests of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Otherwise, if they openly made an enemy of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, they would inevitably become the target of public criticism. There's no need to use the Horsemen of the Apocalypse to suppress me. The person I'm here for today is you. Everyone says that you're the most powerful rising star of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and you've only been in the Apocalypse Galaxy City for less than a year, yet you've already been promoted to the position of commander. I'm also curious as to what kind of person you are to have such ability. Now it seems that you're just a. What qualifications does a coward have to be the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse? Just because you were able to come back alive from the retreat? What does that have to do with deserters? The youth laughed heartily, completely ignoring the discussions of the people around him. How dare you, boy? You have no idea how powerful Commander Jiang Chen is. He won enough time for thousands of Horsemen of the Apocalypse and blocked a peerless great demon, allowing them to return perfectly. How can such an achievement be tarnished by a brat like you? Lu Dehua rebuked angrily. Is that so? I don't think so. A coward is a coward. Why don't we have a competition to see who's the true expert? The youth said with a faint smile. Since you're not afraid of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, why waste your breath on me? Since you're so confident and fearless, why do you have to be so overbearing? Don't you want me to take action? Are you trying to goad me into taking the bait? You're not worthy of fighting a nameless battle. Jiang Chen said. I do want to try and see what abilities you have, but I'm not angry out of humiliation. You've disrupted the order of the Milky Way city, so I have to hold you accountable. As a horseman of the apocalypse, it's my duty to protect the Milky Way city. Jiang Chen's expression was as cold as ice, and his aura was like that of a dragon as he faced the arrogant and despotic youth. In an instant, a thunderous applause rang out. Jiang Chen was following the will of the heavens and he was acting without justification. Who would have thought that this Jiang Chen wasn't a brainless person and actually didn't take the bait? All right, this young master will play with you. The youth's murderous aura surged as he rushed toward Jiang Chen. His fist was swift and fierce and it almost crushed over in an instant. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This guy was actually a star-level powerhouse. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, Jiang Chen raised his hands to meet the attack. This punch contained wind, fire and thunder, making Jiang Chen feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He was forced back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. His expression became more and more ugly. Although he had blocked it, it was still very difficult. After all, a star-level powerhouse was different. What a terrifying power. This seems to be a star-level powerhouse. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. The youth's power was too terrifying, and it was also very shocking that Jiang Chen could take this punch. After all, he had indeed not broken through to the star level, and the realm between the two was completely different. That punch sent chills down everyone's spine. Not bad. It seems that I have really underestimated you. The youth sneered, and the surprise in his eyes was self-evident. He was a star-level powerhouse and he had used at least 70% of his strength in that punch just now, but it was actually blocked by Jiang Chen. Then try taking another punch from me. Before he finished speaking, that terrifying wind once again set off in the restaurant. Wind blew in all directions and everyone's pupils constricted. This was a full blow from a star-level powerhouse. Jiang Chen's situation was really too dangerous. Brother Jiang, be careful. Lu Dehua's eyes were filled with horror. If this heavy punch landed, it was very likely that Jiang Chen's life would be in danger. This was not a joke. Some people even closed their eyes because they did not dare to look. Although Jiang Chen was the commander of the Apocalypse Knights and had an illustrious reputation, his strength was there for all to see. Facing a star-level powerhouse, there was no room for him to fight back. This youth clearly wanted to kill him. Get lost. A low roar sounded, but before Jiang Chen could make a move, a white figure appeared between the two of them. White robes and black hair, he stood there calmly, looking elegant and graceful. A casual palm wind swept past and the young man was instantly pushed back. Emo Han. The youth's eyes turned cold. Ling said. Jiang Chen, you can't move. Emo Han said indifferently. Do you really want to interfere? The youth said fiercely. Even if the Heavenly King is here, if you dare to make a move, I will definitely kill you. Emo Han's eyes twitched as he said calmly. But the youth didn't doubt that Emo Han would really do that. In this world there was nothing he didn't dare to do. Then let's see if you have this ability. It seems that you want to fight to the death with me. The youth sneered. That's your choice. Emo Han said. Good. Let's wait and see. Emo Han, I will remember this account. The youth slowly retreated. The resentment and unwillingness in his eyes made Jiang Chen quite puzzled. Who was this guy and what kind of deep hatred did he have for him? Why did he want to kill him? Seems that he needs to be more careful in the future. Even with his identity as the commander of the Knight Regiment, it was not enough to protect him. This person's identity must be very rich, and he even dared to publicly repel Lu Dehua and the other 4 young masters. Phew. Thanks to young master Emo Han. Lu Dehua breathed a sigh of relief and the worry on his face gradually dissipated. He finally escaped, otherwise that stellar-level youth would never let this matter go. Thank you. Jiang Chen said. No need, there is no need to thank me between you and me. Emo Han looked deeply at Jiang Chen then turned and left. Jiang Chen saved his mother and this time it was just a small effort. Jiang Chen was puzzled, but before he could ask who that youth was, Emo Han had already left. Today's matter seems to be just a prelude. You have to be more careful in the future, Brother Jiang. Fortunately, young Master Emo Han intervened, otherwise I really don't know what would have happened. Lu Dehua sighed. Even you don't know who that youth is? He should know, but unfortunately I didn't have the time to ask him. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. That person's identity must be extraordinary. Brother Jiang should stay with the Knights of the Apocalypse for now. Zhou Yunfa said confidently. That's true, but today I came to find you because I have no other choice. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Dehua. If there is anything, let's go back to the auction house and talk. Chapter 4896. Lu Dehua finally heaved a sigh of relief after returning to his own territory. However, they had to be careful and keep a low profile during this period of time. Zhou Yunfa and the others also hurried back home. Who would dare to be caught by that young man alone after such a thing had happened? Wouldn't that be courting death? Before the identity and intentions of that young man were completely clear, they had to be extremely careful. I have already found 4 of the herbs needed for the 5-barrier pill. Only the rootless flower is nowhere to be found. I have also asked many people, but none of them knew anything about it. Therefore I can only pin my hopes on you. Brother Lu, you must help me with this. Jiang Chen had a look of anticipation on his face. Lu Dehua was his only hope now. After all, the Galaxy Auction House was a big business. He should have heard of something like the rootless flower. I really don't know. If I knew, if I had, I would definitely give it to you unconditionally. You are the chief alchemist of our Galaxy Auction House. Lu Dehua was also in a difficult position. He really didn't know the origin of the rootless flower. As for where to find it, it was even more unimaginable. Rootless flower. It seems that it is not easy to gather the herbs for the 5-barrier pill. Now I am really a headless fly. Perhaps even when my strength breaks through to the star level, I might not be able to find it. Jiang Chen was helpless, but he could only accept the reality. Some things could only be found by chance. How about this, Brother Jiang? I will spread the news and see if any alchemists of our Galaxy Auction House or old people know about the rootless flower. As long as there is any news, I will inform you. Lu Dehua pondered for a moment and said. Jiang Chen's heart moved. There was more or less a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Brother Lu. If you need Jiang Chen's help in the future, I will definitely not let you down. You are too polite, Brother Jiang. Haha, the 8 words have not been written yet. But this time, after I spread the news, at least it will not sink into the sea. Someone will definitely know about it. There are also many alchemists of our Galaxy Auction House. Although Lu Dehua didn't dare to guarantee it, he still had some confidence. Jiang Chen left the Celestial River Auction House with satisfaction. As for who that young man was, he would deal with it when the time came. Even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do. After all, even Lu Dehua did not know his identity. On Wild Chrysanthemum Mountain, the waterfalls splashed. In the middle of the lake, a woman dressed in yellow leaned against the railing. She looked at the flying butterflies and the water curtain in the distance, lost in thought. Her yellow dress was stained with tears as she wiped her cheeks. Above the blue water, the white-robed man walked over, moving as if he was flying. Since you've already made up your mind, don't let your imagination run wild. Otherwise, Father will be unhappy. Emohan Lingling said. The woman was silent. She was Luo Ying, who had disappeared from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luo Ying smiled sadly, but no one could understand the bitterness at the corner of her mouth. I know I won't see him again. It's good that you understand. I've already warned Xiao Tai that the relationship between you two should be severed. He's a good person, but unfortunately he's not suitable for you. Emohan's cold face showed a rare trace of emotion. As long as Xiao Tai doesn't make things difficult for him. Thank you, brother. Luo Ying looked at Emohan's back and said in a low voice. Emohan trembled and didn't say anything. After all, Luo Ying was his sister and he couldn't stay out of it. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was also his mother's savior. Prepare yourself. Although Xiao Tai isn't the one you love, he's the best choice. Luo Ying looked on anxiously. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, but she had no other choice because this was the only way out. She could not refuse Xiao Tai and she could not refuse her father even if he was not a competent father. As a member of a wealthy family, how many people knew of her sorrow? She didn't even have a chance to prove herself. She originally wanted to prove herself through the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but she was firmly bound by the shackles of this marriage. There was no place for her to go in this world. Loneliness, helplessness, and despair filled Luo Ying's heart. However, she wasn't alone. If she didn't agree, her mother would definitely be forced to death by her father. She could only silently endure and resign herself to adversity. On this ice-cold planet, no one cared about her feelings and no one knew what she was thinking in the depths of her heart. She yearned for freedom, but her entire life was shackled by fate. When she met Zhou Xian, she finally had a glimmer of hope, but it was precisely this glimmer of hope that caused her to sink deeper into despair. Wanting to love but not being able to love was the most lonely thing, and wanting to stay but not being able to stay was the most difficult choice. If she insisted on going her own way at this moment, it was very likely that she would bring harm to Zhou Xian, causing him to be consigned to eternal damnation. Then her love would bring harm to Zhou Xian. Luo Ying would rather choose to escape and never see him again. Zhou Xian, I don't know if I'm the person in your heart that makes you worry about me. Perhaps our love is just deep but our fate is shallow. We just regret not meeting each other earlier. We just shouldn't have met each other. However, if she hadn't met Zhou Xian, her mother's illness wouldn't have been cured, and her lonely, ghost-like soul would never have found a place to rest. If you can, forgetting me might be the best ending for you, but how can I forget you? At that moment, heavy rain poured down from the sky. Luo Ying hugged her knees with her arms and sobbed constantly. It turned out that love could make a person's heart ache so much. After Zhou Xian returned to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, his heart became more and more depressed. He always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. If he didn't figure out the identity of that young man, he would never be at ease. The matter of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse finally settled. Zhou Xian couldn't help but think of Luo Ying. Her whereabouts were erratic and no one knew where she was. She appeared and disappeared like a ghost, and even he was confused. Without Luo Ying, he always felt that something was missing, and an inexplicable feeling lingered in his heart. It was undeniable that Luo Ying occupied a pivotal position in his heart. After he entered the eternal world, she was the only person he cared about. However, the current Zhou Xian was no longer as indecisive as he had been in the past. He had more important things to do, so he had to cut off the emotions that made his mind confused. He had to focus on becoming stronger and finding his loved ones. 3 days later, Zhou Xian finally received news from Lu Dehua. He couldn't wait to rush to the Star River auction house. How is it, Brother Lu? Is there any news? Zhou Xian asked hurriedly as soon as he entered the auction house. Lu Dehua smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Zhou Xian frowned, feeling slightly disappointed. Chapter 4897. As long as I find Sir Godly Doctor, I can get news about the rootless flower? Zhou Xian murmured. Although he didn't find the rootless flower, he had news about it, so this trip was not in vain. Sir Godly Doctor? Zhou Qian's heart stirred. Could it be the godly doctor that Luo Ying mentioned? Then how should I find him? First of all, you have to be qualified to enter the inner city. With your status, it shouldn't be difficult. However, Sir Godly Doctor is the royal godly doctor of the city lord. The number of people who can see him can be counted on one hand. Other than star-level warriors, he never treats the weak. Moreover, he has an eccentric personality. In the entire inner city, the only people who can make him treat are the 3 city lords. For ordinary people to see Sir Godly Doctor is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lu Dehua sighed softly. He had already told him the news. As for whether he could succeed or not, it would depend on his luck. Although Zhou Xian was the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, there was no exception in front of the Godly Doctor. Only star-level powerhouses with treasures that could move his heart could possibly meet Sir Godly Doctor. Is that so? Zhou Qian's expression was solemn. Putting aside whether this divine doctor was the one that Luo Ying had mentioned, it was already difficult to meet him. It would be even more difficult to get the information about the rootless flower from him. Zhou Qian's expression was solemn. Got it. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. Since he couldn't casually see the Godly Doctor, he would let him see him. Brother Zhang, can you really meet Sir Godly Doctor? Lu Dehua was also stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Qian to have a solution so quickly. You will know when the time comes. I have a brilliant plan. Zhou Qian laughed and swaggered off. Lu Dehua was confused. This Zhang brother was really a strange and wonderful person. Zhou Qian didn't look for Luo Ying. Since she had chosen to disappear, it must be her own idea. He wouldn't disturb her. Maybe he could get news about Sir Godly Doctor from her, but he didn't like to ask for help. After returning to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Zhang Qian went to see Zhuo Hui. Zhang Qian's request for an audience surprised Zhuo Luan Hui. It wasn't even the commander-ranking battle of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse yet, But this guy actually wanted to enter the inner city. You don't have much time left. I advise you to cultivate as soon as possible. It's extremely important for your strength to improve. There's less than half a month before the commander ranking competition begins. What are you planning to do? Zhou Luanhui was puzzled. I have my own arrangements. Commander Zhou, please allow me. Jiang Chen smiled. Zhou Luanhui furrowed his brows. This guy looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. There must be another reason for him to want to enter the inner city at this time. However, in view of the fact that he had indeed been able to stand out and avert danger every time before, Zhou Luanhui couldn't refute him. After all, he still needed Jiang Chen to help him eliminate the effective forces under Zhang Tian's. I can give you an entry token, but you'd better behave yourself. The inner city is not the outer city, so don't cause trouble. There are many people you can't afford to offend. Zhou Luanhui said meaningfully. Jiang Chen thanks Commander Zhou. I will definitely remember Commander Zhu's teachings. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. After receiving Zhou Luanhui's entry token, he went straight to the inner city. Jiang Chen's method was very simple, and that was to cause trouble. Since he was the publicly acknowledged Sir Godly Doctor of the Apocalypse Galaxy City, he must be high up and inviolable. As long as Bufang could grasp his mentality and do the opposite, he might be able to see him. Jiang Chen entered the inner city, found the most bustling place and set up his stall. Divine Doctor of Destiny, #1 since ancient times. If you don't recover after a long time, you won't take a single cent. These words were quite domineering. In less than a day it spread throughout the entire street. The people who passed by were either rich or noble, and they all had extremely deep backgrounds and strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to stay in the inner city of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. However, there were always people who suffered from hidden diseases. After a battle, many people couldn't recover their strength to their peak state, or they were struggling at death's door. As soon as Jiang Chen's signboard was hung up, it attracted countless people because it was like slapping the Sir Godly Doctor's face. The Divine Doctor of Destiny was extraordinary, the #1 in the world. These few words were enough to explain everything. He didn't even put the Sir Godly Doctor in his eyes. This kind of domineering attitude made many people talk about it. Since he couldn't see the Sir Godly Doctor, he would smash his golden signboard. At that time, in the inner city of the Milky Way City, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be convinced and would provoke the Sir Godly Doctor. Who knew how much courage it would take to do that? Jiang Chen knew that doing this would make many people disdain him, and it might even incur the wrath of the public. Countless fans of the Sir Godly Doctor would be furious, but he couldn't care less. In order to get the news of the rootless flower, Jiang Chen could be said to have risked his life. Where did this guy come from? Isn't he too arrogant? Isn't he not putting our Sir Godly Doctor in his eyes? That's right, but it seems like he doesn't care at all. Sir Godly Doctor is so famous. Who knows where this bastard came from, but he dares to be so arrogant and conceited. Not everyone dares to say that he's the #1 in the world. Maybe he's just playing to the gallery, trying to attract attention. However, I've never heard of this person before. Could it be that our inner city also has such an undeserved reputation? I think this guy most likely wants to be famous. Arrogant and conceited. What kind of ability can such a person have? Does he really think that everyone in the Tianqi Milky Way City is a fool? Many people didn't think highly of Jiang Chen. Although his reputation was getting bigger and more people knew about him, it was just an undeserved reputation. Such a person would eventually pay for his actions. When someone exposed him, it would be the time when his secret would be exposed. At that time he would be too ashamed to show his face in the Tianqi Milky Way City. However, there would always be people who didn't believe in heresy. There would always be people who had fantasies and were full of desire for life. Jiang Chen was confident that his pills could cure the majority of illnesses. Even if it was a hidden illness for many years or some strange illnesses, it wouldn't be a problem. I want to see if your ability is really that great. If you can cure my fire-cold poison, then I'll recognize you as the #1 in the world. A well-built man with a ferocious face and scars on his face said in a deep voice. All right. Chapter 4898. When I was a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I participated in the Arctic campaign and was stuck in an iceberg all year round. My leg was frozen, and the worst-case scenario was that I accidentally fell into a volcano. That's why it eventually formed the fire-cold poison. When I'm in pain, sometimes I feel like I'm in an ice cave and sometimes I feel like I'm buried in a sea of fire. If you can cure my illness, I'm willing to listen to your orders for the rest of my life. It's not difficult, Zhou Xian said faintly. More and more people gathered around because many people were waiting to see Zhou Xian make a fool of himself. They were happy to see this guy make a fool of himself. As long as this arrogant young man made a fool of himself, he would definitely become the topic of conversation in the Milky Way city, making even more people despise him. However, he only had one goal, and that was to create momentum. Only by creating momentum in the inner city could he attract more people's attention and attract the so-called divine doctor. Is actually the fire-cold poison? This guy really knows how to boast. In the Arctic campaign 700 years ago, hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse contracted this fire-cold poison and had no choice but to retire. Although they were respected as honorable warriors, it was impossible for them to recover for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they were constantly tormented by the illness. Some of them couldn't even bear the suffering and committed suicide. Keep bragging. I want to see what he can do. The commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse once consulted the divine doctor about the fire-cold poison. The divine doctor said that this poison has already seeped into the bone marrow and is impossible to cure. I'm here to see him make a fool of himself, huh? If he can cure the fire-cold poison, I'll eat shit on the spot. Everyone roared with laughter, but there were always a lot of people watching the show. Hundreds of people surrounded Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was calm and unruffled. He just smiled and didn't say anything. It was pointless to say anything at this moment. As long as he could cure the fire-cold poison in this man's body, more people would be willing to believe in him. Although the surroundings were full of sneers and ridicule, he still wanted to use facts to prove his means. If you can't cure it, then I'll ruin your stall today, Wang Daiqian said with a fierce expression. After all, he was a horseman of the apocalypse. Although he had retired and was seriously injured, his prestige was still there. It hurts. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Daiqian's face contorted. His veins bulged and his face was covered in sweat. The fire frost poison is acting up. Someone cried out in alarm. This kind of pain wasn't something a human could endure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who would rather die than endure this kind of pain. Zhang Chen's expression changed as he grabbed Wang Daiqian's wrist with one hand. At that moment, Wang Daiqian felt a blazing wave of fire pass from Zhang Chen's palm to him. In the next moment, the fire-cold poison flowing through his body seemed to have received a terrifying fright and started to become even more intense. However, wherever the heat wave passed from Zhang Chen's hand, he felt unprecedentedly comfortable and even moaned. Compared to the places where the poison of fire was wreaking havoc, his entire arm was filled with strength and comfort. Gradually, the fire waves that Zhang Chen transmitted to him became more and more intense. These waves of fire started to engulf Wang Daiqian's body crazily as if it had ignited his entire body. The scorching sensation spread across his entire body, but it was not painful. Instead, the places that were alternating between hot and cold became less and less. The warm waves gradually spread across his entire body. At this moment, Wang Daiqian felt like he had survived a disaster. He let out a long sigh of relief and his face was filled with ecstasy. My fire-cold poison has actually disappeared? How is this possible? Wang Daiqian said in disbelief. Zhang Chen had used the 5 elements divine fire to easily dispel the fire-cold poison in his body. For others, this might have been impossible, but for Zhang Chen, it was simply a piece of cake. Wang Daiqian had been plagued by the fire-cold poison all year round. No one could compare to him in pain and despair. He had also thought of committing suicide countless times, but his will to live had allowed him to persevere and fight against the fire-cold poison countless times. Recently, his consciousness had been completely destroyed, but fortunately he had met Zhang Chen today. The fire-cold poison had actually been completely dispelled. Something that he hadn't even dared to dream about had actually become a reality today. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Wang Daiqian directly knelt in front of Zhang Chen. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Could this be real? Wang Daiqian's fire-cold poison had been dispelled so easily? Even the godly doctor was helpless against the disease, but it was actually so simple? For Wang Daiqian, if he hadn't met Zhang Chen, perhaps it wouldn't have taken long before his will was completely destroyed. At that time he would also choose to end his own life. Now Zhang Chen was equivalent to giving him a second life. Such kindness was equivalent to giving him a new lease on life. This kneeling made many people shut up, but wasn't this too direct? There were even some people who didn't believe it. Could it be that this person was hired by Zhou Xian? The fire-cold poison was known to countless people. It was an incurable disease. This was too unimaginable. Except for Wang Daiqian, everyone was in a state of confusion. Could the fire-cold poison really be cured? No one believed it because it was something that even the godly doctor couldn't cure. An unknown doctor dared to claim that his medical skills were the best in the world? Wasn't this bullshit? However, many people knew Wang Daiqian. To say that he was hired was somewhat irresponsible. Wang Daiqian was an honest person. Everyone on the street knew that. His words couldn't be fake. The fire-cold poison was cured just like that? Isn't this too rash? It's hard to say. This guy doesn't look like someone with an undeserved reputation. Wang Daiqian's fire-cold poison might have really been cured by him. What's the old saying again? You can't judge a book by its cover and you can't measure the sea with a pail. We can't judge this person's achievements just based on one side of the story. We are too narrow-minded after all. Even so, he only cured Wang Daiqian. That doesn't mean anything, right? Moreover, this Wang Daiqian's illness wasn't that serious. The surrounding people were discussing about it. But for Zhou Xian, he wasn't worried at all because if there was a first, there would be a second. The fire-cold poison wasn't an ordinary disease and it was very hard to deal with. Luckily, Zhou Xian was able to restrain it. That's why he was able to deal with it so easily, which made many people confused. Wang Daiqian thanked Zhou Xian profusely, but many people still gave him a thumbs up. Just as Wang Daiqian was about to pay Zhou Xian hurriedly waved his hand. Brother, there's no need to be so polite. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. As a doctor, I naturally won't decline this responsibility. But more importantly, I'm also a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse in the outer city, Zhou Xian. From now on, as long as it's a retired veteran of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I'll treat them for free. Anyone suffering from the fire-cold poison can come to me, and I won't take a single cent. Chapter 4899. What? He's the commander of the Apocalypse Knights? How is this possible? Is this for real? A dignified commander actually came to the streets to be a street performer. Many people were shocked and their hearts were filled with horror. The Apocalypse Knights had a very high status in Milky Way City because they were well-trained and powerful. They relied on their own strength to protect their home in Milky Way City. They were great heroes in everyone's eyes. Zhou Xian's identity dispelled many people's previous doubts, and the commander's token in his hand also made the audience quiet down. Wang Daiqian was slightly moved. At this moment, this iron-blooded man couldn't help but feel teary. He stood up and saluted Zhou Xian. His eyes were full of affection and gratitude. His heart was filled with pride. His blood was boiling again. Zhou Xian's kindness, and Zhou Xian's generosity made Wang Daiqian feel very grateful. Men don't cry easily, but he still couldn't help but cry. That was hundreds of years of suffering. That was the dignity and glory of being a knight. At this moment it all seemed to have returned. Wang Daiqian ignored Zhou Xian's obstruction and kowtowed heavily to Zhou Xian. As a knight of the apocalypse, he saw the confidence and pride in Zhou Xian, as well as the insufferably arrogant insolence. However, that didn't hinder their communication. There was no need for words between knights. The Apocalypse Knights welcome you back at any time, Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. Yes, Commander. Wang Daiqian got up and took a step back. He was full of affection. He finally didn't have to suffer from the fire and cold poison anymore. I still have many comrades who fought side by side with me in the past. Commander, I asked them to come to you. I hope you can treat them, Wang Daiqian said in a low voice. Of course, Zhou Xian said with a smile. He couldn't find any patience now, but Wang Daiqian seemed to be able to bring him a group of people. Wang Daiqian turned around and left, and the scene became noisy again. Some people were eager to try, wanting Zhou Xian to treat them. After curing Wang Daiqian, he had gained the trust of some people. Zhou Xian's reputation gradually spread at this moment. Following that, some of them tried asking for Zhou Xian's treatment, accepting this unreliable quack. The commander of the Apocalypse Cavalry was something that many of them didn't expect. Why would a commander of the cavalry lower himself to be a quack doctor? Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The next day Wang Daqian brought 8 comrades who were suffering from the fire and cold poison. These people were all haggard and miserable. Xianxia. Compared to Wang Daqian before, they looked like zombies. Xianxia was slightly shocked. Xianxia. Greetings, Commander. Although these people had left the Knights of the Apocalypse long ago, the honor and dignity of the Knights would never fade. They were full of admiration for Xianxia. Wang Daqian was a living example in their eyes. He had been suppressed in despair time and time again. Now they finally saw hope. As long as they persevered, they would not sink into despair. There's no need to profit. I said that I will treat all the retired Knights of the Apocalypse Knights for free. Xianxia said in a deep voice with a smile on his face. More and more people gathered around. Compared to yesterday, it was even more crowded. Thousands of people began to gather around. The Knights of the Apocalypse saved people on the street for free. Such a deed was unheard of. One by one, the retired Knights of the Apocalypse were cured of the fire-cold poison by Xianxia. The excitement in their hearts and the excitement in their bodies could not be concealed at all. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. It even became a rescue station for the retired Knights of the Apocalypse. Most of the people Xianxia saved were veterans with hidden diseases of the fire-cold poison. Hundreds of them were cured by Xianxia, and his reputation became more and more resounding like thunder. No one doubted him anymore and no one spoke ill of him anymore. The strong should be respected, not to mention that he had cured so many veteran Knights of the Apocalypse. He had already been conferred the title of Miracle Doctor of Destiny. Commander, you're really amazing. Your medical skills are really amazing. Do I need you to say that? Commander Xianxia has cured countless people in the past few days. He's simply a living bodhisattva. Who says that he isn't? Everyone says that only the retired veterans of the Knights of the Apocalypse are treated for free, but I don't think the commander took a single cent from those who don't have much money. Such spirit and boldness makes me admire him so much. Then tell me, is Lord Commander more powerful or is Lord Godly Doctor more powerful? The Miracle Doctor is nothing. How can he be compared to the commander? He only treats those who are rich and powerful. Why would he care about the lives of us commoners? He can't cure the fire-cold poison, but the commander can. Isn't this obvious? Sigh, that's true. The Miracle Doctor probably only cured a few high-ranking officials and dignitaries, but he really can't compare to the commander. More and more people admired Xianxia because he had saved many people for free. On the other hand, the Miracle Doctor was just a rumor. He was famous, but had anyone really been saved by him? Was there anyone who could justify it for him? Gossip was a fearful thing. Xianxia's reputation was getting louder and louder. It was inevitable that he would be compared to the Miracle Doctor. However, the Miracle Doctor was deeply rooted and had many fans. They felt that Xianxia was just a small fry and couldn't be compared to the Miracle Doctor. Both sides had their own opinions. The news that the commander was the world's #1 Miracle Doctor also spread like wildfire. Xianxia was incomparably happy. This was the result he wanted. His reputation was getting bigger and bigger, and he had received a lot of support in the inner city of the Apocalypse, Silver River City. This was because his ability to help the commoners wasn't something that the Miracle Doctor could understand. The power of public opinion, the foundation of the masses, Xianxia had it all. Now the only thing he was waiting for was an opportunity. Inner city, divine constabulary. A gloomy man was pacing back and forth in the courtyard. The anger and anxiety between his brows couldn't hide his uneasiness. This bastard, how did he suddenly become the commander of the Apocalypse Knights? How unlucky. Chapter 4900. However, this was not the most important thing. This guy had been in the limelight recently and was becoming more and more arrogant. In his eyes, this guy was already standing on top of his head. He could endure it, but his master couldn't. As the only divine doctor of the Apocalypse planet, how could the Divine Marquis Palace, which was given by the City Lord to the Divine Marquis Palace, how could they allow someone to stand on top of them? His master was in seclusion, and the divine doctor was being criticized in the streets. Some even said that his medical skills were not as good as the Lord Commander's. There were more and more curses and suspicions, causing the people of the Divine Marquis Manor to be in a state of panic. Lu Dishui's heart was filled with worry and uneasiness. If his master could take action this time and kill Xianxia, that would be the best outcome for him. Furthermore, this man had threatened his master's reputation. He had to be punished severely. His master finally came out of seclusion in the evening. Lu Desui had been waiting for him. A silver-haired old man with a sage-like demeanor slowly walked out of the room with a carefree attitude. Greetings to Master. Congratulations to Master for becoming stronger. Lu Desui knelt in front of the silver-haired old man. Rise. Zhou Xian said lightly as he strode towards the front hall. Master, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so hesitant. I'm happy today, so don't hide anything. As the divine doctor, he was given the divine marquis estate, and even the city lord treated him with respect. His pride was unparalleled. Yes, Master. Lu Desui nodded, bowed, and said in a low voice, these days when Master is in seclusion, there's a brat in the city who claims that his medical skills are the best in the world. He doesn't even put Master in his eyes, saying, what did he say? Zhou Xian's eyes turned cold. He said that Sir Godly Doctor is just someone with an undeserved reputation and doesn't deserve to be on the same level as him. He spoke arrogant words, and after treating some people in the streets, he wantonly spread it and deliberately slandered Master. It seems like he wants to use Master as a stepping stone to his position. Who in Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City doesn't know Master's prestige? Yet he still dares to be so arrogant. He definitely has ulterior motives. Lu Desui said while trembling. Oh. Is that so? There's actually someone who dares to scheme against me. Interesting. Those rascals in the streets can only listen to slanderous rumors. How would they know my ability? Find out his background. If he's a nobody, just kill him. Zhou Xian sneered. But everyone in the city is talking about him. They're already treating him as a divine doctor. Moreover, he's cured many people of the fire-cold poison. Even the elders of the Apocalypse Knights are very convinced of him. Their momentum is growing stronger and stronger. That's why I came to you, Master. Lu Desui gritted his teeth and said. Preposterous. There's actually such a thing. Looks like I can't just sit back and watch. He's really arrogant to the extreme. If I don't teach him a lesson, it looks like this group of ignorant people has almost forgotten about me. Zhou Xian coldly snorted. However, being able to cure the fire-cold poison when the time came, he would be extremely shocked. Pass down my order. Tell this so-called divine doctor to come and see me. #1 in the world. Ah, what a joke, what a joke. With Master personally taking action no matter what he does, it's all useless. Is he worthy of the title of divine doctor? Lu Desui received the order and left. This time he must make Jiang Qin die without a burial place. When Lu Desui appeared in front of Jiang Qin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to see him here. This guy wanted to kill him back then, but unfortunately he escaped in the end. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would definitely not let him off. It's you. Jiang Qin frowned. Didn't expect it, right? We meet again. My master wants to see if you, the so-called divine doctor, is the #1 in the world. Lu Desui sneered. I'm not going. Jiang Qin said. Do you know who my master is? How dare you defy my master's order? You're courting death. Lu Desui said angrily. What does it have to do with me who your master is? He's not my master. I'm not going. You're the one who disobeyed your master's order, and you're the one who's courting death. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Lu Desui's face was flushed and he was trembling with anger. However, it seemed that what Jiang Qin said made sense. My master is the master of the divine marquis residence, the divine doctor Zhou Xian. If you don't go, don't blame me for being impolite. Is that so? The divine doctor's looking for me? That's strange. Is he trying to silence me or discuss medical skills with me? Jiang Qin asked. What's with all this nonsense? I'm just asking you, are you going or not? Lu Desui's face darkened. No, I'm treating patients, I don't have time to deal with you. The title of divine doctor isn't just for show, it's widely acknowledged. If you want to see a doctor, queue at the back. If you don't want to see a doctor, then scram. Jiang Qin said calmly. That's right. The commander has gone through so much trouble to treat us, and you're here to cause trouble. Lu Desui was helpless against the onlookers and could only leave angrily, loosening the reins only to arouse the competitive spirit. This was Jiang Qin's motive. If he obediently followed Lu Desui to the divine marquis residence, wouldn't it mean that he was willing to be under someone else? And the divine doctor wouldn't even look him in the eye. Therefore he had to incite the other party's anger and competitiveness. He had to use the pressure of public opinion and rumors to suppress him. That way, if the divine doctor wanted to compete with Jiang Chen would have a chance to compete with him, and he would also have a chance to find out more about the rootless flower. Going to the divine marquis residence was equivalent to lowering his status. And now Jiang Chen's status naturally couldn't be compared to the divine doctor. Even though he had so many people supporting him, the divine marquis residence was after all conferred the title by the Castellan. Jiang Chen wasn't naive enough to think that he could be compared to the divine doctor. But gossip was a fearful thing. His status were obviously a threat to the divine doctor. Otherwise, Lu Desui wouldn't have come today. After returning to the divine marquis residence, Lu Desui repeated Jiang Chen's words to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was enraged. How dare he? Such an ignorant person is simply a bastard. Zhou Xian flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. However, after 3 days, Jiang Chen's reputation in the heavenly awakening galaxy became even more resounding. Moreover, the number of people he treated also increased. There was no lack of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Those who couldn't afford to see a doctor in the past were now desperately promoting Jiang Chen. The name of the divine doctor was becoming more and more resounding. Zhou Xian knew that his status was finally being challenged. Chapter 49:01. It was no longer useful to be complacent and aloof. The power of the masses was great. Jiang Chen had already been pushed to the teeth of the storm, and even the godly doctor could not do anything to him. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's methods were to heal the wounded and the dying. That was why he had so many fans. No matter how arrogant he was, it was only natural. Who would dare to treat a matter of human life as a joke? Jiang Chen's reputation had gradually spread. If this continued, Zhou Xian's position would really be unstable. Moreover, he was the commander of the Apocalypse Knights. It would not be so easy to kill him. Zhou Xian had no choice but to make Lu Desui invite Jiang Chen to the divine marquis residence. That would have a different meaning. Commander Jiang Chen, my master invites you to the divine marquis residence for a discussion about medicine. My master is also very excited to see Commander Jiang Chen. Therefore he would like to discuss medicine with Commander Jiang Chen. Lu Desui said with a smile. The arrogance from before had faded away. This time his master had given him a death order. He must invite Jiang Chen to the divine marquis residence. This way the meaning would be completely different. I see. It's rare for the godly doctor to be in such a good mood. I can't embarrass the godly doctor, can I? Then I'll go. But as the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. I think the godly doctor wants to compete with me to see whose medical skills are better. The surrounding people also nodded silently. Between these two top doctors, there would probably be a fight for first place. Looks like the godly doctor can't sit still anymore. Otherwise he would not have invited Commander Jiang Chen to his house so seriously. He's probably afraid that he would lose his position as the godly doctor. It's hard to say. But now Jiang Chen's reputation is rising. If I were the godly doctor, I would also be worried that someone would steal my job. In the face of everyone's doubts, Lu Deshui's voice deepened. Everyone can go and have a look. My master has said that medical skills are the ability to save lives and heal the injured, so it should be open and honest without any doubts. Therefore, everyone is welcome to watch the research between him and Commander Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. This was a show of strength to him. He wanted to defeat him in this exchange of pointers to solidify his status. His goal had already been achieved. His will to win was as clear as day. However, Jiang Chen had also won the opportunity to have a fair duel with Zhou Xian. The whereabouts of the rootless flower would soon be known. Then we have to take a good look. A battle between godly doctors is something that can only be chanced upon. That's right, I support you, Commander Jiang. You are our guardian angel, you are the best. Yes, we are proud of you. Veterans don't die, they just gradually wither away. We retired knights are willing to advance and retreat with Commander Jiang. I want to see who is stronger between this arrogant Commander Jiang and Lord Godly Doctor. Is he really capable or is he just putting on a show? Lord Godly Doctor is personally appointed by the city lord. He is not so easy to deal with. Go. Let's bear witness for Commander Jiang and Lord Godly Doctor. Lu Desui looked at the crowd of enthusiastic citizens and was very excited. This was the effect he wanted. The godly doctor commander in their eyes was trash in front of his master. When the time comes, they will know how ignorant and laughable they are when they see their idol fall. Thousands of people rushed towards the divine marquis residence. This was the first time in so many years that so many people had come to the divine marquis residence. In order to dispel the rumors and to clear his name, Zhou Xian also took a stance. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. He must make clear arrangements for Xianxia so that his position in the Milky Way city could be stabilized. Zhou Xian had already given Xianxia enough attention to be able to cure the fire frost poison. This kind of medical skill was definitely not an undeserved reputation. In the past, even Zhou Xian found it very difficult to cure, but he had to pay a huge price. That was why he told everyone that the fire frost poison could not be cured. What Zhou Xian did not expect was that after so many years, this fire frost poison would become the reason for him to abdicate. When the time comes, you will know who the real godly doctor is. Lu Desui snorted coldly. Xianxia was still being complacent. Fighting with my master for the title of godly doctor, you think you are worthy? After curing a few people, you really think that you are an omnipotent god. Today I will definitely teach you a lesson. In Lu Deshui's heart, his master was sacred and inviolable. His master's methods were the most powerful he had ever seen. Xianxia was just a boastful Jianghu doctor, yet he dared to compete with the bright moon. There was only one ending for him. The divine marquis residence was too big. Even though thousands of people had entered, it did not feel crowded at all. On the 9th floor, Zhou Xian was gazing into the distance. The more people that came, the happier he was. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Someone like Xianxia, was he worthy of fighting with him? There was only one godly doctor, and that was him. Zhou Xian jumped down from the sky. His clothes were as white as snow, fluttering in the wind. His imposing manner was unstoppable. He slowly stepped on the sky and landed not far away from Xianxia, giving off a great pressure. Everyone at the scene felt a suffocating feeling. I am Zhou Xian, little brother, nice to meet you. Zhou Xian chuckled. Godly doctor, please excuse me. Xianxia said. Look, this is the demeanor of the godly doctor. He is just a kid, how can he compete with him? Does he really think that he can rise to the top just because he cured a few cats and dogs? That's right, the godly doctor has always been my idol, how can I allow others to tarnish him? Don't be too full of yourself. Later, if the godly doctor's abilities are not on par with Xianxia's, perhaps the title of the godly doctor will really change hands. Wishful thinking. This kind of thing will never happen. Both Xianxia and Zhou Xian had many supporters. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Zhou Xian did not take Xianxia seriously at all. I heard that little brother's medical skills are superb. I am also interested and would like to spar with little brother. How about it? As a junior, will I be too rash? Although Zhou Xian had a smile on his face, he immediately gave the title of little brother to Xianxia and even called himself a senior. This completely overwhelmed Xianxia in terms of aura. His superior attitude made people feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly and his smile was bright. The first impression was the strongest and he had the absolute upper hand in terms of aura. This guy was indeed an old fox. Senior godly doctor, you are right. I'm just a junior. How dare I show my slight skill in front of you? It won't be too late for me to call myself godly doctor after you leave. Chapter 4902. Xianxia's counterattack made Zhou Xian look at him in a different light. However, his face was obviously not looking good. He seemed to be flattering Xianxia, but in fact he was looking forward to Xianxia's death. Every generation has its own geniuses, each of them leading the way for hundreds of years. It seems like I have underestimated you, little brother. As a senior, I must learn from the younger generation today. Zhou Xian laughed wildly. His eyes were like lightning. He could not turn a blind eye to Xianxia's provocation. He could not afford to lose his graceful bearing as a divine doctor. Facing Xianxia's challenge calmly and leisurely, only then could he display the demeanor of a great doctor. I can't teach you much. It's just a friendly match. You don't have to be so modest, godly doctor. Xianxia's confidence was beyond Zhou Xian's imagination. Moreover, he was able to maintain his composure while facing the pressure of a Star Realm expert. If it was an ordinary half-step Star Realm expert, he would have collapsed by now. How could his face still be so rosy? Jiang Chen's confidence was far beyond Zhou Xian's imagination. This brat definitely came prepared. He didn't show any respect to Zhou Xian at all. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a troublemaker. However, he just wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. In order to stabilize his position and let more people know who the real divine doctor was, Zhou Xian had to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Good. The younger generation will surpass the older. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Zhou Xian nodded. Then I will not decline, senior. May I know what a rootless flower is? Jiang Chen said seriously, looking at Zhou Xian sternly. Rootless flower? What is that? Yes, I have studied medicine for more than 100 years, but I have never heard of it. Just because you don't know doesn't mean that the godly doctor doesn't know. The rootless flower was indeed a very mysterious existence. No one present knew about it. Zhou Xian's expression was calm as he shook his head and chuckled. The rootless flower, as its name implies, is a flower without roots. There aren't many people in the world who know about the rootless flower. The rootless flower doesn't exist. It's only when the rootless water irrigates the rootless vine that the rootless flower will grow. Compared to a short-lived flower, it's much faster and more precious. Therefore, there are only a few people in the world who know about the rootless flower. Coincidentally, this old man knows about it. Am I right? Zhou Xian said confidently. He looked at Jiang Chen contemptuously. This kid wants to stump me? Isn't that a joke? A happy expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face, and his mind was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the rootless flower didn't appear out of thin air. It needed to be watered by the rootless water to make the rootless flower grow. No wonder no one had ever seen it and no one knew where it was. Jiang Chen had worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. It wasn't hard to imagine how excited he was right now. The rootless flower was in his hands. This news was really exciting to him. It looked like it was worth it for him to wait here for the past few days just to compete with Zhou Xian. Now Jiang Chen had gathered all 5 kinds of herbs. He was full of confidence in refining the 5-barrier pill. Look, this is the real divine doctor. This is what you call a true ability. Look at Jiang Chen's stunned expression. I think he's scared. That's not necessarily true. It's just a medicinal herb. It's not certain who has the real ability. The position of godly doctor will be taken over by someone today. Whether it'll be the new king or the old king, everything is still unknown. Many people in the crowd were praising Zhou Xian. After all, he was the godly doctor of Tianqi Galaxy City. The city lord had personally conferred him the title. Who would dare to make an enemy out of him? Jiang Chen didn't know what was good for him. As expected of the godly doctor. I'm impressed. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, now it's my turn to ask you. What is the blood date plum? Zhou Xian swore and stared at Jiang Chen. He had read about it in an ancient book. Jiang Chen would never know about it. I don't know. The godly doctor is indeed talented. Jiang Chen admits defeat. Jiang Chen smiled. He had achieved his goal. He didn't want to win anymore. He had no grudges with this so-called godly doctor. He might as well retreat. At that moment, not to mention the onlookers, even Zhou Xian was dumbfounded. Holy shit, isn't this too exaggerated? Not taking the usual route and surrendering immediately. Zhou Xian was a little confused. No way. Jiang Chen admitted defeat just like that? Looks like he doesn't have any real ability. He's afraid of dropping the ball in front of everyone. At least he knows his place. If it was me, I wouldn't have come to the Divine Ho residence. That's just asking for trouble. I don't think so. Jiang Chen is a wise man who submits to circumstances. If he fights to the death with Sir Divine Doctor, it won't do him any good. If he wins, he will gain both fame and fortune, but if he loses, he might be beaten back to his original state and he might even be suppressed. You're not a fish, how can you know the happiness of a fish? How can we know what he is thinking? But it looks like Jiang Chen is very open-minded. This competition is really boring, I've wasted my expectations. That's right. The most infuriating person was Lu Deshui. He wanted to see Jiang Chen beaten by his master. It would be best if Jiang Chen was beaten to death. That way he wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would find him sooner or later. He could feel Jiang Chen's murderous intent towards him. Jiang Qin had wanted to kill him before, but now he was feeling uneasy. Zhou Xian's expression changed slightly. However, as the #1 doctor of the Apocalypse planet, he couldn't make things difficult for Jiang Qin at this time. The other had already admitted defeat. If he didn't show mercy in front of everyone, he would definitely be criticized. If that's the case, Zhou Xian was very pleased. It was good that his status was stable. He had no reason to punish Jiang Qin, at least not on the surface. In order to protect his reputation, he had to act in secret. However, this Jiang Qin really made him curious. Was this the extent of this guy's potential? The outcome hasn't been decided yet. I don't think there's any meaning to this battle at all. As a pillar of the Apocalypse planet, do you think Sir Divine Doctor is someone you can summon at will? Today this young master will see if you have true ability. If you're just someone with an undeserved reputation, then I'll act on behalf of the heavens and behead the scum of the Apocalypse Knights. The purple-clothed youth slowly walked out of the crowd. Everyone retreated to avoid him. There were actually 2-star-level experts beside him. At this moment, Jiang Qin's expression became completely gloomy. This guy was the youth who had caused trouble for him in the outer city of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. Young Master Tai has graced us with your presence. This old man didn't go out to welcome you. Ah, please forgive me. Chapter 4903. Who is this person? Isn't he too arrogant? You don't recognize him? You look like a country bumpkin. This is the son of the second city lord, Xiao Tai. He's the most outstanding star-grade powerhouse of the Apocalypse planet. He's a rising star that countless powerhouses fear. Isn't that so? Young Master Tai's strength and identity were all earned by himself. Such a powerhouse would definitely become an overlord even without the protection of the second city lord. The son of the second city lord. Jiang Qin was moved. No wonder he didn't even care about Lu Dehua and the other 4 young masters. Moreover, he had 2 star-grade bodyguards by his side. There weren't many people on the entire Apocalypse planet with this kind of spirit. What made Jiang Qin curious was that he didn't seem to have offended this guy, right? Why did he have to be so aggressive? Was it because his path of advancement in the Apocalypse Knights was too fast? Did this arouse his desire for battle, or was this person related to Zhang Tian's? He was the son of the second city lord of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Even Zhang Tian's didn't have the qualifications to challenge him, right? Moreover, he was a star-grade powerhouse. Why would he want to tangle with him? However, the current situation was very clear. Jiang Qin had to compete no matter what. Otherwise, even if he admitted defeat, Xiao Tai definitely wouldn't let him go. It's fine. This young master came here today to see the battle between Sir Godly Doctor and the commander of the Apocalypse Knights. However, someone actually retreated. This isn't a good sign. Do you think the people of the Apocalypse Galaxy City are so easily deceived? You don't have any real ability, yet you're here to please the crowd. What's the point of keeping you around? Xiao Tai pointed his sword at Jiang Qin. At that moment, the surrounding people all retreated. An extremely powerful aura shot out in all directions and Jiang Qin bore the brunt. To put it bluntly, he was forcing Jiang Qin to compete with Zhou Xian. If he lost, only death awaited him. He only had one chance to survive, and that was to beat Zhou Xian. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold, looking straight ahead. At this moment, it was impossible for him to escape. Emohan had saved his life once. Clearly, Xiao Tai had come prepared this time. The fact that there were 2-star realm guards proved everything. Even if Emohan appeared again, Jiang Qin wouldn't give him a chance. He only had one purpose, and that was to kill Jiang Qin. At this time, Jiang Qin had no other choice. The other party was the son of the second city lord, and his strength was tyrannical. However, the other party couldn't directly kill him. Instead, he wanted to force him into a dead end. Well, since the second young master likes to watch, then I won't hide it anymore. Doctor, it seems that between you and me, one of us must fall today. Jiang Qin smiled confidently. At this time, the audience became quiet. Xiao Tai was famous for being violent. If someone dared to offend him, then only death awaited them. The spectators were also trembling with fear. Regardless of whether Jiang Qin had real ability or not, he had already been forced into a dead end. The arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be released. Yes, if you win against the doctor, I will protect your life. But if you lose, you know what the result will be. Xiao Tai's smile gradually became cold. Such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? For him, this was the road to death for Jiang Qin. Who in the world could compete with the doctor? Young Master Xiao Tai. This old man naturally can't refuse young Master Xiao Tai's face. How shrewd was Zhou Xian? At first glance, it was obvious that Xiao Tai wanted to kill Jiang Qin. Although he didn't know what kind of hatred there was between them, it was not important. What was important was that this pretentious Jiang Qin would be dead once he died. He had also arranged for young Master Xiao Tai clearly. In the eyes of the second city lord, young Master Xiao Tai would definitely not mistreat him. In that case, doctor, what do you think we should compete to determine the winner? Jiang Qin smiled with a carefree attitude. In the face of the pressure of so many stellar-level powerhouses, he was still able to maintain his composure, which made many people admire him. This was his bearing and demeanor. He was worthy of being the commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse. He was fearless in the face of danger and smiled at the common people. He really had the demeanor of a great general. Hundreds of veterans of the Apocalypse Knights who had retired because of the fire and cold poison had long been prepared. They would never let anyone embarrass Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was their savior and the pride of the Knights of the Apocalypse. They must not let him suffer any harm. Young Master Xiao Tai, please decide. Zhou Xian smiled. Jiang Qin sneered in his heart. This pug was full of flattery and wanted nothing more than to kneel down and lick Xiao Tai's boots. Was such a person worthy of being called a miracle doctor? Since it's a competition of medical skills, it's naturally the most reliable to compete in the medical Dao. I happen to have a pill recipe here called the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. After consuming it, a stellar-level powerhouse can directly break through 1 level of cultivation. Rumor has it that only stellar-level powerhouses are qualified to refine the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. I wonder if the two of you are confident? Xiao Tai said calmly. 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill? Young Master Xiao Tai can even obtain such a pill recipe. This old man is truly impressed. Zhou Xian's bootlicking had always been very accurate. His face was full of shock. I've heard of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. This pill is a taboo even for stellar-level powerhouses. It's almost priceless. Of course. It's something that has a price but no supply. If it were me, I would also want it. This 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill, can the miracle doctor and Commander Jiang Qin really refine it? This time it seems that Commander Jiang Qin is in danger. The 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill can only be refined by stellar-level powerhouses. It's not something that ordinary people can get their hands on. You guys are thinking too simply. Yeah, the pill recipe of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill is incomparably precious. However, young Master Xiao Tai actually took it out for them to refine. This makes people think deeply. In the crowd, people kept whispering. The value of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill's recipe was self-evident. The fact that Xiao Tai could take it out didn't mean that he was generous, but that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin. For a dead man, even if he knew the pill recipe of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill, what could he do? Xiao Tai was really too smart. Although he looked like a teenager, he was ruthless and cunning. Even Zhou Xian couldn't catch up to him. This competition was obviously to make him refine the pill for him and protect his reputation as a miracle doctor. Moreover, he didn't need to owe him a favor. He could even kill Jiang Qin. It seemed like he had gained a lot, but in fact Xiao Tai was the final winner. However, Jiang Qin would die, but he wouldn't. This was equivalent to obtaining the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill's recipe for free. For him it was still acceptable. Zhou Xian's face was calm and confident. Although he hadn't refined the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill before, he still had confidence in himself. As for Jiang Qin, he was just waiting to die. The energy of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill wasn't something that a little brat who hadn't even reached the stellar level could imagine. Chapter 4904. How about it? If you admit defeat now, I might leave your corpse intact and give you a dignified death. Xiao Tai looked straight at Jiang Qin and said. If he didn't kill him, how could he quell the anger in his heart? He even dared to provoke his own woman. He must be tired of living. Luo Ying could only be his woman. I've never had the habit of admitting defeat. Since it's alchemy, if I succeed it should belong to me, right? Jiang Qin said. It belongs to you, all of it belongs to you. However, if you fail, your life will be mine. Xiao Tai smiled coldly. All right, I can rest assured now that second young master has said this. Jiang Chen nodded, looking very confident. However, more people were disdainful. Not only Xiao Tai, but many people also snorted at Jiang Chen's idea. Did he really think he could refine a 7 revolutions great return pill that could only be refined by a star state? He was gambling with his life. This second young master is really too much. He clearly knows that Commander Jiang Chen's strength hasn't reached the star state, yet he still made a pill that can only be refined by a star state. Isn't he deliberately making things difficult for him? You're right. He really is deliberately making things difficult. Didn't you see that Xiao Tai wanted to kill Commander Jiang Chen? Do you understand that he has a good reason to do so? Although he kills people like flies and has an unreasonable temperament, it's impossible for him to kill innocent people in public. Hence, he must find a suitable reason, even if it's to pin a crime on someone. Sigh, of all the people that Commander Jiang Chen could offend, why did he have to offend this god of plague? Although I admire him to refine a 7 revolutions great return pill, he doesn't have the qualifications to raise his cup. Let's wait and see first. Jiang Chen was able to cure so many people who were suffering from the fire-cold poison, so he is definitely not someone easy to deal with. Since he is so calm, he might really be confident. After Xiao Tai's appearance, a medical duel had turned into a life-and-death duel. If he won, he would gain both fame and fortune. If he lost, his life would be hanging by a thread. Such an exciting bet caused many people to be enthusiastic. After all, Jiang Chen was a foreign monk. There were not many people who supported him. In addition to Xiao Tai's sudden appearance, Jiang Chen's death was almost a foregone conclusion. Let's start. Zhou Xian looked at Jiang Chen. He had already secured the victory today. These are the ingredients for refining the pill. You only have one chance. Xiao Tai gave the pill formula and ingredients to Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian. In an instant, Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian's expressions turned solemn. To an alchemist, a precious pill formula was far more valuable than an ordinary one. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He had finally obtained the pill formula. If he could successfully refine the 7 revolutions great return pill today, it would be considered a double blessing. Although he couldn't use it now, it would definitely play a crucial role in a crucial moment. Once he broke through to the star level, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Many people were waiting to see Jiang Chen make a fool out of himself. Xiao Tai was the most obvious because he only wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, Zhou Xian began to concoct pills. He took out the 3-flower cauldron, and after studying the pill formula, he began to concoct pills. Although it was his first time concocting pills, he was so skilled that people couldn't help but admire him. After all, he was the godly doctor that everyone respected. His method of concocting pills could be said to be like floating clouds and flowing water, causing the spectators to raise their eyebrows and clap their hands in praise. The title of godly doctor was indeed worthy of his identity. Xiao Tai was also very satisfied. Seeing Zhou Xian strolling leisurely, Jiang Chen's defeat was irreversible. This guy had overestimated himself. In that case, he would never be able to reincarnate. Jiang Chen didn't make a move for a long time. Many people snorted. It seemed that under young Master Tai's coercion, he was completely scared out of his wits. He didn't know how to refine the pill at all. Moreover, with his strength, it was impossible for him to refine the 7 revolutions great return pill. Did you see that? It hasn't even started and he's already showing his cowardice. I've seen many people like this. They put on an act and think that they can dominate the world just because they have some ability. Now young Master Tai and the godly doctor have taught him a lesson. Sigh, at this time any tricks are useless. To refine the 7 revolutions great return pill, one has to be at least at the star level. In terms of strength, Jiang Chen has already lost. This is a duel without any suspense. That's not necessarily true. No one knows who will have the last laugh until the last moment. Even many of Jiang Chen's original supporters began to waver. The other party had already refined more than half of the pill, but he still didn't make a move. Wasn't this a sign of admitting defeat? This was because they were certain that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to make a move. Once he started refining, wouldn't his incompetence be exposed? However, even if he didn't make a move, would Xiao Tai let him go? In the face of these doubts, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to them. No one could disturb his state of mind. He was looking for an opportunity to refine the pill. Because he only had one chance, he had to refine this pill to its perfect state. If he wanted to win against Zhou Xian, Jiang Chen couldn't let his guard down. This guy was full of confidence and he was in cahoots with Xiao Tai. Jiang Chen had to plan for everything. Time passed by minute by minute. On Hou Zhinshan's side, the pill had already begun to condense into a pill. In this half a day Jiang Chen had been watching and studying. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. What he wanted to do had to be perfect day by day. You don't have the ability, but you still want to be arrogant and cause trouble everywhere. If you don't die, then who will? Xiao Tai stood with his arms crossed and said with a cold smile. Arrogant and conceited without real ability, this kind of person deserved to be humiliated in front of everyone. Now not only was he going to lose face, he was going to lose his life. Hou Zhinshan glanced at Jiang Chen from the corner of his eyes. His heart was set. This guy hadn't even started refining yet, but he could already confirm that he wouldn't be able to refine the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenating Pill. This time he would definitely be able to firmly hold on to his reputation as a miracle doctor. If he wanted to shake his position, he would have to look at his own capabilities first. After half a day of research, Jiang Chen's heart was finally enlightened. The 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenating Pill, as the name suggested, needed to go through 7 revolutions before it could reach the peak of the pill. The 77 medicinal ingredients were all very precious and rare. Jiang Chen was very happy in his heart. This Xiao Tai was simply sending warmth to him. Giving medicinal ingredients and pill formulas for free, wouldn't he accept them all? Let's begin.